Hello and welcome to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. My name is Lisa Jolly Malhas, and I am here to talk about the gridiron rivals that we have today. San Jose State University will be our offense for a best of 7 in Rocket League, a best of 3 in League of Legends, and then we round it all out with a best of 5 in Overwatch. There we have today the gridiron rivals, and joining me on desk are the lovely Michael Fisher and Peyton Wilkin. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
Yeah, doing great.
Good. All right, so jumping right into this, we already have a little bit of a history with San Jose. If you guys remember or watched the Mountain West Esports Championship that went on earlier this year, San Jose ended up actually taking the championship. Now, this last year, it was only League of Legends. The prior year included Rocket League, which Boise State took the name home for. So San Jose making a name for themselves and taking down Boise State, not in Rocket League, but that leads us to already potentially a rivalry here. So right off the bat, what is San Jose going to do to really make a statement in the first few rounds?
I think for San Jose State, they need to come out and they need to be aggressive. They need to get the first goal here, make a statement to Boise State, maybe be over-aggressive, maybe allow an open net goal, but let Boise State know that you're not here to play. You're coming out here to make a statement.
Absolutely. That's hopefully they take that advice. But we are here on the orange and blue, both, I guess, in the game itself and here at the caster's desk. On the other hand, what does Boise State have to do as we get into this first game to really make a statement for our end?
I think it's good that the main focus when you're going against a team, first game of the series, is to analyze what they're doing in the first game. See how they play, what are their play style. Are they more aggressive? Oh, what a goal from DD.
That really was a very
That looks like an example
move
of aggression, so Boise State's going to probably try and adapt to that and probably play a little bit more defensively or try and get some more counterattacks.
Yeah, there was no actually potential reaction really there from Boise State. One member was there, but that was a full field run across from San Jose to start this one off. Less than 30 seconds in game one.
Yeah, as we saw, Boise State going to have to try and answer their ace pocket, bumping it over to Cosmo Buster. We will see DD answer that one, though, but Cosmo Buster wants to keep the aggression up. Boise State got to make sure they have someone back. It is LC Coro to keep the ball down in the Spartans' half. Turstadago going to go up for the ball right under ace pocket, but Cosmo Buster is there for the save, Jolly. Boise State running into a lot of issues early.
Oh, and as you said, the caster's curse. See, every time we say it's gone, it comes back to bite us. This time in our favor, though, as Boise State manages to tie it up there. Cosmo Buster, the man, the myth, the legend.
Nothing else to say besides that. I mean, there's no follow-up for that one. What a great equalizer goal there.
And now we're coming down to the first minute. LC Coro is going to find a demolition there on to Turstadago. A lot of aggression here from Boise State on the side of San Jose, but that's actually what led to that first goal. Boise in full control and one break away from DD.
We are going to see ace pocket there. It's Johnny will disrupt that, but Cosmo Buster there again going to get a shot on goal, but Turstadago gets the save. Ace pocket keeps it in the Spartans' half, but it's Johnny is going to stop that ball from rolling in front of his net. DD now going to push it down. Ace pocket going to play that one off the wall. Cosmo Buster beats the Spartan to the ball and is going to push that one now down there, but it's Dago is going to push it back. So Boise State back on the defensive. Ace pocket stops that one, plays it right over. It's Johnny, DD, and Cosmo Buster both go up for the ball. Shot on goal! And Turstadago gets that one.
Right over.
San Jose State just playing so fast here. Their passing plays, the 50-50 with Cosmo Buster still goes mid. Turstadago just straight up beating LC Coro to that ball. That's some good fast play from San Jose State.
And a recent grand champion there. Well, season 11, so. That is still going to give us, though, 3 minutes, 23 seconds here on the clock. Boise State, already a lot of aggression coming from then DD with another good play, but that corner boost has already been claimed by the Broncos there. So we're going to see if they can keep it on the side of San Jose State. Turstadago and DD constantly moving as a pair here, and they were working so well together.
We are going to see Cosmo Buster play that one off the wall. Just gets a tip to LC Coro. Shot on goal, but it hits the left crossbar. Unfortunately, the fourth member for San Jose State was the crossbar there, and it saved the equalizer goal. Ace pocket gets the demo on. It's Johnny to stop that dribble, but a shot on goal from Turstadago. LC Coro gets the save. It's no good boy goal this time for San Jose State. Ace pocket will play that one up off the wall, push it down. DD tried to get to it, plays it right into the center, then runs into Turstadago. A double commit there for San Jose State. Waiting, what does Boise State need to do to sort of slow down the San Jose State aggression?
I can tell San Jose State is playing really aggressive right now, so they just need to play solid defense, have good communications, not panic when it's just sitting there in their goal box. Still have one person going for it, not double committing, and they're just going to have to hope for a counterattack and hope for a mistake from San Jose State.
And some of these shots that they're making are really quick plays over to Boise State's side here, as we see, and either only one or two members actually carrying it through. It's Johnny making his third goal, and that's going to be one for each member here. So it's aggression coming from every single aspect of SJSU. Beautiful play. But Boise State, if they focus more on keeping two as the rotational defenders, really, and just sending that one aggressive player, it might not be a bad idea in case things like that happen.
That's right, yeah. A play style like that would definitely help with like counterattacks. You want to play more defensive when it's on your half, but they're going to get really aggressive. And then when you have one person up, you can just pass to them, and they can hopefully redirect it right in.
That's kind of what we've been seeing from SJSU, so hopefully Boise State can kind of imitate that play style there. 1:48 left on the clock, plenty of time, and we've seen crazier things from you guys here, the Broncos. 1:40 now. So what are we seeing in terms of boost? Not really anybody in control. I think it's relatively even on the board right now. Boise State actually doing a really solid job.
Oh, and what? Oh, okay. I was just about to say that was the passing play we were talking about. Two guys back, one person up. He passes them up for a redirect, and it almost worked out there, but just not quite. I bet if they tried that a couple more times, it'd probably work a few of them.
Boise State, the time is ticking down there, but an open goal there for San Jose State. Nobody able to capitalize. Cosmo Buster centers the ball, but does get demoed, and Toaster Doggo will get the clear. Ace Pocket tried to get the shot. It's Johnny was right there to deflect it. Cosmo Buster going to follow that one up again. Didi gets the save. The Spartans just being peppered with shots. LC Caro off the crossbar. Going to get a follow-up shot there from Ace Pocket, but that one's going to go left off the crossbar as well. Boise State just putting so many shots in. Cosmo Buster hit that one just off the side of his car, right over to LC Caro. Plays it around Toaster Doggo off the wall, but Didi is going to be able to get there, and with just 40 seconds left, it might be do or die time here for Boise State. They're going to need a goal, Jolly, and they're going to need one very quickly.
They are, but we've seen them make a very good time of that last 60 seconds and 30 seconds in particular. And I want to really narrow down on the last 10 seconds because that's when they like to make incredibly aggressive plays and really put everything to the back of the wall there. Didi finds a pretty solid breakaway, though. LC Coro snags that full boost as soon as it pops up. But Didi is in full control of this ball here. Luckily, Cosmo Buster and LC Coro are finding placement here. Ace Pocket there. Going to find a corner. But man, this aggression from SJSU is very difficult for Boise State to get these long shots and clears over to their side. It might be, this might be the first round.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh my goodness, I was about to say. I saw that they were setting it up, but they just couldn't quite finish it off. It would have been a good goal to like bring the momentum on to the next game, but unfortunately just barely wasn't able to get that last player there in time.
Really, Toaster Doggo too, doing a great job of breaking off, grabbing the boost necessary to really commit to that play. Boise State, though, still put marks on the board. That's absolutely what we want, and they are a team that starts a little bit slower here up against San Jose State University. This is continuing the grid, or actually starting the Gridiron Rivals, really. Round number 1, it is a best of 7, as these are our rules, not NACE rules, so we get 2 more rounds in there for you guys. And you guys have also been kind of swapping around your teams recently. You've been really flexible with play styles and trying to just adjust because this is a team-based game.
Yeah.
How has that been working for you guys, and how does it work going back to your original comps and trying to reconfigure?
I think it's pretty interesting to see because in Rocket League it's hard to have a team that has like one definite attacker, one definite defender, one definite midfielder, because like it's rotations. Everyone's going to be rotating the different positions at all the time. So the best way is to know if like you're really a really good team player is if you can work well with multiple players. So that's basically like what we like to test out to see how we work well with different players, how well are we rotating with each other. So that's basically what we're testing out.
Cool, and that's kind of that's led into some of the other games also doing that. Overwatch, League of Legends, kind of mixing up compositions, and we love to see that because we have so many players here at Boise State. The 3 on the field right now, though, from the Broncos are going to be LC Coro, Cosmo Buster, and Ace Pocket. There on the side of San Jose, the Spartans, we've got Didi, Toaster Doggo, and it's Johnny.
So we're going to see Boise State once again on the early aggression. Toaster Doggo going to play that one up. Cosmo Buster tried to steal that corner boost from him. I don't think he got there, though. Didi going to put a pass over to It's Johnny, but Cosmo Buster will disrupt that one. Play it off the wall, but Toaster Doggo waiting there perfectly, and off-screen Cosmo Buster did get demoed down there. Toaster Doggo going to play that one by himself right into Cosmo Buster, who had just respawned. It's Johnny going to follow that one up and keep the ball in the Broncos' side as Ace Pocket gets a clear. Didi knocks Cosmo Buster off the wall, and Toaster Doggo makes sure that ball is going to stay in the Boise State. Half a shot on goal by It's Johnny off the crossbar, though. Here comes the follow-up shot from Didi, a save by Ace Pocket. The third shot just way too slow there for San Jose State to take any sort of advantage on that. Another demo, though, coming out from It's Johnny, who's going to get a shot on goal. Cosmo Buster gets that one. The follow-up from Didi misses, and Toaster Doggo is not able to get a good touch. Waiting, what are we seeing early here?
I'm seeing so much aggression from San Jose State here. Their offense is really strong, except every so often on defense, they have a little bit of double commits. You know, they're one of those teams that is very good on offense, but they tend to crumble sometimes on defense when they panic, they miscommunicate. So if Boise State can take advantage of that, we could see a win here coming out from Boise State.
And what kind of fault could they find that would give them that advantage? What do they need to potentially go for? Maybe be more aggressive on the boost, or be more aggressive on their own side, or more defensive?
I think if they just continue to apply that pressure on offense, San Jose State is bound to just double commit, make one big mistake, and Boise State is very good at capitalizing on those.
And already we're seeing it back and forth a little bit more and much quicker, because the last round it would generally stay on one side and really just sloth its way around the field there. More aggressive plays potentially here. It is on San Jose's side as Ace Pocket attempts to line up for a shot here. LC Coro did get a shot on goal, but Toaster Doggo had the help of his team there to clear it all the way back to Boise State side. Ace Pocket is currently sitting on 0 boost, needs to get something to line himself up, because we have seen it does not work well to be on the defensive with 0 boost there. Cosmo Buster follows that one up, though, and a great clear from them means he can hopefully get his tank filled just a little bit.
Oh, what a shot. We can just see, like, I think one of the players on San Jose State, yeah, he tried to control it up the wall, just a barely little mistouch. This is what I was talking about. Their defense isn't as strong as their offense. Boise State just has to wait for them to make those mistakes and then just take advantage of it, and they just did that.
And it's just what we were talking about before. That was a play made off of an attempted play there by San Jose. So the trouble is letting them make those plays. You just have to be better than them on the defense. And we know that Boise State used to struggle with defense, but recently it has been one of the strongest aspects of this group of 3 players here. Ace Pocket going to snag that one away from It's Johnny. That's going to give them a little bit of an upper hand here as they do line this up. 2 members in the goal, though, for San Jose. Means they're strong defensive, but not strong enough to prevent Ace Pocket from putting one down.
We actually see Cosmo Buster and Ace Pocket pinching this together. An interesting team play. The pinch just sends the ball flying right at the center of the net, and it works out perfectly.
That was beautiful. I feel like there's some sort of board game out there where it reinforces that exact play that just happened. 2 dribbles off of something, you know, the players had to be at the exact positions at the exact time, and he hit it just right.
We are going to see Boise State keep up the aggression there. LC Coro and Cosmo Buster want to keep that ball down. The San Jose State offense maybe wilting a little bit there. Didi, though, right to Toaster Doggo, but Cosmo Buster gets the save. It's Johnny plays it off the wall, but LC Coro beats anyone from San Jose State there. Tried to get the follow-up, Cosmo Buster did. Just a little bit too far behind the ball. Ace Pocket going to follow it up. Didi does get that save, though, but he will keep that ball down there. It's Johnny gets beat to the ball by LC Coro. Toaster Doggo going to put it very high up in the air. Cosmo Buster didn't quite have the momentum he wanted there to get a great shot. Cosmo Buster then puts it back up in the air. Here comes Ace Pocket right into Ace Johnny, and then unfortunately Cosmo Buster can't beat it, but Didi gets an interesting bounce off of his car here. So now San Jose State, Jolly, finds themselves in the opposite situation where they need 2 goals and they need them quickly.
It looks like since Boise State has really kept the aggression on, they've also had full control of boost. San Jose makes a great shot, but Cosmo Buster is the savior, and he was actually backed up there by LC Coro, also in position to prevent that shot from going through. And right there is a prime example. They don't have enough now from all of the defending they've done. They don't have enough boost to actually make offensive plays. Boise State definitely has them here. Didi finds a good shot. Was not granted that savior, but Cosmo Buster certainly the savior on that one. He's just out of boost, but he got enough to line himself up there. LC Coro trying to follow it up, and Cosmo Buster now back on the defensive. LC Coro ends up demoing Toaster Doggo. That gives him a couple seconds of an advantage. Coming down to 40 seconds, though, SJSU needs to act fast.
Yes, they do, and with Cosmo Buster there, it's hard to get a quality shot on goal. Toaster Doggo will keep it in the Broncos side until LC Coro plays it up over the wall. Unfortunately, DD intercepts that pass. Ace Pocket is there to slow it down. DD runs into him, and now Cosmo Buster going to disrupt. It's Johnny. Toaster Doggo misses the shot on goal, unfortunately. That ball just slowly crawling in front of the Broncos net. Nobody there to follow it up for San Jose State. Just 15 seconds left now. A shot on goal is high. LC Coro doesn't get credit for the save as the goalpost was there with a high cross.
I saw the halo.
Yeah.
It was above his head.
Yes,
the car.
He deserved the save there. Just 5 seconds left. We're going to see DD miss on the ball. That might be enough. The ball hits the ground, so Boise State takes game 2.
Very impressive play. It sounds like they took all of your advice there, Wayton. And it went wonderfully. And it almost seemed also like San Jose there on the other end was really faltering just to find their footing to respond to Boise State's aggressive plays, because for that, primarily in that first round, they were the ones on the aggressive side. Boise State really just trying to keep their defense up, and that just shows how well of a job they were doing focusing on that defense. And now that they've been able to kind of crack the egg that is San Jose there a little bit, they have found access to the good stuff, that's for sure. And it seems like this is something that they can stick with, but if San Jose manages to maybe snag some more boost from them, is it worth it for Boise State to go back on the defensive, or should we just keep this aggressive play up?
It's pretty hard to say. You know, when I go against an aggressive team like this that has way better offense than defense, I usually like to just not let up on offense, because as soon as you go on defense, that's where they thrive. So you want to keep that from happening usually. So if you can keep them, keep all that pressure, keep them from getting boost and score a goal before they can possibly get some sort of counterattack or get enough pressure to just break through the defense, then you're going to be doing pretty well.
And you guys have pretty steel minds as well, so you tend to thrive at the mind games as well. And even if it's just so much as making a couple good plays in a row, that can be enough to tilt somebody in Rocket League, because you're limited on time. You know, you get a few goals down for the other team, and it can be the end of it. Boise State, though, has tied this up. We are going into round number 3. DD right off the bat finds a demolition onto LC Coro, and Boise State wants to continue this momentum that they have found and keep SJSU at 0 goals for another round.
For now, San Jose State is going to keep that ball down there, but It's Johnny is going to misplay that one, so LC Coro able to get it out. Toaster Doggo with the cross-court shot. This time, though, the goalpost working for Boise State, but the follow-up from It's Johnny right there to make it 1-0.
You just see San Jose State, once again, their pressure just coming out. Boise State not able to read their offense on defense, and they just breach through the defense. Well done from San Jose State.
Less than 30 seconds in is what we always expect to see at some point, though, in the rounds that consist of a Boise State Gridiron Rivals match, especially one that is already as heated right off the bat with this. Ace Pocket with a beautiful fly-through. Makes it past 2 members there, but one of SJSU does find the deflect, so they're going to keep it at 1-0. Ace Pocket trying to line this one up for another shot. He cannot get through 3 members there of San Jose, though, and they're going to send it back over to Boise State side.
Cosmo Buster disrupts that one, but DD rudely runs into him. A demo off screen on LC Coro. It's Johnny, but not enough as DD gets the second goal in the first minute.
The slow bounce. That one was brutal.
That was so impressive from DD. Sets it up for himself, finishes it off just on his own. It's just so impressive to see a mechanical play like that.
And we're seeing those kinds of plays from every member here from San Jose. So really, we can already tell that they are high-ranked players. And they've got the teamwork that we were talking about before the game started that is necessary, in particular in this game. Cosmo Buster has found it with the assistance of Ace Pocket there.
That was just, again, Boise State breaching the defense. San Jose, very strong offense, not a strong defense. If they can breach them like that more often, then this is going to be really well done from Boise State.
It seems they essentially, when they go on to the offense from having to be on defense at any point, they have no boost. Or when they go back to defense, they have no boost because they've wasted it all on these offensive plays. And if Boise State does manage to fend them off that long, they do have priority, and they're making good use of this. 3 minutes now and 43 seconds on the clock is more than enough time for Boise State to get one more goal. That would tie it up, and it would give somebody the chance to be at match game.
As we are going to see Toaster Doggo disrupted there by Cosmo Buster. Ball going to stay there, plays it off his roof. Didi, though, stops LC Coro's push there. Ace Pocket and Didi run right into each other, and we see a demo right below. Cosmo Buster is going to get a shot. Just a little bit right, though. Tries to just go up there with Toaster Doggo. Ball goes over the corner. Ace Pocket plays it high off the crossbar there. It's Johnny, just barely beats LC Coro to the ball. Cosmo Buster disrupts any sort of offensive pressure San Jose State wants to play, as the Broncos are going to keep the ball down there. Toaster Doggo pushes it away. Cosmo Buster, they able to disrupt it. Now we're seeing the offensive Bronco team. Didi disrupts that, but here we see Ace Pocket almost in position, ran out of boost, and it's Johnny now. Can get that clear. LC Coro misplays around that ball. Toaster Doggo shot on goal. Cosmo Buster as the last line of defense is there to get it. LC Coro right over to Cosmo Buster. Ace Pocket now going to have to fall back. We've seen a lot of very offensive plays, Jolly.
These teams are so even as well that it seems like if one team is lacking on boost, the other team is also. And the second the boost comes up, there's a high shot from Toaster Doggo that doesn't make it through. The second the boost comes up, at least several members there of Boise State find it. Cosmo Buster with another one, another assist from Ace Pocket, who is just lining these up for Boise State.
Once again, Boise State taking advantage of San Jose State's over-aggression, and they just pass it on a redirect play, scores on the open net before San Jose State can recover.
So Boise State found the equalizer they need. Who can get the advantage here in Game 3 in this best of 7? Ace Pocket going to push it down to Toaster Doggo. Going to see a demo, but unfortunately the ball goes the wrong way. Ace Pocket disrupts Toaster Doggo, though, who then launches Cosmo Buster up into the roof. Didi and Ace Pocket both going to go for the ball. Ace Pocket gets that redirect, though. He is out of boost, gets one that just had spawned, but unfortunately runs right into a member of the Spartans. Cosmo Buster there to follow it up. LC Coro can't quite get the good angle as Toaster Doggo plays it around Ace Pocket, but a great play there with limited boost to get to it.
He did give up that corner boost. He didn't even attempt to see if it was there. Might have been able to make a play off of that, but he finds a great shot. Toaster Doggo happened to be in a great position as well, and there LC Coro's going to snag that boost away from Didi. It's back onto Boise State's defensive side. They have to move this one away before SJSU is able to find the boost that they need, and they crave on this offensive zone. LC Coro trying to line himself up for a shot here. He's going to take it, and he is barely going to go high, hitting the crossbar there. Still on SJSU's side, though, and now LC Coro's looking for the follow-up.
Fortunately, though, Toaster Doggo does play it around him, though. Cosmo Buster there for the ball. It's Johnny and LC Coro both going to miss on it, so that ball goes right down to Ace Pocket, whose dribble that is disrupted by Didi. Cosmo Buster keeps it alive, pushes it down to Ace Pocket there. He does get the corner boost. LC Coro shot on goal, but it's Johnny coming out of nowhere to get the save. The San Jose State Spartan. A double commit for Boise State. Cosmo Buster and Ace Pocket ran into each other and almost scored on their own net. LC Coro plays it around one member, though. Toaster Doggo there. It's Johnny disrupts his own shot. Cosmo Buster gets run into there. Just 50 seconds left. Though Ace Pocket does play around one member, sets it up for LC Coro, but unfortunately just not quite the touch Boise State needed. But Cosmo Buster is there. Now that ball's going to go back. Ace Pocket stops it from going any further back, tries to get the shot. Cosmo Buster runs right into it as well. This ball's staying on the San Jose State half until just now. Toaster Doggo plays it around. LC Coro is there. Didi going to play it right into LC Coro. The corner boost spawns. Nobody's going to get it. And we're going to keep going here. Everybody was freaked out there for just a second. Ace Pocket going to take a shot on goal. Was the blue screen enough to distract San Jose State? No, it wasn't. Didi's there. Cosmo Buster keeps it alive high off the wall. Ace Pocket can't quite get there. Now LC Coro smartly going to fall back. Just 10 seconds left. Can anybody get a second goal here, Waiting, or do you start playing for overtime?
You want to look for those openings if you can get them, but you don't want to over-aggress and get a counterattack on you. So you just want to play safe mainly, but if the opportunity opens up, you got to take it.
They like these opportunities sitting at 0 seconds right now for Boise State. We've seen it many, many times, but we haven't seen it against them, and I'm just glad that we're not going to yet tonight. Boise State sitting at the tie, and another one of their specialties, they have a lot of these, is overtime.
Yes, we're going to see overtime here. Golden goal, and Didi almost ends it 8 seconds in. Boise State has to try and wait for the San Jose State Spartan offense to sort of fall apart once the boost go down. Another shot on goal from It's Johnny. Cosmo Buster is there. LC Coro can't get around Didi, but Ace Pocket will do that right to LC Coro, but unfortunately, he's just a little too slow, so he can't get that shot. Ace Pocket commits as well. It is a 2-on-2. Cosmo Buster disrupts that. Toaster Doggo sets it up off the wall. LC Coro and It's Johnny die in the mid, but Ace Pocket the first one back there. So many just gut-wrenching moments here, and we're not even a minute into overtime, Jolly.
Those moments when you have to make a defensive play, but it's towards the direction of your own goal, my heart stops every single time. Cosmo Buster there with a beautiful touchback, ends up sending it back towards his own side. Hopefully for the follow-up there from LC Coro. Ace Pocket is going to find it, though. It's Johnny. Ends up getting a shot on goal, and there, Boise State needed the clear, and they found it. Didi, however, was the first one to touch that ball. Boise State narrowly misses that offensive clear. However, they're able to follow this one. And again, Didi everywhere at once here, really coming clutch for San Jose. Ace Pocket! Oh, so close.
Mitch Johnny was just in time for that ball to save it. Toaster Doggo pushes up to Didi, but LC Curl's keeping the aggression on. Cosmo Buster wants to keep it up as well, but It's Johnny is able to touch that. Ace Pocket will stop it from going into the Broncos' offensive side right until Didi gets it. He's going to play it up the midfield. LC Curl disrupts that. That ball almost rolled into the Broncos' goal. Very disturbing when you can't see a goalkeeper back there, but they did get the save. Cosmo Buster tries to dribble it out. Didi is there, misses on it. LC Curl goes high as well, and Ace Pocket gets the save and the clear. LC Curl, the shot on goal. And he gets it there!
Again, a counterattack for Boise State. San Jose State just getting a little bit too greedy on offense, and Boise State really coming out to punish it with another redirect play.
Toaster Doggo from the other side of the field, he had basically full boost and tried to zip his way all the way there, but he was the only one on his team that had boost because of those aggressive plays. So Boise State, once again, finding exactly what they need to, that Achilles heel of the opposing team. There we can see Cosmo Buster, Ace Pocket, and LC Coro sitting a little bit swapped in that order, but Cosmo Buster, lucky for him, it was a little to the left there. Now Didi trying to follow this one up, but It's Johnny finds that first touch. Ace Pocket and It's Johnny just waiting for that boost to spawn. We can see them stalling there slightly. Boise State, I believe, were the ones to take that. It's Johnny now using the little bit that he has, and it is going to be a boost war here very shortly because everyone is making these plays on low levels.
As that ball will clear down to the San Jose State side. Cosmo Buster tries to play it off the wall, but Didi will get it, plays it around LC Coro, but the demo from Cosmo Buster disrupts what was a very pretty dribble there for San Jose State. Toaster Doggo gets the shot on goal. LC Coro going to get that save as well. It's Johnny, can't quite disrupt that one. It'll play high off the wall, but he's still the first one there. Another shot on goal. Cosmo Buster gets what is probably like a double-digit save at this point. That one didn't quite count, but it probably should have. LC Coro does get demoed, though, by Didi. It's Johnny going to keep the ball down there. An open net goal, a double commit, but Ace Pocket does get the save. Ball rolling all the way across until Toaster Doggo is able to save it. He gets a shot on goal. Ace Pocket does get the save and wait, and it feels like at this point Boise State is entering 20 saves.
San Jose State has all the pressure right now, but we're finally seeing some sort of shift. And again, San Jose State double committing again. This is an opportunity for Boise State, and so close. San Jose State continues to double commit, but they're barely hanging on to this.
Boise State is playing so perfectly. I swear the last 60 to 120 seconds I've been sitting here waiting to just shout, and Boise State makes the shot there. 120 left on the clock. That's plenty of time for them if they can continue with these amazing defensive plays and then follow them up with the incredible aggressive plays. SJSU has managed to find 3 members in their goal. Very successful, though, and Boise State just needs to find a quick opening to tie this up, even bringing it in overtime.
That's a shot.
Cosmo Buster high off the crossbar. LC Coro can't quite get there, but Ace Pocket didn't quite have the angle he wanted. He'll wait for Toaster Doggo, who whips on the ball. It's Johnny's going to play that one off the wall. Double shot. Ace Pocket, though, I think they might have hit each other. So a double save for San Jose State. Didi is able to get the clear. LC Coro will stop that, though, and keep it in the Spartan side. Ace Pocket plays it off the wall. Going to try and follow it up. Doesn't look like he has any boost, though. So It's Johnny gets a shot right to LC Coro. But Didi's there for the save once again. 2 members in the Spartan goal, but Ace Pocket says we're going to keep this ball down here until Didi finally gets a clear, and it goes over Cosmo Buster. Toaster Doggo plays it off the wall. We do see Ace Pocket get the demo. That might have saved a goal, as we are down to the final 20 seconds here in Game 4 of this Gridiron Series. LC Coro stops Toaster Doggo, but San Jose State going to keep the pressure up. A demo on the goal, and that might be what they need to take it.
I'm just mind blown how San Jose State barely managed to not get scored on so many times. They're making a lot of mistakes, but you're just barely hanging on, getting barely the touches they needed to stay alive.
I feel like they heard us say that their defensive wasn't very good, and they're like, excuse me, let me show you something really quickly, and that is going to secure them likely this first round unless Boise State can really make some aggressive plays immediately, but it does not look like it as we count down to 5 seconds, and 3 members of San Jose there have parked inside of the goal box. There it goes, final touch, and another tie up, this time San Jose going to lead the tie here. So we're going to go into round number 5 for a tiebreaker for the match point, but potentially still several more rounds to go through. This is why I love Rocket League.
This has been one of the closest series we've seen in the best of 7, Boise State against San Jose State in the Gridiron Series. This has been one of the closest series I've seen, Wade, and it feels so back and forth.
It really is. You know, you see Boise State having so much pressure, and then it just shifts right over in like San Jose State, and then goes back and forth. It's hard to tell which team has the advantage here. You know, we see San Jose State taking the first game, Boise State taking the second, and now San Jose with the third. It's so back and forth.
That's what we like to see, though, because that leads to more rounds, but it's not some team just being granted goals. It is really, as we've talked about so many times already, finding disadvantages in a team and then both teams taking advantage of that. And it's just, it's this cycle. It's this beautiful cycle of just good Rocket League. That's what we love to see. And in particular, I love San Jose State University Esports. I absolutely adore them. In particular, at the Mountain West Esports Showdown, they were just some of the friendliest group of people. They were more than willing to help out because I was a caster just looking for information. They're just a bunch of really, really good people. So it is nice to see them very, very successful coming into this Rocket League since we never played them, at least in one of those tournaments against San Jose. Now, right off the bat, they are a very impressive team.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing that they're a force to be reckoned with here. I mean, we came into this not knowing anything, like you said, Jolly, about this team, and so far they have, I'm not going to say taken it to Boise State, but they've let Boise State know that they are something to mess with here as we are going to jump into Game 5 here. The series tied at 2, and no, we're not actually.
There we are.
Well,
That's
might have been a bad server. Usually when it's a bad server,
there's no
then you
cars
see
left, so...
The slow roll?
It eventually should score, right?
Yeah, we are going to restart that match. That was just a quick drop. So heading back into that one, that's usually not enough to rattle anybody mentally. Boise State in particular is a very strong one, but hopefully we'll jump right back into that game. Like you mentioned, it is that Game 5, so we are currently sitting at a tie, but still 2 more wins to actually win. So this is where we call it, right? This is where we bet. Are we expecting to see more of the back and forth, or do you guys think one of these teams can take it from here on?
I think it's just going to be more back and forth. It's really interesting because, you know, San Jose State, they're like the mechanical team. They're very good mechanically, definitely better than Boise State. But Boise State, much more of a team-based team. You know, they're working together way better. So it's interesting to see, like, which strategy is going to work out better.
And in certain times, you know, both of them do have an advantage. It seems like the more well-rounded one is what we would kind of expect, at least in terms of teamwork there. Didi getting a demolition onto LC Coro right off the bat. Boise State trying to make an aggressive play. They are going to keep it over on that offensive side for San Jose. A bit of clumping from them. LC Coro with an easy save there. No boost needed, but it was snagged away from him there. It's Johnny going to steal the ball. Ace Pocket going to take it right on back.
So we are going to see Boise State once again trying to survive this early San Jose State onslaught. Didi sets it up, but Cosmo Buster there for the clear. Unfortunately, right into Toaster Doggo. Can't quite play it off the wall. No boost. Toaster Doggo tries to play that one right over to LC Coro. Didi misses on that one, but it's Johnny is there for the follow-up. There's Didi once again. The demo comes out, but off the right crossbar. Boise State has that fourth teammate they so desperately need right now, the crossbar. LC Coro going to play that down. Didi can't quite disrupt it. Full boost stolen by LC Coro. Can't quite make a play off of it, though. Ace Pocket tries to set up. We see Cosmo Buster just off screen, waiting for his opportunity. But Didi was there to get credit for the save. LC Coro wants to keep it down there, though. Didi off the wall. That might be enough for a clear. Ace Pocket says no. LC Carl going to play that one off the wall. Unfortunately, Didi beats him to the ball, so this one will be cleared down. Odd double commit there by San Jose State, though, Jolly.
I keep expecting to see more negative plays or responses from the clumping, but their clumping is so strategic. It's not even considered clumping. They're just playing close together, and they manage to have exactly what they need to go on those aggressive plays. Boise State is now finding those clears that we were talking about them finding before, and San Jose has found a response to it. So Boise State needs to kind of adjust their play style, and I think it's back to the boost game because San Jose has kind of been taking advantage of that and stealing it away from Boise State. And as I say it, a great aggressive play from Ace Pocket, not the boost to follow it up as he actually blew it all in the air on the way over.
Cosmo Buster does try and keep it down there, though. It's Johnny. Tried to pass to Didi. Didn't quite get to it, though. LC Coro will stop. It's Johnny and the Spartans from getting that. LC Coro plays it around Didi as well. Just one member to beat, but Toaster Doggo is there. LC Coro going to have to fall back, but Ace Pocket keeps that ball going for going deep into the Broncos side. Cosmo Buster takes it down to the Spartans side. Didi, though, tries to disrupt it. Runs right into Cosmo Buster, but a high shot on goal. LC Coro has to get back. A great play off the crossbar, hitting it towards his own goal. You usually don't recommend that, but he had exactly the right angle to stop a follow-up shot from the Spartans. Toaster Doggo, though, is going to keep it down. Plays around Ace Pocket. Didi, though, whiffs on the ball. LC Coro there to get it. And now Cosmo Buster feints out. It's Johnny, a great play, but he will knock him off the ball. Toaster Doggo passes it over to Didi in the Spartan zone. And a double whip there. LC Coro takes advantage. But Toaster Doggo was there for the save. Cosmo Buster now going to play it off the bar. Another shot for Boise State. Ace Pocket's high. No follow-up there. A clear and jolly. Boise State is getting so close.
And it looks like the crossbar has subbed in for San Jose as well here, as Boise State now is hitting a little bit left, a little bit high, and a little bit right, but they found some sort of advantage. Cosmo Buster, a good shot, not enough boost to follow it up there. It's Johnny, finds the save, and Didi manages to get this one around Ace Pocket here. Boise State is all lined up, though, on the defensive here, so if they can make a solid clear and follow that play up, they can possibly put a point on the board. But a minute 30 now left on the clock, and 0-0 means that these teams are really hitting a brick wall in terms of finding that Achilles heel or finding that little opening.
Yeah, the crossbar has done a great job of keeping this game scoreless. Ace Pocket gets Didi to the ball, but Toaster Doggo's still there to kill her down in the Broncos side. This one's going to go high off the crossbar. LC Coro beats Didi to the ball. Ace Pocket and Cosmo Buster double commit, but the demo comes out and a save from LC Coro. That's going to keep him in this. Wait, and you called this. This is back and forth. What can a team do to capitalize with just a minute left?
Well, at least for Boise State, I'm seeing they're putting oh my goodness, just such a great shot from Toaster Doggo. Boise State was trying to get on offense there, as I was saying, that, they're putting on the right amount of shots, but the shots just aren't quality enough. I guarantee they have more shots than San Jose State right now. It's just they're not as good. The placement isn't as good.
They're a little bit more scattered for sure, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they try to line these up knowing that they don't have a ton of boost, and so they want to use it all at the right time, which is generally early on, realizing that maybe they should have saved a little bit for after the fact. Didi ends up playing a game with a wall right there. San Jose trying to line this one up. It's Johnny finds the exit. Cosmo Buster finds a full boost there in the corner, though, and he's going to try to carry this one across and dribble it. LC Coro helps him out just a little bit. As we can see, he was lacking in speed. He is still on the defensive side, though, with a fantastic clear. Ace Pocket tried to bump that one away, but it's Johnny found it. And again, the teamwork really coming in clutch there for Boise State as they keep this ball on the aggressive. There's an opening! LC Coro ties it up, 13 seconds left.
That's a rare mechanical mistake from San Jose State. Cosmo Buster putting it off that corner there. Just Toaster just catching himself in a bad spot. LC Coro taking advantage of it perfectly.
Great job there by Boise State. Jolly, you said in game one that sometimes Boise State's best work comes when there's 10 seconds or less left on the clock. 13 left there to find the equalizer and prevent San Jose State for now. The Spartans are going to match point.
Yeah,
as I was trying to compliment
that one we could
Boise
see
State
coming. I mean, you can see two members of San Jose immediately following that one up. Nobody from Boise State. And once again, it comes down to the boost that I was just talking about. I think that advantage that San Jose has found that Boise State actually held at the early rounds is that boost management right now, and Boise State is really oh my goodness, as I say it, don't let that ball touch the ground.
Oh my goodness.
The Spartans are going to take that, and this does mean it is match point for them, but Boise State can easily tie this one up if they get control of that boost.
That was almost just a complete plot twist. We see San Jose State. We thought it was going to go overtime with Boise State scoring with 13 seconds. San Jose State scoring to get that lead back, right, responding quickly. And then Boise State almost tying it up again. It's just, my mind is boggled right now.
That's where a lot of the aggression comes from these high-level teams, because you got to give it your all at a certain point, you know, especially if you're close. So it's this fine line of when do we completely commit to the aggression? When do we say if we don't score now, we're not going to win, and kind of let up on the defensive? And when do you have that area of we have enough time to potentially defend and then make a play off of that? So maintaining defensive aggressive. Boise State and San Jose really both doing a great job of finding what works well for them. But, you know, I know I've said it a couple times in the past 60 seconds, but I really think that if Boise State needs to focus on one thing going into this potential final round, it would be keeping that boost away from San Jose and preventing them from making those aggressive plays.
That's right, yeah. I think the boost is really what it comes down to at this point. They've tried everything else, you know. They've got to try new things.
Yep.
San Jose State is still taking it to them. I think the boost is the next thing they've got to try.
You just got to score more goals than your opponent. That's the easiest thing right there.
You just got to get good, I
exactly.
guess, is the moral.
That's the easiest way.
Thank you, Coach Fish.
No problem. That's what I'm here for, as LC Coro tries to go off the 50-50 ball. Boise State realizing they're up against match point against the Spartans, have to be on the aggressive. Cosmo Buster, a pass right to him. I don't even know if he knew it was there, and he scores.
That was such a unique play. You see Cosmo Buster, he was just trying to rotate out, and then all of a sudden he sees the ball just coming right at him, a pass from Ace Pocket, and he just puts it right in. Such a pure reactionary play.
Beautiful. And Boise State getting an early lead is not something we've really seen in these matches. It has taken, 30 to 60 seconds. That one, all they needed was 12 on the board to find a goal. So if they can keep this aggression up, maybe keep SJSU a little bit tilty. LC Coro with a beautiful setup. It's Johnny who's going to prevent him from lining that up with the front of the goal, though. Ace Pocket doing a little bit of bullying here as he bumps away. Toaster Doggo and Cosmo Buster with a beautiful cover around manages to snag that one away. Oh, man, some of these plays, in particular, Cosmo Buster always drives these sleek cars, so they look extra cool.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that yesterday. Cosmo Buster coming out again with the solo plays. You don't see much of that from LC Coro and Ace Pocket, so that's really something that Cosmo Buster have that really thrives over everyone else in the game.
And now 4:23 on the clock. Boise State has 2 on goal. Almost a third one as LC Coro there does get a shot. Didi finds the save. LC Coro immediately follows that one up with a demolition. He's like, you guys are talking about Cosmo Buster a lot. Are you forgetting about me?
As we are going to see that one pushed down there. Toaster Doggo does get the demo on LC Coro, so Ace Pocket as the last line of defense does have to just clear that ball down. It's Johnny O. High whip off the wall. Toaster Doggo stuttered just a little bit. Ace Pocket tried to take advantage. LC Coro puts it up. Didi right to Cosmo Buster, who's there to disrupt that, but unfortunately Didi with a perfect land onto that ball, so he will keep it down. We are going to see a demo come off screen. It's Johnny going to try to play off the crossbar. He just misses, and that demo so key. There was no follow-up there for the Spartans because that third member had just respawned, so that was a clutch demo. Ace Pocket will stop Didi from keeping that ball in this Boise State net, but it will stay on the Broncos side. It's Johnny, plays around Ace Pocket, but LC Coro is there for the long clear. Toaster Doggo and Didi have to race back Jolly, but no one's there for Boise State to quite get the follow-up as LC Coro hits it off the wall.
They did have the boost necessary to move back on that defensive play. Didi has been getting bullied a little bit here. He does make a beautiful shot. He had a lot of momentum going into that one, so Boise State needed to line themselves up perfectly, and they managed to do so, as we have seen so many times already tonight. As we're coming down on 2-3 minutes, San Jose is really going to need to turn on the aggression here, and it seems like Boise State has had essentially full control of boost here.
Wow.
What a beautiful shot, a beautiful save, and then a beautiful follow-up. This is just so pretty.
I like to call that the change-up. You see Cosmo Buster about to get a power shot, and he just gives him the reverse card, just hitting him with a soft shot. SJSU just not ready for it. LC Coro finishing that off.
It was a really good save. I would have to go back and say I think it was Toaster Doggo or somebody that they were going the opposite direction, flipped themselves back at the perfect time to bounce the ball back away, and it just was not enough to prevent 2 members of Boise State there, as Didi had missed the ball at that point. So almost halfway now into this round, and this would tie things up once more. It has been a day of ties and tiebreakers, but this round will not break any at the moment. We're going to be going into match point no matter what next game. If we do see another one, San Jose still has the chance, though, to actually take this entire match if they manage to find some feisty offensive plays here. Boise State is unrelenting, but 3 is not impossible, that's for sure.
Now, Boise State is not going to be just happy clearing the ball down, but every time you clear that ball down, those are precious seconds that are ticking off. LC Coro does play it around 2 members of the Spartans, but Toaster Doggo is there. Ace Pocket going to play it off the wall, but unfortunately couldn't quite get a right angle. Out of bounds again off Toaster Doggo. So Cosmo Buster will play it off the Broncos side, play it around Didi, and then that ball is going to die right in the midfield. LC Coro just went a little bit under it. The shot on goal, but Ace Pocket keeps the shutout going for the Broncos. We see a demo off screen. Toaster Doggo with the follow-up. No third member once again for the Spartans. These demos have been so clutch for Boise State in this game, facing off against match point. It's Johnny will play it. Ace Pocket knocks him off, though, Jolly.
I think one of the big things I'm seeing as well is in retaliation, or in response, I guess, right immediately after we make these aggressive plays, we're seeing from San Jose full committal. They assume either that ball is going to go through or hopefully one of their teammates is going to be able to recover. Boise State generally tries to place themselves into a position where if they are fully committing, they're going to be able to immediately turn around and potentially make a defensive play off of that. San Jose, however, has not quite taken that. LC Coro is going to find a shot on goal. It's Johnny is going to find another halo for himself there. San Jose shows us, yes, their defense is very strong.
LC Coro will stop that one. Didi, though, going to get to it. The Spartans have to press, and they've got to get a goal quickly if they want to stop this game from going to Game 7. But Ace Pocket sort of feints it down. It's Johnny realizes that can take a shot high off the crossbar. Gets a demo as well, which opens the goal. Spartans are still alive.
You see, it's Johnny. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get a second touch on that. The only thing he had left to do was demo one of the defenders for Boise State, and we see a double commit from Cosmo Buster and Ace Pocket to just put the cherry on top. Toaster just finishing it off.
Boise State managed to find 3 goals in the first, minute 30. So we'll see if San Jose can find another 2 in the next 40 seconds here. Maybe take this home if they really find those aggressive plays. But Boise State's defense has just been clean from second 1.
So we are going to see with just 30 seconds left. LC Coro plays it over Toaster Doggo. Ace Pocket has to fall back against the boost. Didi able to stop that one from going into the Spartans' net, but Cosmo Buster there with the follow-up. Ace Pocket slowly stalking his prey, waiting for an opportunity. Unfortunately, Didi is going to knock him off the ball. The Spartans now, they need to score probably in the next 2 seconds here to have a chance. Ace Pocket going to do his best to stop that one away, push it off for the try and clear it. Didi, though, right to the other member as we see a demo right in front of our screen, but with 1 second left, it's impossible, I believe, for San Jose State to score 2 goals. Boise State tried to end it with their own, but we're going to Game 7.
My goodness, once again, the crossbar MVP ends up preventing LC Coro from flexing a little bit on San Jose there, but we are at full match point here. There we can see our beautiful players staying hydrated as they need to do. Speaking of which, that's what I'm going to do too. Here we are against San Jose. We are following this up with some League of Legends, once again against the Spartans here as gridiron rivals. So we're going to be playing them all night long, and we're going to round it out with some Overwatch a little bit later on. So a fun night packed with games, and Boise State is really going to be working hard tonight if the rest of San Jose is just as impressive as their Rocket League team.
Yeah, we could be in for a lot of Game 3s, Game 5s, Game 7s. We could be here till midnight at this point.
I need to stop yelling then, is what you're saying.
Well, it's hard to not yell in a game as exciting as this. Going into Game 7, Waiting, any advantage for either side for Boise State maybe forcing a Game 7 or versus San Jose State, who knows they can, maybe take it to the Broncos?
I think this game is really dependent on how well San Jose State plays. They seem to be in control. It's just, are they going to make the mistakes or not? If they're solid on offense, there's almost nothing Boise State can do. But if they're making mistakes on defense, Boise State is going to capitalize. So I think it really comes down to the amount of mistakes that San Jose State plays.
And Boise State's play style, as classic Boise State Rocket League, just gets cleaner and cleaner as the rounds go on. And now as we are on to number 7, the maximum number of rounds we ever see here in the Boise State Game Pants Arena. they are going to immediately be aggressive right off the bat. And I think that strategy that we recommended of focusing boost certainly works well for them, because San Jose was struggling there. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Can LC Coro follow it up? Toaster Doggo with a great vertical hit, actually. Cosmo Buster trying to line this one up for the rest of his team. Ace Pocket does send it over. It's Johnny, the third member, does find that ball. But Boise State is going to keep this one on San Jose's side. They don't want to allow them to have any aggressive plays here, and they want to keep control of the boost. There's another one. LC Coro immediately splitting off and going for that to prevent two members of San Jose who are in a potential area to snag that as well. So clearly, very high focus from Boise State, and it's working out quite well.
We are going to see Ace Pocket stop any shot on goal. A demo, though, comes out from It's Johnny. That'll disrupt the Bronco offense. LC Coro tries to commit for that, but It's Johnny will play it around him. He did steal the corner boost, though, from the Spartans. Ace Pocket going to keep this up. And now Toaster Doggo with the long clear, but Cosmo Buster able to get that save to keep this at a 0-0 game here in winner-take-all game 7. LC Coro, as we see a demo come out from Cosmo Buster, plays that one off the wall right to Ace Pocket. Pushes it down to Cosmo Buster. Great offensive play there by the Broncos. Ace Pocket disrupts Didi there. And now the Spartans sort of messing around with the ball there a little bit. A double commit. Now Toaster Doggo will hit it backwards. This ball going to stay on the Spartans side, though. We are going to see It's Johnny go down for the clear. Toaster Doggo can't quite get to the ball. LC Coro will beat him to it, but it's still a not friendly wall bounce for the Broncos. Ace Pocket off the wall. It's Johnny, the setup to Didi. Tries to play it around LC Coro. He does that successfully. It's Johnny, the follow-up. He rammed Didi's card in Cosmo Buster for the defense. That's one of the greatest plays I think I've ever seen without any sort of save or option coming up for Boise State. Didi going to keep that pressure up. We are going to see the ball play around by Toaster Doggo. This could be a long clearing shot, but It's Johnny waiting was just there to save. Boise State taking advantage of some of these miscues you've talked about from the Spartans defense. Yeah,
San Jose State trying to use their mechanical advantage to take it the goal early on here as we're reaching halfway point. You know, we see Cosmo Buster and Ace Pocket. They're really trying to get those passing plays together, trying to center it up, but it doesn't seem to be working out because San Jose State's mechanics are just too good. But it's just, you know, I'm seeing a lot of pressure from both teams. It's hard to say who has the advantage right now.
Boise State hopefully will find it here. At least if you're a Bronco, that's what you want. If you're a Spartan, you want to see more of these aggressive plays from San Jose and a little bit less of Boise State managing to sneak this ball around the Spartans. There, Toaster Doggo managed to find a great one from LC Coro. He's going to bring it onto the offensive, but did not have enough boost to follow that one up. He's going to find the corner boost there. It's Johnny. Finds a good setup there, and just too little too late was Didi on that aggressive play. He's going to have to reset himself. Likely used all of his boost on that one. LC Coro does miss the aerial shot, but Ace Pocket and Cosmo Buster were ready on the defensive. Didi finds a fantastic one, as it seems like that boost advantage has momentarily gone in favor of San Jose. And another demolition. Aggression across the board. Aggressive plays any way they can coming from San Jose.
As Didi will steal that corner boost, keep the ball on the Broncos side, knocks Cosmo Buster off the ball, but LC Coro able to get it. Toaster Doggo going to set it up, and Ace Pocket will get the clear, so Boise State can breathe a sigh of relief for now with just a minute 20 left in this winner-take-all game 7. LC Coro can't quite play it around. It's Johnny, but Ace Pocket is there to try and clear it out, but Toaster Doggo gets a shot on goal. Cosmo Buster does get the save, but Didi keeps that ball in the Broncos side as he's going to try and play it off the wall. Takes an odd angle. It's Johnny, does steal the corner boost, gets the demo on the goalie, but nobody was there for the Spartans to follow it up. That ball just sat in front of the Broncos goal for 5 seconds, but It's Johnny going to keep the ball down there. Ace Pocket plays it off the wall. Cosmo Buster can't quite beat Didi to the ball, but he will disrupt his dribble, but Toaster Doggo keeping the Spartans' offensive pressure up. Great play by LC Coro, dribbling around him. It's Johnny, though, the follow-up and the knock. Didi going to keep this one here as well. It's Johnny for the follow-up.
Oh!
Beautiful.
Again, we see a combination of the mechanical plays from SJSU and the passing play. It's Johnny just finishing that off from the beautiful pass from DD.
44 seconds left on the clock, though. Plenty of time for Boise State to follow this one up. And we've seen it many times before. This is the best part of the game for the Broncos here. That last little sprint.
He's got it!
With the assist from the crossbar, finds the evening goal there for Boise State. 38 seconds left, and they found what they needed.
That was so impressive from Ace Pocket. Getting the triple tap, the first touch to put it up in the air, the second to put it off the backboard, and the final third touch to finish it off on the open net. Very well done.
for Boise State. You've got to be careful. We saw this earlier in this series, a Bronco late goal. Thought we were headed to overtime, and then San Jose State, the Spartans, scoring with just 7 seconds left. So either team, the Broncos or the Spartans, probably doesn't want to go to overtime here. Ace Pocket going to put a shot down. Toaster Doggo will disrupt that one. Cosmo Buster can't quite get to it. Ace Pocket with just 10 seconds left does play it around. It's Johnny right over to Cosmo Buster, who can't get it over Didi. Ace Pocket does disrupt him. Keeps that ball on the Spartan side for maybe one last shot. Crossbar would have got that one from It's Johnny, but there's still 3 seconds left. 2 and 1 touches the ground, Jolly, and it's overtime.
Overtime. Boise State loves overtime. This tends to go in their favor generally relatively early. It doesn't matter, actually, honestly, now that I think about it. It doesn't matter if it's a long game in the overtime. It doesn't matter really if it's right off the bat. They are quite successful here in San Jose. Already knows it, as we can see two sitting ready to play defensively there. Now they are going to find an aggressive one. LC Coro with a very clutch save that was very close to creeping into the goal. Toaster Doggo going to keep this one on Boise State's side. And now as those full boosts spawn, can Boise State get anything? And 3 missed touches there. San Jose, though, seemed quite dominant over ball control to start this one off.
Felt like a little bit of a miscommunication at the very end. It looked like a pass to It's Johnny, but he didn't even jump up for it. So Boise State maybe gets a little bit lucky there that the Spartans couldn't find the net, but they are going to keep the offensive pressure up. Cosmo Buster gets disrupted, but Ace Pocket gets the save. And now we're going to go across court, but Didi is there. Cosmo Buster is going to hold on to the ball. Plays it around Toaster Doggo, but It's Johnny is there for the follow-up, but Ace Pocket will keep it in the Spartan side. Plays it off the wall, takes Toaster Doggo almost out of the play. Now It's Johnny's there. Cosmo Buster can't quite play it off the wall. Him and LC Coro both commit for it. Ace Pocket does get the clear to keep it down on the Spartan side. It's Johnny and Ace Pocket both go for that ball. LC Coro with the follow-up there, but Toaster Doggo going to get the save and the clear, Jolly.
These passing plays are really what is so impressive and what is taking SJSU by surprise. They are making a lot of successful plays off of those passes, even when some of them seem dangerous as they are heading back to their own goal there. Now Ace Pocket is just trying to line himself up for an aggressive play here. He does manage to round that ball back over to the goal. It's Johnny sends it past him as he is sitting on 1 boost right now, so he's going to have to go around. Finds a full one. Cosmo Buster's a little too far out to follow this one up. Didi, he finds the touch there. Not even considered a shot on goal, but incredible play from everybody there. Cosmo Buster finding control though, and Ace Pocket once again doing what he does best, lining himself up to be that torpedo that sends that thing home.
Toaster Doggo saw that, dribbled around and puts a high sort of pass up there for It's Johnny. Couldn't quite follow it up though. Cosmo Buster can't play that one off the wall, but LC Coro will bump it down to him. Ace Pocket trying to get in position, but Toaster Doggo will disrupt that. Didi now going to try and take advantage of that. Him and LC Coro both miss on the ball. Ace Pocket stops Toaster Doggo, and a demo comes out if the Broncos want to take advantage of the 2 Spartan members. Unable to do so as Toaster Doggo gets the clear, and we saw him fall back for boost. Cosmo Buster sets up a centering pass to give and go. High tries to get the shot, but It's Johnny was there. A great play by the Broncos there. Thought they might have had the game and series winner, but we are still here in overtime. Jolly, this is really back and forth.
It's so back and forth, and we saw one of the longest overtimes last week. I believe it was 4.5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. We're already looking at about 3 minutes into this game, and this is an even more even series than we saw compared to the one last year. So Boise State has so far, I think, at least in this overtime, found more advantages than San Jose has. They look a little bit cleaner, and they do seem to be able to sink that win in. But San Jose, if they're able to find one of those peel-aways, I don't know if Boise State has the boost maintenance right now or the boost control to take advantage of that or respond.
As Cosmo Buster does get this, he tries to play it around Toaster Doggo. We saw LC Coro ready there for the follow-up. Ace Pocket keeps it down on the Spartan side. Off the wall, he plays it. Toaster Doggo did take the full boost, so he's able to play it around one member. Cosmo Buster is the last line of defense. Here comes It's Johnny. Going to bounce off the wall, but Ace Pocket does get the save. All 3 Broncos were in the net there to try and stop any sort of crazy goal. Cosmo Buster off the wall over Toaster Doggo, but Didi and It's Johnny both there. Cosmo Buster comes flying off screen. Can't quite get to it, but LC Coro does. Didi misplays it off the wall, but Toaster Doggo is there. Ace Pocket going to keep that follow-up, though. Ants did go for the full boost. He must be good on boost. Cosmo Buster tries that one, play that one off the ceiling, right to LC Coro, who's going to play it off the wall. We did see a demo off screen. That could slow down the Broncos' offense, and that almost turned into a goal. A great save there by Ace Pocket. Now the Spartans realize they have all the advantage. LC Coro Going to play that one off the wall, Jolly, and we are nearing that. Oh, no!
San Jose finding the one that they needed. They are doing such a good job the whole series of finding these plays up around the top of the goal. And those are some of the scariest, heart-wrenching moments when you know that the ball needs some momentum, but it's drifting up above your goal, and you can't really give it much momentum. So a good attempt there by Boise State. A great series overall. And I'm going to ask you guys, Is this enough to start a real rivalry between these two teams? You think that's going to be a thing now?
I think we could definitely see San Jose State as some potential scrim partners. This was such a close game, such back and forth, with it two completely different play styles. One heavily reliant on mechanics, one on heavily reliant on team play. You know, we rarely ever see things like that, so it's really interesting, and it's good to get practice in like that.
And it's not a bad thing either. It's not, this is always for fun. Gridiron Rivals we love to do. It's in tandem with the football games that go on tomorrow or Saturday. And San Jose, again, being a fantastic school to play up against. Doc was actually talking about potentially swapping players out because he expected to go into this match really just kind of stomping San Jose, and that thought was staunched immediately as he realized, no, we're going to need to keep these guys in right now. We're going to need to stick with the team that has been working together the longest, as teamwork is that main focus there. But Fish, what do you think? You think we're going to be seeing a lot more San Jose?
I mean, I think we have to. If we do see Rocket League at the Mountain West Showdown, you have to think it's going to be these two teams. Boise State, as we've seen in other tournaments so far this semester, one of the top teams in the country, and San Jose State takes them to Game 7, wins it in overtime in a very back-and-forth series. No team ever won by more than 2 goals, so I think we're going to see a ton of San Jose State going forward in Rocket League.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And we already do have a lot more San Jose coming up today as we are going into League of Legends here very soon and Overwatch to round things out for the night. So don't go anywhere. We'll be coming right back to the Gridiron Rivals series against San Jose.
I got it so bad, I got it bad for you. You give me good love, you're like a dream come true. They say it won't last, they say you're wild and free. I know you never were a one-man woman, I was hoping you would give that all up for me. I get so confused, I love it when it's only me and you, doing all the things we know we shouldn't do. This is way too good, it can't be true. So tell me what your game is, girl. When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it. When you love me, I'm so high, so confident, yeah. When you say I'm the only one, I must admit it. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I shouldn't doubt you, I'm all up in my head. When
Over where?
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena, the final series of games here in the Gridiron Series. Boise State against San Jose State, leading up to the football game tomorrow, taking place down in San Jose. So we're on the blue and orange here tonight. I am Michael Fish Fisher, joined on desk by a very special guest. Y has joined me on desk. Not why has he joined me on desk. That is actually his name, Y. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'm going to start with this question. On paper, San Jose State ranked higher in competitive play than Boise State. They have a 4K average, but Boise State has more competitive experience with 20-plus broadcast matches so far. So what means more tonight, competitive play or experience?
The competitive play does give a lot of weight to them. It's going to be strong. They're going to be a strong team. They're going to have a lot of strength. Oh boy, their 4K average is they're going to have a lot of mechanical skill, but through our communication and our cooperation of team comp, our experience might counteract it. So it's going to be a good match, hopefully.
Hopefully it is indeed. Boise State trying to get some revenge on the Spartans here, dropping both Rocket League and League of Legends. Best of 7 went to 7 games in Rocket League. Best of 3 in League of Legends went to San Jose State in Game 3. Hopefully, why tonight we don't have to go to a best of 5. Boise State can take this in 3. And really quickly, before we get in, the big news, of course, for any Overwatch player was BlizzCon was today. Overwatch 2 was announced. What are your thoughts from what you've seen so far?
From what I've seen so far, my understanding, it is almost like solely a PvE game. It's going to be an addition to, a standalone addition to Overwatch. I'm going to call it Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. If you get Overwatch 2, you could still play with people on Overwatch 1 in multiplayer senses, but Overwatch 2 is strictly going to be a PvE co-op player doing missions, kind of like Fortnite Chapter 2 situation there.
And they did say there's going to be a new hero and there's going to be a new game type that we are going to be seeing eventually coming to the competitive play, which is something we haven't seen ever in Overwatch, the fact that they're adding a map. So that has to be a lot of fun. With the new hero, preference, tank, DPS support, which would you prefer to be?
I strongly believe it's going to be Echo, who was released in the Ash cinematic. And he or she, I should say, is a robot. And hopefully it's going to be someone to take part in the skies, to fight with Farah or against her, make another flying character.
At some time, I'm very excited because I don't like seeing Ferris, but at the same time, you just put 2 of them on the enemy team now for me? Really? I have to deal with 2 of them now? Why?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can accept that. I don't know. Well, we're not going to see him or her tonight. That is something to look forward to. Of course, Overwatch 2 BlizzCon, very exciting things coming out today and tomorrow. But today we are going to see Gridiron Series Boise State versus San Jose State. Before we get into the game, is there a map preference if Boise State gets to pick? Usually we let the opponent pick, but if there's a map preference Boise State could pick for Game 1, do you have an idea of what it could be?
Normally we start off really strong on control maps already, so hopefully I believe they might be doing a Busan. We've scrimmed it a lot and had a lot of practice on it, so I believe we're doing a Busan.
Look at that. It's like you knew exactly what was going to happen as we get the flyby here. Why? I do have a question. When you're picking the map in a show map, do you pick something where you're strong in, where you know you can win, or do you pick a weaker map so you can try and sort of shore up those weaknesses you might have?
We normally look for maps either that we know the enemy team has struggled on, if we get to see any their past play, or a map that we have been practicing. Maybe it wasn't due to our pick, but our scrim partner wanted to do this and we've had really good success. So normally we just go with we'll go with a stronger map or a map that's just more preferred over what they would want to do.
As we hop in here now, the meta, as much as I've complained about it, probably going to see Orisa Sigma. The DPS are the ones that are up in the air. So for both teams, let's just start with for Boise State, for UI. What 2 DPS do you think the Broncos come out here with into this first fight?
Probably Doom Reaper.
As we are going to see, it is exactly that. It's like he knows what he's talking about up here on the desk, as we're going to see Solpan taking a lot of early damage. Nerdy Bird as well, the Spartans putting a lot of damage into Boise State, as it looks like we're going to have the same comp on both sides. Wani taking a lot of damage for the Spartans. Blue Jay going to be the first one to go down. Kerrigan stunned as well. He's going to be taken down by Salad on My Ski. Boise State turning that around very quickly. Gong taking a lot of damage as well. The Coalescence up for both Nerdy Bird and Ulma at the same time. One of the fastest charging in the game. What did you see in that first fight? Why?
How Boise State approached it, they gave a little aggression and they backed right off, forcing out some cooldowns and rotating to point to get control, and then they played for the patient fight there.
So Boise State going to get that point first. Coalescence, the only thing up on both sides. We do see Salad on My Ski and Gong, both above 60% on that meteor strike. Coalescence going to come out from Ulm, and Nerdy Bird immediately going to answer that as well and take down Uni in the process. Gong taking a lot of damage. We'll see Salad on My Ski go down, but CBMX answers that by taking down Gong. So both of the Doomfists are dead in this fight. Boise State holding serve here. We do see the Gravitic Flux up for Wiki if he wants to use that, but San Jose State will fall back. How hard is it to get the point back after you lose the first fight when all your ultimates are always going to be a lower percent?
It's really a struggle. It depends on who got the most value and when the first ult goes first. Who gets their first ult and where do they get their value with it?
Gravitic Flux going to come out from Wiki, take down Nerdy Bird. Bastos going to use the Sound Barrier, the Meteor Strike coming out from Gong. Not going to pick anyone up. The Sound on My Ski takes down Blue Jay. Uni will take down Soul Pan, so Boise State might have to fall back and regroup. The Coalescence up for Ulma. We're going to see Gravitic Flux coming out from CBMX. Kerrigan is going to answer that with the Sound Barrier. Basilisk going to punch down Uni. Kerrigan going to take down Basilisk, though. Salad on My Ski. Now we're going to see Soul Pan running back with the Supercharger. Going to see if he wants to hold on to it or not, as the remaining members of Boise State are holding on for dear life right now. Modern Frost going to use that Death Blossom. Unfortunately, Gong will take him down. Blue Jay will take down Salad on My Ski. Coalescence coming out from Nerdy Bird, and it looks like the Broncos will have to regroup as Soul Pan goes down with the Supercharger here. What did you see from San Jose State to finally get the advantage?
They started. That was a pretty long fight there. They started in with their ults first, like I was saying, and then they got a good pick. So they got a little bit more important pick. They picked off the Moira at the very start of that fight there, which was very detrimental to Boise State.
We see Soul Pan as the Supercharger. Nothing else left for Boise State. Does he hold on to it here knowing they have a lot of time left?
Best maneuver, knowing that they have a lot of time, build ult charge with the Supercharger, and then take another fight. If they get a value, they could just push ults as they get them.
And exactly like Wise said, once again, Soul Pan throws it down. They're going to take down 3 members of San Jose State. Blue Jay uses his own Supercharger as well. Wiki will go down. Gong does have the Meteor Strike, so does Salad on My Ski. They're both going to use it at the same time, so there are meteors flying everywhere back and forth. Gong taking more damage. He's going to go down to Modern Frost. Boise State looks like they've turned this one around for now, but they still haven't been able to take over the point as Kerrigan and Uni are both alive, but just like that, they're going to go down, and Boise State should be able to capture that point, just like you said, why they use that Supercharger to build the other ultimates.
Yep. It's going to be interesting because the economy pretty much has set itself for this game right now, so it's going to be who makes the biggest mistake or who uses their cooldowns first, last.
Salad on My Ski maybe gets a little over aggressive there. He is going to go down as we're going to go into overtime. San Jose State knows they're up against the Modern Frost. Going to run away. Soul Pan will take down Uni, so it is a 5-on-5 right now. Gong going to go up in the air, trying to do as much damage as possible. We did see a swap over to Wrecking Ball from CBMX. He will go down to Blue Jay. Wiki takes down Basilisk as well, so Boise State might have to be going back to regroup here as we see Modern Frost go down as well. Nerdy Bird has the Coalescence. Salad on My Ski, interesting enough, charges in, so now those death timers will be a little bit staggered to switch back to Sigma there. How does Boise State set up this fight to take the point for the win?
They're going to just have to try to be aggressive with their Cole, get a pick. They're going to coming up on Blossom sooner, so it's probably going to be a Cold Blossom, and just hopefully they survive any ult that the enemy team might get in prior to that fight.
Spartans do have both of their support ultimates up. The Coalescence and the Sound Barrier are available. Gong's going to take down Bastos right before the Sound Barrier was up. And then Kerrigan's going to use his own. The Coalescence comes down from Nerdy Bird. She will go down. Blue Jay going to take down Soul Pan. You're going to see Uma take down Sound on My Ski and Gong take down CBMX. So Boise State, they used the Coalescence. They still have 2 more left, the Death Blossom and the Sound Barrier. How do you set this fight up?
If I was thinking, I'd be like, they're going to go hard aggressive with the beat, go in with Supercharger and Death Blossom and try to force a kill. They can even work around the Doomfist right now and try to do a full.
Supercharger comes down. Modern Frost immediately picks down Gong, drops down with the Death Blossom, and picks up 2. CBMX takes down Blue Jay, Supercharger, and Uni. That might be all it takes. We are in overtime now. San Jose State at 99%, but Boise State has captured the point, and I'm not sure there's a single Spartan who can get there. Meteor Strike going to come out from Gong, but he misses the point. Ooh. So Boise State takes round 1 of this game.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a really back and forth fight. I mean, from both teams, was there anything you could take away that maybe a team had the advantage, or does that look as close as the final score showed?
I want to say Boise State held the slight advantage there for most of the fights. They came in always with the slighter greater advantage. Even if they were down in the ult economy, they had point, and they had more ticks and point to spare for a lost fight or a dry fight to push them out for more resources.
San Jose State, did they switch their comp at all, or do you like the same comp they were running and just can't stick with it?
They're probably going to have to stick with it, or unless they find something that they're going to get more value, they might need to switch off the Doom to a May to help counter our Doom and help split up our group. But other than that, they're going to have a hard time, looks like, to break our Boise State's Orisa comp.
What about Symmetra? We've seen Boise State on this map particularly struggle with the Symmetra turrets. They were recently nerfed, but is that something you maybe pull out here?
No. The problem with the Symmetra here is if you go aggressive fast and early on, the Symmetra doesn't get any value.
Boise State going to start that early fight. They will actually be the ones that are going to swap onto the May for Salad on my ski. No changes for San Jose State. Blue Jay taking a ton of damage from Modern Frost on that Reaper. He's also going to take down Uni as well. Wiki taking a lot of damage, but he is able to fall back. Gong and Kerrigan also dropping very low. Gong's going to get frozen. Wiki's going to get frozen. Boise State dominating this fight just like they did in the previous map, and they are going to get the point first. What'd you see there?
The May pick actually for the Boise was very vital in freezing the Doomfist, creating sight lines with the wall, and suppressing their Sigma from getting any additional value. He only got 21% of his ult charge, which gives a very big detriment to like not letting him participate in the fight.
Seeing a replay there from that fight for Boise State. Down in the right corner, as you can see, both the Coalescence, they're up. Salad on my ski and Modern Frost have both gone down, unfortunately. So the Spartans are able to fight back, as what you're seeing is a replay from Boise State's first one fight, but unfortunately, that's not how the second fight went, as now we see a member flying across the screen. We do see Kerrigan go down, but Soulpan, CBMX respawning, Basilisk and Nerdy Bird going to join as well. So Boise State will lose that point a little bit earlier. No ults to show for it, 2 for San Jose State. Why does Boise have to maybe fall back and build some ultimates, knowing that the Spartans do have 2 of them up?
The 2 ults they have are Cole and a Doomfist ult, which Doom probably uses to save himself. It's a very winnable fight. They just need to play safe and use their cooldowns properly here.
Basilisk does have his sound barrier up, taking a lot of damage. Supercharger up for Soulpan as well. The Broncos going to take a little bit of a sneaky route here, as they're taking a lot of poke. Coalescence going to come out from Ulmi. Sound on my ski going to use the Blizzard as well. Kerrigan goes down before he can use the sound barrier, but so does Basilisk. It's a 1-for-1 right now with just the Lucio's down. Gong is going to use that Meteor Strike. Going to see Modern Frost and Soulpan drop as well. Wiki went down for San Jose State. CBMX trying to do what he can, but unfortunately it's probably not going to be enough. He holds on to the Gravitic Flux. Nerdy Bird going to get the Coalescence as well. So the Spartans will go 6 for 2, but now Boise State has 5 ultimates up. And why? This is a question on the caster desk we have all the time. Do you throw all these at the wall? What ultimates is Boise State going to use here?
Hopefully they try to use their Sigma ult to force out a beat, and then either Cole to be aggressive to save the fight and use your own beat to save yourself in against their Sigma ult. It's really going to be up to the Reaper or whoever gets value with those ult combos there.
As we're going to see the Supercharger used from Soulpan immediately. Wiki's going to use the Gravitic Flux. They're answered by Basilisk Sound Barrier, though. Uni is taking a lot of damage. Gong is going to go down. Blue Jay reps his own Supercharger. Basilisk falls. Soulpan joins him as well. Coalescence comes out from Ulm as well. The Supercharger going to go down to Modern Frost, but he unfortunately cannot take down Blue Jay. Salad on my ski taking a lot of damage as well. Gravitic Flux held onto by CBMX, so Boise State commits 3 ultimates there. Not able to get that push. They do have 2 of them. At this point, can the Broncos afford to wait, or they just got to force a fight at 90%?
They're going to have to force the fight. It's past the 85% mark, so it's last fight territory here. It's going to be really tough to push in, knowing that they are down in ult economy. They were very split up in the fights prior, is why I would say they lost this round here.
See Gravitic Flux come out and try and save what Boise State can, but unfortunately, Sound on my ski, Soulpan, and CBMX are all down. Modern Frost going to use the Death Blossom and then go flying off the map. I don't know if we will ever recover that body, but it does not matter, as Boise State unfortunately will fall, so we are going to go to map 3. What did you see there from San Jose State? They ran the same comp, and they were, after that first fight, really able to take it to Boise State.
I didn't get to see what happened there in the second fight, really, but the fights after such, the Boise State was very split up, and it looks like the Reaper there was looking around for a while, not getting any value. The May was probably freezing, but we were very spread out, spaced out, and taking solo fights and losing to them.
So we are going to hop into the third map here in this first game of the Gridiron Series against San Jose State, a best-of-5 in Overwatch. Why, you were correct last time saying a May might come out. Same comps for both teams, or do we see Boise State go back to the Doomfist?
I'm thinking Boise State's going to try something spicy here.
Something spicy for Boise State, the Broncos and the Spartans. Let's see if the Broncos, Wyatt has been almost perfect in his predictions today. Let's see if they bring out something spicy. Here's the teams trading blows up top before they even jump down to the point. Sound on my ski. Going to be the first one to fall there. CBMX taking a lot of damage as well. The Broncos trying to bust through the Spartans line. They do take down Gong thanks to Soulpan, so it is going to be a 5v5 as the control point begins to unlock. See if Boise State can take advantage of that DPS being down. Wiki taking a lot of damage. The Spartans will fall back down on that point. Modern Frost is going to join them, get on the back line. Unfortunately, he's taking a lot of damage as well. Wiki's still so low for the Spartans. He will finally go down. CBMX is going to take out Uni. Modern Frost is going to take down Guang. The Coalescence is going to come out from Ulm there to try and save the 3 remaining members of his team. Nerdybird going to use the Coalescence as well to try and finish this fight for the Broncos. Ulm's going to go down. Blue Jay is going to go down as well, and that's enough for Boise State for the 3rd map in a row to win that first initial fight. That was a very drawn-out fight. Did you like both Coalescence being committed there?
I did not like ours, to be honest, being committed there. We were already up on 3. I don't know. I wasn't watching the health bars if it was fully required there. It did secure the fight, but it's a Cole, so she'll get it back fast. Other than that, it was a clean, slow fight that we needed to take there.
Boise State doing what they do best, and we see a lot of the times keeping the opposing team, the Spartans, in their spawn here. Taking a lot of damage. Gong, though, tried to get out. He is going to go down to Modern Frost. So the Spartans might have to regroup here. They don't have that sort of Doomfist who can get on the back line here. And why? Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the one problem here with Doomfist is you have to go in to do damage, and you can sort of isolate yourself.
Yeah, and if the team doesn't follow up, the Doom is just going to get turned on, focused, and erased before the team until Spartans can even come back and help them out.
Ulm's going to use his Coalescence there. Salomasi going to use the Meteor Strike as well. No other ultimates committed here. Blue Jay taking a lot of damage. Soulpan now going to throw down the Supercharger. Blue Jay enters as well. Sound Barrier going to be used from Kerrigan, and the Meteor Strike used from Gong as well. CBMX going to use their Gravitic Flux. Modern Frost has gone down. 3 members of the Broncos are down. Basilisk will join. With that Sound Barrier still available, Nerdybird, the next one to fall. CBMX just doing what he can. Point at 61%. Spartans committed every ultimate, so Boise State has to feel like they have the advantage here, right?
They definitely do, and I believe they were going to try to... Oh, Modern Frost backed off. I thought he was going to stall for some more percentage. They do have advantage here. We'll see what Baz chooses to do with his beat, but we can look to play around the Reaper ult.
So we see San Jose, the Spartans, in the exact same spot the Broncos were earlier, throwing down all those shields. We're going to see, once again, the Doomfist going to jump inside on my ski. He's able to get back, though, so unlike Gong, he will not go down. Boise State now going to immediately try and reroute, catch the Spartans by surprise. They do just that. No damage can come out here. A couple of ultimates up for the Spartans, 2 up for the Broncos. We see Modern Frost trying to set up a cheeky Death Blossom here. He might be able to do it. He's got to do it quickly because Uni used his own for a double kill. CBMX going to fall down. Going to get a Coalescence from Ulmi, a team kill for Boise State. I think Modern Frost wanted that and then immediately held on to the Death Blossom when he realized his team died.
I think he should have popped his a lot sooner there when they did drop the Holt there, pulled off 2 people, and then their Moira also dropped doing a Cole, so she couldn't fade away. He probably would have got a lot of value with it, I believe.
The beat's going to come out there from Basilisk with the shield on the 6 members of the Broncos. Modern Frost going to use the Death Blossom there to take down Blue Jay and finish off Kerrigan as well. Ulm taking a very lot of damage. I believe he was able to escape that fight for now. Solid on my ski going to take down Wiki. Uni's going to follow as well, so the Boise State Broncos have turned this one around. Gong's going to follow. Will join him as well. The Broncos are able to get this point. Right now, who has the advantage when you're looking at this? Who's can win in the next fight, Boise State or San Jose?
It's very fair. Both of the ults charges are very equal right now, so it's a very who's going to force out what cooldowns and get value for those cooldowns.
Going to see the Spartans do the same thing the Broncos did there, take a cheeky route. Going to see Salad on my ski use that Meteor Strike. Gong's going to use it as well. Nerdybird will use the Coalescence in the back there. Going to get a kill with Coalescence, a kill for Gong on Meteor Strike. Kerrigan's going to use Sound Barrier as well. Boise State is going to lose 3 members. We are in overtime, though, so Boise State has the advantage. The Spartans, though, did get 4 kills there, so Boise State might have to fall back, let the Spartans capture that point, and then regroup for another fight. Soulpan does have the Supercharger, which we Basilisk and Nerdybird go down there as well. Supercharger and Coalescence up for the Spartans. How does Boise State make this aggressive push here? And how many fights do they have left realistically?
They're probably going to have 1, maybe 1.5. Maybe the 2 is going to be pushing it right now, especially if they wait as they are. They're going to have to try to bait out these ultimates and then make a quick rotation and kite their ultimates to get value with theirs.
Going to see that rotation come out from the Broncos there. The Spartans not ready for that one. Supercharger immediately dropped by Solpan there. Going to help the rest of his team build up their ultimates as well. Wiki's going to use the Gravitic Flux. Going to use the Supercharger and the Coalescence as well for the Spartans. Blue Jays going to go downside on my ski. Nerdy Bird and Basilisk going to fall as well. Solpan and CBMX going to join. Modern Frost has the Death Blossom and is going to use it, and it might have been enough. He did get a double kill, but Uni will take him down. We're going to go into overtime, and the Broncos might not have a member who can get there. They do not. So San Jose State will take round 1 on map 3. A very back and forth game, though. Why?
That was very close. It was very entertaining there. The slight fight on that last fight there, Boise State looked like they got split up. They lost target focus, and San Jose Spartans baited out the right cooldowns on us and got the value that they needed for them.
This was the play of the game here for Ulm with the Coalescence. Thought maybe Boise State could pick him off. Modern Frost was hiding, but unfortunately didn't quite execute on the Death Blossom there. So we will go to game 2. Hopefully not going to see a Spartan sweep there for Boise State. I know Overwatch isn't the same as these other games. The map changes. There's a lot of different things. But for Boise State, as we are taking on San Jose State in the Gridiron Series, Fish along with Y on the desk. Why does Boise State need to make any sort of changes going into this next map? I mean, obviously everything changes. It's a different sort of style of play, but does the Broncos need to make any changes?
They're just going to need to realign themselves, take a second, probably look at the target focus, their target priority, and how they want to approach these fights. They did great jobs when they needed to kite and take a patient fight, but when they tried being too aggressive, they got punished for it.
So with the Broncos losing that does mean they will get map choice here, as we're going to see some replays from this first game. Modern Frost picking out Gong, and then the perfect drop-down Death Blossom. I would assume as a player you had no idea for San Jose State that Modern Frost was just basically falling with the Death Blossom.
That's one of my favorite plays to do when I'm on the Reaper, is to come from above, because that's the last place they're actually looking, and most of the times if they're going to do anything to stop you, you're going to boop you. Lucio boops you to a direction, and you're most likely going to land on somebody before it.
This was the second map here. The first fight, Boise State won to get the point. The Broncos did win, I believe, the first fight on every single map. This was why you called the maze swap there, and it looked like for that fight it worked to perfection. I believe he did get a double freeze.
Yes, he definitely did on the Doom and the Sigma there.
This is another one here. This is in the third map for the Broncos. Basilisk going to use his sound barrier there, followed by the Death Blossom. It just unfortunately felt like Boise State, while they did win this fight, couldn't quite hold on, went into overtime before the Spartans were able to capitalize it here. Now, Boise State should get map pick here. Why? Specific mapping we think you might see, or does Boise State kind of just like to go with whatever?
It's going to be a hybrid, so it could be either Kings Row, but I almost think we want to go to the Nubani.
Look at that. It's just like you know exactly what's happening. This is why we put you up here on the desk. And this is one of my favorite maps because I love seeing the defensive strategies come out from teams. You usually have Bastion. Boise State loves to bring the Ash as well, and you usually have a Pharmacy comp. So Boise State, what kind of comp do you think they want to bring out here as they start?
They're probably going to be coming out with, if we get to attack here, probably the Farah Bastion. Or Farah Bastion.
Now, we've seen teams, there's sort of two places to set it up. You can set it up where Boise State comes out, so that first chokehold, or you can set up in the back corner. Do you have a preference when you're on defense where to set up the Bastion?
On defense, we haven't really ran the Bastion strat too often. We tried to do more of the flanker DPS style, where we're taking angles and making sure they don't get to roam about where they want to for free.
We'll have to see how Boise State wants to handle it. The Broncos did drop the first one in this best of 5, hoping that they have 3 more left in their favor as we start this off. We do see a Pharmacy comp, or at least a Farah out there. Not quite sure what team it is. There's the Mercy going to join her there. So we do see a Pharmacy for some team, and that does look like an Anna, though, which is sort of interesting. Usually you see the the Immortality Man. Yeah, there we go. It gives me so much trouble. Usually see the Baptiste Mercy, but that's not the case here. Boise State immediately going to wipe the Spartans, though. Modern Frost picking up several kills there. We're going to see Kerrigan and Gong go down as well. Both teams actually went with the Ana there. Going to see a double suicide from the Spartans to not reset the death timers there. I know that fight was sort of scattered, and you're trying to help me came up with the name of that hero there, but what did you see?
I saw there was some very early splash damage there coming in as they came around that corner down by that bus there with the hull, and they baited out they used their wall because they had a May and messed it up, and Boise State was able to capitalize on that.
Now with Boise State running the Farah, hit scan's always what's talked about there. We see for now the Spartans going to switch over to the Widowmaker. What's your preference of a hit scan character to counter a Farah?
How they're playing it, the Widow here is a very strong pick.
So we'll have to see if that's able to do it. The Broncos, of course, have to know that that is coming. The Spartans going to go with a cheeky sort of flank around there. They're immediately going to pop out onto the point. Going to see Bastion Uni going to go right into that turret from Immortality Field. Going to come out from Ulm. Keep Bastion alive through all of this splash damage. The Immortality Field still hasn't gone down despite the recent nerfs to its HP pool. Boise State trying to find this advantage. Finally, Salad on My Ski will take down Ulm, but unfortunately Gong is going to take down CBMX as well. So it is going to be a 5-on-5 here for the Broncos and Spartans. Solpan in the back line just doing all he can. Bob immediately going to come down from Salad on My Ski. Going to see if he can take down another member of the Spartans. Blue Jay very low. The Nano Boost came out from Kerrigan right now. Looks like he went on to Wiki. That's an interesting choice there for the Spartans. Modern Frost has the Barrage. We also see the Valkyrie up as well for Nerdy Bird if she wants to use it. The Barrage is going to pick up a triple kill, actually a quadra kill. My mistake. And the Spartans are going to get wiped there. A lot of damage from Farrah.
That was a lot of damage. She got a nano and then a quick heals from Mercy there to help out while she was about. That was a great flank that Modern did there, coming in behind them. They never expected it.
To see a replay of that, you can see there on the right side, Modern Frost picking up a quad kill with his Barrage and then actually punched Blue Jay down. I don't think I've ever seen a Farrah punch someone to death for just Modern Frost, showing how well he is able to play that hero. We do see a couple of ultimates up. The Supercharger up for both teams. The Amplification Matrix up as well for Ulm, and he will immediately drop it. Immortality Field going to come down. Both Superchargers going to come down, and for now, the Spartans might have the advantage. They're going to pick up 2 members of Boise State. Both the Superchargers have been eliminated. Solpan and CBMX are going to follow. Boise State might have to surrender to that point. Indeed, they will. Nerdy Bird and Bastos going to go down as well. Now that first point's gone, any swaps for Boise State?
It's unfortunate, but yes, we should have probably swapped there to the Reaper May combo so we could just play aggressive all the way through the streets phase here. It's going to be difficult with the line of sight they're going to have, especially if they're making the swap to the Bastion that they're having right now. We're going to have a hard time here on first defense.
The pirate ship comp that we like to see. A couple of swaps coming out for the Spartans. Not traditional supports, though. The Ana there, not the Lucio Moira that you're expecting to see. Do you think that could cost the Spartans at all?
The Ana here, depending on how she plays and how she gets punished, it's going to be hard for her to get her value with her healing, especially with the double shield here. It really, most of the support's going to come from the Baptiste. They're probably playing with the antis.
Boise State, though, wants to start the fight. The Gravitic Flux comes out from Wiki onto CBMX. Nerdy Bird is going to go down to it as well. CBMX has his, but he's taking a lot of damage. It was a perfect setup by Uni right on that turret. Boise State thought they had the flank on the Spartans, but there was Bastion and Batiste waiting around the corner with the Immortality Field. Felt like Boise State maybe walked into that one a little bit.
They definitely did not know the Bastion was on a rotation with the Baptiste and took the fight and got side flanked by the Bastion there. He got a lot of value with that flank there.
So Boise State basically all but has to concede that first checkpoint to the Spartans here. They will continue to push with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. The only ultimate up in the game right now is on CBMX with that Gravitic Flux like you can see on your screen, but Gong is very close on the McCree. Uni's going to take down Solpan, though. The Ice Wall is not going to stop the payload. CBMX taking a lot of damage. Nerdy Bird going to go down as well. Immortality Field going to go right down on top of Bastion. Unfortunately, CBMX can't make anything of it. Bastos going to go down as well. Modern Frost trying to do what he can. Don't even think he took down the Immortality Field. I think that expired. Boise State still has that lone ultimate. What do they got to do, to stop this push? Because it's coming real fast.
It's going to be a hard time. The Ana's going to have to... Ana's going to get free grain in the back line there with the Baptiste and the Bastion, and they're going to have to take out that lamp and just hopefully they can take care of the Bastion.
Gravitic Flux going to immediately start this fight from CBMX. The Deadeye going to come out from Gong and pick up a double kill. Uni will take down Basel, so Boise State already back on the heels. A team kill for the Spartans, and we're going to see the tank form come out from Uni, but I don't know if anyone for the Broncos can get there. No, they can't. After that first point, Wyatt, it really felt like the Spartans just kind of said, here's our comp, and we're going to run you down with it.
Yeah, it was they definitely had the right to do so with how we came out with our defense comp on the second point there. It's just we're not going to have an easy time taking a fight onto point with that Bastion as a Farrah Ashe.
So for Boise State, they've got to find an answer on offense, and why I'll ask you, Boise State, do they copy the Spartans there and run the same comp, or do they run something different?
It's the strongest comp probably to use right now is just run the Bastion, try to get the payload, attack it with the Baptiste, and then pirate ship it all the way to the point.
Now for San Jose State, the Broncos, as you mentioned, why did not use the Bastion. If there is a Bastion on defense, how do the Broncos get to it? Because there's so many shields in this meta, he's almost fully protected all the time for San Jose State if the Spartans bring out the Bastion on defense.
We can either run the Reaper May and force a fight on point and have someone drop down and just brutalize that person whoever drops, or we can run our own Bastion, hopefully beat them through the shield war and beat them with just
more damage.
More damage, and hopefully whoever uses the Immortality Field first loses.
We'll have to see. We do see a Bastion on the side of San Jose State, so the Spartans are going to bring that out. Going to be curious where they want to set that up. I do believe I see a Bastion outline there very far in the back for the Broncos here, and why I hope you agree with me that if it's not Lego Bastion, it's just it's a disaster.
It is.
Thank you. I'm glad someone else agreed with us.
The shooting of the Legos is just phenomenal.
It's so perfect. It is just so perfect. I've seen the Broncos pull it out. I'm curious. I don't think the Spartans used it last time. Hopefully the Broncos at least make us proud here. As we do see, they are going to bring out their own Bastion here. We do see the Pharmacy comp there for the Broncos as well, so a little bit of alteration from what the Spartans ran. Meanwhile, the Spartans, very interesting composition coming out from them, especially when it comes to the other DPS, the Sombra coming out there wide. Thoughts on that?
That's going to harass our Pharmacy a lot there and get a lot of value for it, but we're going to win that splash damage fight that I was talking about earlier there with the Pharah.
We are going to see a hack under Modern Frost, but Silent on My Ski will take down the opposing Bastion there, so the shield's going to be melted very quickly with the Sombra for San Jose State. The Spartans really just doing a job hacking. CBMX going to get hacked there. Silent on My Ski, though, just sitting behind these shields and just putting as many shots as that turret can hold into the Spartans. Gong is going to take down Solpan, so we will have to see Silent on My Ski walk away. Solpan does get resurrected, though, immediately by Nerdy Bird. Immortality Field going to come out here. Blue Jay is going to fall. The Amplification Matrix coming out from Bastos as well. Solpan going to pick up Wiki there. He does get hacked, but Boise State, the Broncos, are going to get that first check, the second check as well. San Jose State going to just fall back. They've got to make a swap off of the Sombra, right?
They would, but she's super close to having her EMP that they're probably looking to play off of that and just take the fight off and get the pirate ship off the ship and force the comp switch to that.
We'll have to see. For now, the Spartans are going to hold on to that. They have the Amplification Matrix and the Nano Boost almost available as well. Meanwhile, for the Broncos, just the tank form nearly there for Salad on My Ski. Modern Frost, though, doing a lot of damage. Should be able to put up some percent very, very quickly. The tank form is ready there. Immortality Field is going to come out from Ulm. Blue Jay will take down Salad on My Ski. No Immortality Field came out that I saw. Nerdy Bird will get the res, and then Solpan will unfortunately fall. So Boise State might have to drop back here without using any of their ultimates. We're going to see a healing reduction there on Modern Frost, but so far nothing else committed from the Spartans there. We do see 3 ultimates up for the Broncos, 3 up for the Spartans. Modern Frost doing what he does best, building that barrage charge, shooting over those shields, trying to make it maybe an unfair fight, but unfortunately Uni's going to take him down. They see 5 ultimates up. We're going to see the Valkyrie come out from Nerdy Bird. Immediately Silent on My Ski is going to drop, though. We see 6 ultimates up for the Spartans and not a single one committed, and they still won that fight. Why, for Boise State, how do they win this knowing that they're going to be going up against 6 ultimates?
They were going to just have to try to push the fight and survive their ultimates that come out. The EMP is going to be very rough here. It's going to be a rough fight. They need to focus up. They need to recenter their focus on prioritization, target focus, and playing together. Our Bastion got separated from our Orisa somehow there.
There's the EMP onto 6 members of the Broncos. Salad on My Ski, pop the tank form. He's going to go down. Modern Frost, Solpan, CVMX, and Basilisk going to join him. Nerdy Bird is able to get away, just like you said, why that EMP, the only thing used by the Spartans, hit 6 members of Boise State, and the health bars just disappeared.
Yeah, it's really going to be a hard time there. The Sombra doesn't have it now, so it's really just who's going to use their ults first here and see who's going to make the mistake.
Amplification Matrix going to come out there from Ulm very early. The Broncos actually might be able to just simply line of sight that one and burn that out. Side on My Ski did go down, but will get rezzed by Nerdy Bird. Now that the Matrix is down, we'll see if the Broncos want to make a play on it, slowly pushing the point. Supercharger going to come out. The barrage right into the Immortality Field, unfortunately. So Uni is going to take down Modern Frost. Nerdy Bird, Sound on My Ski going to fall as well. Amplification Matrix came down from Basilisk, but it's not going to be enough as he is the last member alive. Going to go back to the respawn there. The Broncos have run into a brick wall. Have 2 ultimates left, but at this point, why it just feels like it's the same fight over and over and over again with just that destruction by Uni behind all those shields.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard time. That Sombra's just been dancing in the back line, hacking the Sigma or a Bastion every time we go in. We just have to try to switch comps like we did and take an aggressive fighter.
Maybe that's what Boise State needed to do. The Broncos going to get 2 early kills there. They're going to get flux committed by both sides. Basilisk and Wiki have gone down. Blue Jays going to join, so maybe it was that Maywall from Salad on My Ski right on top of the Bastion that might have been the difference there. We're going to see a swap. Or Kerrigan actually was on the Ana and died. Never mind, excuse me. But Boise State finally finds their way through. They have no ultimates up, though. They did have to swap around their comp just a little bit. We're going to see the Immortality Field go down and then Ulm go down as well. The Broncos will get this next point. How do they set up this fight, though, knowing that neither side has an ultimate?
I believe we have the better comp here. We just have to play aggressive, kill the Immortality Field. They don't have it right now, and then kill the Bastion. Without the Bastion, they don't have any value.
Simple game plan for the Broncos. Let's see if they can execute it. For now, the Spartans are going to set up around that corner. One of the hardest parts to push through because you walk into so much damage. Spartans do have 2 ultimates up the EMP that we've seen so effective. We see Gong there right at the top of our screen trying to set up something cheeky on that server. Ulm has the amplification matrix as well for the Spartans. Nothing up for Boise State. There's the EMP onto 6 members of the Broncos, but for the most part, they were all able to line of sight it. There was no follow-up there for the Spartans. The coalescence is going to come out from Nerdy Bird. Unfortunately, 4 members of the Broncos team right now cannot be healed. Now they're all able to be topped off. Blue Jay's going to go down first. Gong is very low. Immortality Field's going to come out for the Spartans there. But for now, Boise State is just pushing through. We're going to see Kerrigan go down. Bascos did fall down to Uni, though, who is taking a lot of damage. Isolated up on top of that Maywall. He will fall. Wiki taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately for the Broncos, the spawns are very close, but no one got there, even with 3 members alive. So we're going to the overtime portion of this Y. Felt like maybe that EMP a little premature from the Spartans.
It was very premature, but Boise State was able to just line of sight the entire enemy damage. It was a beautiful EMP, got all 6, but there was just no follow-up, especially with how they're playing on the Bastion comp. It was just fell dead.
So we are going to head to overtime here. If you're unfamiliar, like a lot of us are here, because we rarely ever see overtime, the time remaining is how much time you get indefinitely. Once that time expires, you are in permanent overtime. You not get extra time for getting to either of the checkpoints, and then the furthest push wins. For either side, why does your strategy change knowing that the time is now the limited time? It's not going to get boosted every time you capture a point?
Yes, your comps are going to be finite. Since we have a large bank of 2 minutes, we're able to probably try one comp. If we don't get value and we need to make the swap, you need to make the swap. So literally, it really is going to be just like your comp that you come out with, you're committed.
So we'll have to see if that does go the favor of the Broncos here. Spartans and Broncos here in the overtime portion of Game 2 of this best-of-5 against San Jose State in the Gridiron Series. Spartans have taken the first 2 games of this, so the Broncos, of course, looking for a little bit of revenge on the Spartans, so they will have to come from behind as the Spartans took Game 1. As we get set up here, overtime portion just starting. We do see the pharmacy comp coming out for the attacking side. Have to see which one that is. I would believe it is Boise State. Indeed, it is. The Broncos will have 2 minutes on the clock. The Spartans will have 2 minutes and 54 seconds left to answer here. Boise State with the more traditional comp. They kind of know where the Spartans like to set up, right around that corner here. No Sombra this time, so Sulpan is going to go down very quickly. A very good Maywall as well from Gong is going to take down Basilisk, and CBMX Modern Frost has to fall back. Boy, do you think maybe the Broncos were expecting another Sombra there?
They definitely were. They were trying to scout cheeky spots there. Paul's really got to watch out when he walks out, not losing all of his health bar.
Boise State, that's good advice there. Don't lose all of your health bar immediately, and probably try and get the enemy's health bar to 0 as well. Let's see if the Broncos can do it. Already down to just over a minute left. Modern Frost has not had any room with Uni on that Bastion. He has been so clutch for the Spartans there. He's taking a little bit of a cheeky route here, but before we do that, we will see a pause come out.
That's not
good.
That's not good.
No, you never want to see that. Maybe a little bit of a chance, though, for the Broncos to regroup there, Paul, because, I mean, the time was already starting to run low and they hadn't won a single fight.
Yeah. I really think our pharmacy, though, needs to make a different rotation there. We're just playing in the same line of sight of the Bastion. She probably should go down main and look to get value from the slight side angle that you could play there as a Farah. They don't have a hit scan to punish you there, besides the Bastion having to look away and towards you. Looks like we're back.
We're right back in it here. We're going to see Modern Frost take that route, getting boosted up by Nerdy Bird. Uni, though, going Going to take down Salad on My Ski. Modern Frost trying to find a point here, as we are going to see Kerrigan rotate over on the Ana and do a lot of damage to him and punish him for going through that route. Going to see a Maywall come down from Gong, cutting across the Boise State line, so the Broncos are split up. Nerdy Bird will get the res onto Salad on My Ski. Unfortunately, going to pay for it with their life, as we are going to see Nerdy Bird drop as well. CBMX and the rest of the team falling back here. And at this point, this feels like next fight you've got to commit everything, and there's no check marks I see, so you've got to do something different, right?
They're committed to this comp at this point. Any switches will just really put them way far behind. It's going to be a hard time. They really need to focus up and make sure they can get their Bastion out with all their tanks to give them protection. The Maywall is providing a lot of value for that.
For San Jose State, as we are going to hop in. The Broncos took an alternate route, but unfortunately, the same result as Blue Jay is going to take down Salad on My Ski and the Immortality Field. Dirty Bird is going to get the res, but there's just 9 seconds left, and that Maywall from Gong has been so clutch, cutting apart the Broncos team. Nerdy Bird is going to go down. Bastos and Sulpan going to follow with just 1 second on the clock. The Broncos going to do what they can to force overtime, but for now, it feels like there's not a lot of hope left. We do see Salad on My Ski. He will get Kerrigan, but unfortunately doesn't get to the point in time, so the Broncos get 0 ticks and now have to play flawless defense.
It's going to be a rough one there. They played that really well with being able to wall up our Bastion or wall them off or wall one of our tanks off as they came out, and got the value by getting the pick because no support.
Boise State, do the Broncos maybe copy that comp they saw from the Spartans, or do they have their own comp that they feel can run basically perfect for 3 minutes?
I think it's going to be almost a mirror comp of that. We're definitely probably going to run that Bastion to get help. That's our way of holding normally is going to be very rough, especially all they need is a tick.
Gonna have to see if the Broncos can do some crazy things. We've seen it happen here before in the Game Pants Arena, and I'm sure we'll see it happen again. The question is this game when we're going to see it? The Broncos need to pitch a shutout for the next 2 minutes and 54 seconds. They can't even allow a tick for the Spartans here. We've seen some cheeky things, though, from the Spartans, why they had that Sombra on defense. Do we see something here on offense, or do you think they're just going to run with almost the same comp we saw from the Broncos?
I almost think they might try doing the Bastion as well. They had a lot of value with it, or they might even just try to go May Reaper and force a fight on point, because all they need is that 1 tick.
Have to see how they're going to do. We do see the Broncos there setting up in almost the exact same spot that the Spartans did there with that Bastion in turret mode right above the relax and unwind sign. Something Boise State cannot afford to do right now, as they're in the verge of facing match point already here. See what the Spartans have cooked up, because this has been their map. Almost anything they've wanted to do, they have been able to execute. Going to see where they want to put their Bastion, if that's what they do intend to bring out. Looks like for now, though, we do see the Sombra scouting, something they brought out on defense. He teleports back and then immediately switches over to me. A little bit of mind games there?
They were probably scouting to make sure what we had so he can come out as the right DPS to get the value that they need to create. I believe they're probably going to try and play with the Maywall to May him up. Boise State's only answer to this right now is to have the Sigma playing right behind the Bastion to make sure he can absorb any damage that comes across.
Maywall going to come out from Salad on My Ski first and isolate 2 members of the Spartans. Unfortunately, it's both the tanks, so the shields are going to come down. Uni's going to take down Modern Frost. Immortality Field, not enough to save him. The rest is going to come up from Nerdy Bird. Immortality Field keeping Uni nice and healthy. The 2 Maywalls, they're cutting this point just basically in half. Still a 6v6, but Modern Frost once again is going to go down. His second death very early in this round. The Spartans almost very close to a first tick already. CBMX is going to fall. The Immortality Field going to do what it can to try and keep members of the Broncos alive. Amplification Matrix going to come down from Bastos as well. Nerdy Bird gets frozen and goes down. That point is already halfway there, and just 1 tick is all they need. A swap, though, going to come out from the Spartans. They're going to switch over to the Diva. Didn't matter, as they are going to get that, and they are going to go to match point. Any thoughts from that, Why? It's almost just like you said.
Yeah, I don't see... it's hard to see because I wasn't watching from above or behind, or why our Bastion lost into the fights there and was so quickly picked off. It was a rough fight, but definitely each one was close to being winnable.
And something that is interesting there, but before we get to that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, but we still have more Overwatch left in this Gridiron series, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Boise State Esports is brought to you by Game Pants Arenas and Equipment, Omen by HP, and Archon Clothing, makers of official licensed Boise State Esports apparel.
Is this what I've been waiting for? 'Cause I'm feeling a little too comfortable. And I think it might be the perfect time. Yeah, to have a taste of my own advice. From places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, from places I've never been.
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We are back here, as you just saw on your screen there very quickly. We are in the Gridiron Rivals Series, Boise State versus San Jose State, the final portion of the night. Overwatch, I am Michael Fisher, joined on desk by Y. He's been so helpful throughout this Overwatch portion. The Spartans up 2 over the Broncos here, and Y, it just feels like for Boise State they're just one maybe kill away from turning every fight.
I would agree with that. It's one kill, one slight bit of communication, one misplay a second too late is what's costing us the games. It's just they're quicker to capitalize on our mistakes that are happening, and we're slow to react to their advantages that they gain.
So we will have a Game 3. The Broncos hoping for the vaunted reverse sweep. We'll see if they can pull that off. But the Broncos will get to pick the map here. Why? Any indication? I guess they beat me to it. I wanted to see how well you were. You're already 2 for 2. But, you know, I'm not going to count that one. You saw that.
Okay, escort. Yeah. I have to recall what's map type first. It's going to be an escort here.
Any sort of ideas into what the Broncos comp might want to be here? We've seen some Bastion come out, but it looks like for the side of defense, which I believe is Boise State, we're not going to see a Bastion. Your thoughts on a Bastion defense on this map, at least for that first point?
Bastion defense is really strong. It requires a lot of good rotations and communication to happen, and right now we've been kind of slow on those, or like not happening as much. So I think we're going to go for our more general brawly comp that we kind of have and try to do a very close, sneaky attack here.
Oh, a sneaky attack from the Broncos might come out there with the Maywall boosting some certain members up. They all are standing in a nice, perfect line there. Looks like, from what I can tell from the silhouettes, it might be an identical mirror comp coming out from the side of the Spartans if it is the case of the Broncos defending. Immediately, a brawl is going to pop out. The Broncos are on defense. The Spartans all are on offense, and it is almost a mirror comp. Wicky's going to get frozen there. He is going to be the first member down. Modern Frost going to push the rest of the Spartans back into the spawn. The only difference, of course, Gong on that Doomfist. No May for the Spartans. Maywall comes up here. Uni trying to sneak around, but Modern Frost going to force him back. And while it looks good and it's nice to sort of spawn camp them, realistically, how long can you do that? Because, of course, they can just continuously fall back and heal up.
They can continuously fall back or make a switch to counter us. This is meant to burn as much time as possible. That first fight is going to get us some ults, and we can just use them as quickly as we can and just burn as much time here as we can.
I see 3 members go down for both sides. Coalescence up for Nerdy Bird if they choose to use it, but the Broncos, as I mentioned, just sort of putting the Spartans in their spawn, burning as much time as possible. Might want to hold on to it. Coalescence also up for Olm as well. We do see Gong up over 90% for that Meteor Strike if he wants to use it. Coalescence is going to come out from both sides there. Gong immediately going to use that Meteor Strike as well. Let's see if he connects with anybody. Uni will punch down Modern Frost. Nobody going to go down to that Meteor Strike, however, but the Broncos are taking a lot of damage. CBMX is going to go down. Silent on my ski commits the Blizzard and then falls as well. He'll be joined by the rest of his team. Sulpan gets a Supercharger and then goes down. So, kind of like you said, why they stalled out for time. They do have 2 ultimates up, and they burned 2 for the Spartans.
I don't know why we burnt one of those, but definitely we burnt a lot of time. We took them almost a minute 30 off, I believe, off of their clock there. So it was a very valuable hold, and this almost can be guaranteed to be a 3-point fight.
So we are going to see a couple ultimates up for the Spartans. We do see the Sound Barrier up. Uni at 96% on the Death Blossom. Modern Frost maybe trying to sneak in. Supercharger going to come down. He's immediately going to Death Blossom pick off 1, 2. He's not going to get a third with the Death Blossom, but he might as well pick another one off. But unfortunately, Uni is going to use his own Death Blossom there, and he's going to pick up 2. Wiki will get a third, and then Uni gets his own third kill as well. So it started off as a great fight for the Broncos, but then immediately the counter Death Blossom, perfect for the Spartans. You've talked about earlier where when it's a Batiste, it's the first one to use Immortality Field loses. Same case with the Reaper. First one to use the Death Blossom usually loses.
It depends on the value that he got with his. It was unlucky that their Reaper was able to get a slightly more value with his on our supports and one of our tanks there.
I see the Sound Barrier come out to answer the Gravitic Flux from CBMX. Vassal's holding onto his for now. 3 other ultimates up for San Jose State. The Spartans going to use their Gravitic Flux, immediately countered by the Sound Barrier from Vassal's, but the health bars for the Broncos are already dropping dangerously low. Blue Jay will drop the Supercharger. Coalescence coming out from both sides, and Blue Jay will be the first one to fall. Wiki going to join him as well. Supercharger still is up, though. Now we're going to see the Meteor Strike come out from Gong after picking up Nerdy Bird, Soulbam, CBMX, and Modern Frost going to fall. Salad on my ski will be next. Once again, why it just feels like the Broncos get a perfect start to the fight, but they just can't find a way to finish it.
Yeah, we're getting strong picks early on, but they're... I'm trying to look for the word. Spartans are able to keep their cooldowns and then re-engage even though they're down on numbers and get the value that they need after we just burned most of our cooldowns.
So no ultimates up here. We do see the Blizzard at 99%. It is up. See what it's out on. He wants to use it, and he is going to use it immediately on it looks like half the team of San Jose State, but unfortunately only Kerrigan is going to get frozen, and he is not going to get punished for that. Modern Frost losing the battle of the Reapers there to Uni. He is dropping dangerously low and will fall. Uni wins that battle with no assist coming out. He's going to drop the Death Blossom onto 3 members of Boise State. They all fall. Olm and Blue Jay pick up the other 2 members. Boise State, unfortunately, cannot capitalize there off of the Blizzard. Do we see any swaps here for what? You know what? Why they beat me to it again? I was going to ask here. You like the Doomfist over the May for this last point?
For this last point, there's more walls to bounce off of. I should say to collide with for our Doomfist here. It's going to be more like we just have to play together. The last fight we lost, we weren't paying attention and got split up, went 2 different directions with 3 people.
Gong does have the Meteor Strike up. Both Coalescence up as well. Modern Frost has his Death Blossom. Here comes the Meteor Strike in and the Coalescence from Olm. It's going to get a double kill plus kill Basculus. Nothing committed on the side of the Broncos there. So they will be able to regroup with 3 ultimates still available. And it looked like the Spartans maybe got a little bit too ahead of themselves and nobody pushing that point to guarantee Boise State to pick up at least 1 additional fight with 3 ultimates up. Only the Gravitic Flux up for Wiki there. But the Spartans trying to push it in right now. No for the Broncos on the point. Finally, Modern Frost going to pick up the Death Blossom and get his own triple kill, plus the Supercharger and Coalescence committed. A full wipe, nearly Gong, the last one alive, takes down the Supercharger and then falls. So Boise State commits 3 ultimates, gets 6 kills, but that payload is so dangerously close and just a sound barrier up wide. I mean, this has to be crazy defense for Boise State to hold on here.
This is going to be hard with a 3-minute time bank to hold on with only 1 ult coming online. We do have Sigil coming in, so that could be strong as if he can get his up fast, but we're going to need it.
We will have to see. We do see the Supercharger very close as well for the Spartans here. Bastos doing all he can to keep the rest of his team alive. Nerdy Bird taking a lot of damage. Gong and the rest of the Spartans very much alive here. Supercharger is available for Blue Jay. Immediately commits it. Gravitic Flux going to be committed as well onto all 5 members of the Spartans. Unfortunately, the Sound Barrier and the Coalescence were able to keep them alive. Salad on my ski. CBMX going to go down. Bastos goes down as well with the Sound Barrier still alive. This could be a team wipe for the Spartans here as we see a 7-player kill streak for Modern Frost right before he goes down. The Broncos have to get to the point very quickly to keep us in overtime. Sound barrier for Bastos, but no one got to the point, so the Spartans will get there with 2 minutes and 19 seconds left. It just felt like every time Boise State had a fight won, somehow, some way, the Spartans just didn't quit, kept running it down, and just never really lost the complete fight. They just lost the start of it.
Yeah, they'd always go down 1, but 1 doesn't guarantee us a fight. They're probably managing their cooldowns very nicely and able to create space for when they need it if we engage too hard. We're using our cooldowns probably too aggressively here. We need to probably try to pace out the fights more and break them down. We lose those fast fights.
We'll have to see here at the start of this map. When the Broncos were on defense, we saw that brawl comp come out from both sides, running basically the mirrors, maybe just the DPS swapped, expecting the same thing here. Why for a brawl, or do you think the Spartans maybe want to get a little more, defense-oriented? Because we've seen them play Bastion a lot on the last map.
I think they're going to try doing this Bastion. I believe Boise State's probably going to try to Bastion as well with a Pharmacy comp as well. It's going to be a hard one to tell for me. I haven't got to sit on too many on these ones here.
So we'll have to see how the Broncos and Spartans want to pull this off. The Broncos know what they need to do to keep this match alive as the Spartans are going for the sweep here in this best of 5. We can see a Doomfist and a Reaper. So for now, the Spartans don't want to stick to that Bastion, potentially doing the same thing the Broncos did there, brawling them right in their spawn, burning a lot of time. We saw Boise State do that very effectively. I think, as we mentioned, getting over a minute and a half ticked off the clock, but unfortunately not quite enough. We'll have to see how the Broncos want to respond here. Do they want to bring out the Bastion? They want to try and brawl the Spartans right on that spawn. It's going to be very interesting here, but I do see a Bastion in the silhouettes there for the Broncos here. How's that matchup against this sort of brawly comp for the Spartans?
The brawly comp is going to have a strong advantage here, especially since Bastion can't set up on target and create the value that he needs with the space that he needs to play.
See an early fight here. Immortality Field going to be dropped down, not enough to save Basilisk, as he is going to be the first one to fall. We will see Uni go down, but CBMX and Silent on my ski will join Basilisk there. Nerdy Bird going to go down as well. Soulpan taking a lot of damage. Modern Frost not able to do much besides put down an ice wall. He is not able to get back to the spawn. So we will have to see Boise State regroup here. So the Spartans doing what they can to brawl a lot of time off the clock. For Boise State, I mean, how do you break through to set up the pirate ship comp?
If they're going to hold close like they are, they should try setting it up. We really should have tried scouting them to make sure they weren't going to hold close, and they switched to a Farah here is how I feel we would get more value. They don't have anything to counter us, and they'd have to fall back and give us space.
Coalescence up for both sides, I should say. Ulm's going to use it first. Gong as the Meteor Strike, but Bastos will go down. Nerdy Bird now going to use the Coalescence, pick up a kill, but unfortunately 3 other members of Boise State have all fallen. Soulpan will go down as well. Nerdy Bird trying to do what they can to keep the damage on. Will take down Kerrigan, and Gong is going to fall as well, so maybe this is a chance for the Broncos. Of course, their spawn much closer than the Spartans here. Why now? This is a good opportunity to set up the pirate ship now that the Spartans have to respawn.
They're still going to try holding close. It's going to be really difficult to get closing onto that payload at this point.
Amplification Matrix going to come down. Unfortunately, the ice wall was up there from the side of Modern Frost. Canceled a little bit of that damage. Wiki and Uni will go down there as well. Modern Frost does have the Blizzard as we see Blue Jay and Kerrigan both fall. So the Spartans now might be forced to fall back. Just the Blizzard up. The Supercharger very close to follow for both sides here. Do we think we see anything from San Jose State, or now that they know the pirate ship's coming, they like their comp?
I believe they probably feel comfortable on this comp. They have a lot of ults close to being online here, so they're probably going to take a sight lines and then get close and take a brawl on us.
Have to see how the Broncos want to commit that Blizzard along with the Supercharger there. Blue Jay has been very aggressive committing that Supercharger. Here comes the Blizzard out for Modern Frost inside this fight. Basilisk is going to go down. Ulm's going to pop the Coalescence and immediately get eliminated by the Blizzard. Silent My Ski is going to take down Uni. Gong will punch down Nerdy Bird, but CBMX will take down Kerrigan. And Wiki is going to suicide himself. It looks like CBMX and Silent My Ski finish off the team kill. The Broncos have to feel very confident right now. This pirate ship is cruising through the streets right now. Why?
Yep, we played that perfectly. They had to take a brawl on us, but with Mayalt, we created the space and able to isolate targets that use their cooldowns to engage on us.
3 ultimates up here for the Broncos. The Tank Farm, Supercharger, and Gravitic Flux. Just the Supercharger up for the Spartans, but as I say that, the Meteor Strike comes up. The Gravitic Flux is just seconds away. Immediately, the Meteor Strike is going to come out. Gong wants to start this fight. Doesn't look like he's going to get a pick, but he's also not going to jump into the back line for Boise State. Blue Jay will take down Soulpan. Nerdy Bird going to use that Coalescence. Several members of the Spartans very, very low, but no one dropping as of now. The rest of the ultimates being held onto. Immortality Field going to come out from Basilisk. It'll be taken down by Blue Jay, who's holding onto a Supercharger for now. Now we're going to see Silent My Ski use his tank form there above all of San Jose State, but unfortunately Uni popped the Death Blossom there, picked up a double kill. Silent My Ski, his cheeky flank got found out, so we're going to see all 6 members go down there for the Broncos. Did hold on to 3 ultimates there. 4 going to be up for the Spartans here. So why for Boise State? How do they commit these ultimates to best win a next fight?
I believe we almost need to make the swap to change off of the Bastion comp right now, but we're going to have to see push it through and see if we can't force it with the Baptiste window.
Going to have to see when the Broncos want to use that Baptiste window. We do see 4 ultimates up for the Spartans, including that Sound Barrier and that Coalescence, so it's going to be very hard to deal damage. And they're going to use them aggressively there. You're going to see the Gravitic Flux come out from Wiki, immediately followed by the Coalescence. The Implication Matrix going to come down from Basilisk, but unfortunately, 3 members of Boise State have already fallen. Modern Frost, Soulman, and CBMX are going to join them. So another team kill here for the Spartans. Now we're going to see the swaps come out across the board, just like you were saying, why. 2 ultimates still up, Supercharger and the Gravitic Flux. Broncos try and stall out here to get Blizzard up as well to really combo those together?
Well, we probably don't need to, knowing that they just used Beat in that last fight. We could probably just force it with Sigma's ult here and try to get a good team wipe off of that. If we need to, we can put the Mayalt into it.
Supercharger's going to go down to start this fight from Soulpan. Modern Frost has the Blizzard as well as Wiki will go down. Kerrigan takes down the Supercharger. Another all up for Boise State. The Coalescence up for Nerdy Bird. Blue Jay now going to drop his own Supercharger right as the Broncos rock around the corner. A lot of damage coming out from the Spartans. Gong will take down Silent My Ski and immediately use the Meteor Strike. CBMX does take down the Supercharger. Uni going to take down Modern Frost and CBMX. Soulpan will join as well. So the Spartans get pushed back a little bit, but unfortunately the Broncos can't find their footing. We see a Blizzard and a Death Blossom up for the Spartans. Do you use the Blizzard offensively, or do you have to wait for the Death Blossom here? Why? Because you don't bait yourself into it.
It's ideally we don't want to use Death Blossom with our Mayalt here. Mayalt is a good team wipe already if we can catch them all in it.
So we're going to see the Death Blossom come out from Uni. He's only going to pick up 1, and oh my god, May just took flight into the next dimension. She's already in Overwatch 2 with the amount of altitude she gained there. Kerrigan going to get a kill as well, so the Broncos have to try and find a way here. Just a minute left, and they need to get all the way to that last checkpoint here, as that is what the Spartans did. The Broncos going to try a little bit of a cheeky flank here. No ultimates up for the Spartans. We do still have the Blizzard up for Modern Frost, and we do have the Death Blossom up above 80% as well. But Soulpan taking a lot of damage and immediately goes down before any real fight can start. The Maywall not enough to isolate anyone there. Modern Frost trying to do what he can, going to be forced to use the Cryo Freeze there, try and get away, but he will unfortunately go down. Silent My Ski has the Death Blossom as well, taking out Gong, but he falls. Basilisk joins him, so the Broncos, of course, are going to have to go back and regroup. They do have the 3 ultimates up, though. Nothing up for the Spartans here, and at this point at 24 seconds, I'm guessing, as we see a staggered spawn from CBMX, Boise State's got to throw everything against the wall right here.
They're going to have to. It's going to be rough. Spartans are taking all flanks on us and just coming in from all angles and distracting us. We need to group up and go forward all together, not stringing out like we were in the last fight.
Uni was behind the rest of the team. The Blizzard's going to start this fight. Silent My Ski immediately gets dropped in the Reaper battle before he can even use that Death Blossom. Sound Barrier going to come out from Basilisk, answered by Kerrigan as well as Wiki using the Gravitic Flux. We are in here to overtime. The Broncos cannot afford to lose a fight, and there's the Death Blossom from Uni. Won't pick anybody up, but Soulpan will be the first one to fall. CBMX going to join in. Modern Frost here as well. That might be all that Boise State, unfortunately, is able to take as we are in overtime, and the Broncos have to stay on the point. We're going to see some swaps over to Wrecking Ball to try and keep overtime alive. We'll do just that as the Coalescence comes out from Ulm. but Broncos have to realize that they need to win a fight and they need to stick on the point. Modern Frost will take down Uni and then switch over to Tracer. The Broncos switching to every single mobility hero that they can get to keep this game into overtime. Sulpan just swinging around and wrecking ball on the point. Sound on my ski does take down Gong on Tracer. Recently got bumped, but I'm sure that's not the reason we're seeing it come out here. Wiki going to take down Salad on my ski. Basilic dropping very, very low. He will fall to Kerrigan. We're going to see the Supercharger immediately taken down there by Sulpan. Nerdy Bird going to take down Kerrigan as well. The Broncos just in fight or flight mode right now. Gravitic Flux immediately used by CBMX, but I'm not sure he got it off before he died. That could spell doom for Boise State. We will see Wiki fall as Ulm takes down CBMX. The Broncos able to get back on the point very quickly with this Tracer and Wrecking Ball comp. Sulpan just finally dying after swapping over. A couple other swaps coming out here from the Broncos to try and keep this into overtime, but unfortunately, nobody can get there. The Spartans will win Game 3 and take the match in this best of 5, 3-0. But why it wasn't for a great effort by Boise State. It felt like an even match every single game.
It was close. It was good fights there. If good patience and cooldown management by the Spartans there, and taking the fights that they know they could take there.
To be play of the game on to Uni there with his Death Blossom. Got a double kill there that really sort of stopped Boise State's defensive push. It had been so strong for that point. But unfortunately, San Jose State will take all 3 games of this Gridiron series, going to a best of 7 in Rocket League, a best of 3 in League of Legends, and then unfortunately getting the clean sweep in Overwatch. Any final thoughts for us, Wai? Thank you so much for joining us on Desk, but what are your final takeaways here from those 3 Overwatch games that we saw?
Impressive control center. We were very strong at the start. We just need to coordinate a little bit stronger, stay together, stay grouped, and prioritize the same target and focus a little bit harder. Focus a little bit better. Spartans played very well. They had a great cooldown management and were able to take the fights that they wanted to take.
And with just over a minute and a half here left on this broadcast, I'll go a little bit more global. We talked about it a little bit at the start, but BlizzCon is today. It started today. Overwatch 2 was announced. Your first impressions from what you've seen? I'm
excited for it. I enjoyed the Uprising events and all the other PvE elements that Overwatch has introduced into Overwatch 1, and look forward to seeing what Overwatch 2 will bring to the meta and what it'll bring to the game with the new heroes, new maps, and the new PvP, the new comp rule, map rule. I believe they're having like a, I don't know how to properly explain the new kind of like map that they're coming out with.
Yeah, it's like it's sort of like you're escorting a robot, but both teams can escort him back and forth, was sort of the vibe I got. So my final question to you, you mentioned it, new hero, new map. Which are you more excited for?
New map. Actually, I want to see that new game mode for the comp settings. Is really interested for. I'm tethered actually with a new hero that maybe can fly, hopefully. Another Pharah. Sorry at your detriment there.
Hey, you know what? I do enjoy more counterplay in the air, but I will be cursing your name if it's another character flying around and I'm just getting shot at. Well, but the rest of my friends play Hanzo and Widowmaker. But that's all we have here today. Thank you so much here for joining us at the Game Pants Esports Arena in the Gridiron Series. Of course, the football game will be tomorrow. We hope those Broncos have a little bit more success than we did tonight. But once again, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again next time.
So bad, I got it bad for you. You give me good love. You're like a dream come true. They say it won't last. They say you're wild and free. I know you never were a one-man woman. without you. I'm all up in my head when I'm without you. I start to lose my shit. I just been hurt before. Stranger's t-shirt on my bedroom floor. Excuse me for being suspicious. It's just that I get so confused. I love it when it's only me and you, doing all the things we know we shouldn't do. This is way too good, it can't be true.
Thank you so much for joining us here at the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. I am, as usual, joined by Michael Fisher, and I've also got the lovely on desk with me as we go into, I don't want to say it's my favorite, but it's certainly up there, the League of Legends portion of the Gridiron Rivals. We are facing up here tonight, Boise State Broncos versus the San Jose Spartans, and we're going to be heading right into that as soon as we get the game into lobby. But leading over to it, we're going to be looking forward to a really good game because these are the rivals that beat us in the Mountain West Championship Series. So we're already going into this one with a rivalry. We just created a new rivalry with Rocket League. What do we expect to see from Boise State and San Jose here to come into this match?
So from Boise State, we talk so much about their aggression, about their early jungle play, and I definitely think that we'll see more of that. I think a lot of the focus, again, is going to be on the jungle. Cobalt has enabled so much of his team with play on Pantheon, with Gragas, with Lee Sin, so many different champions that he's been able to use to influence the flow of the game.
I mean, from San Jose State, it has nothing to do with the game, but if you got any trophy emotes in your back pocket there on League of Legends, you definitely got to throw them out. You remind Boise State who won the Mountain West Championship game. I might be rooting for Boise State, but when you've got the hardware, you show it off. So I think we might see some of those. I'm rooting for some of those. Tilt is one of my favorite things to watch in League of Legends.
In Boise State, they're willing to get a slap on the wrist from Doc, you know, to jump on the fountain and get a final elimination or to drag it out a little bit. So, yeah, definitely bring those along. And San Jose going to be coming out guns running. We really have not seen much of them at all this year, so we're not sure if the roster is going to be the same. It was probably 6 to 8 months ago, maybe. I think that the event was in March earlier this year that we last saw them. But again, I love these guys. I got to, shake all of their hands, and the guy who created the esports program there, or the director, I can't for the life of me remember his name, but he bounded right up, outstretched his hand, introduced himself and all of his players. Just a really, really cool community of players, and it started as just that as well, just like with Boise State, with a little group of just the esports players turning into the varsity club. So best to them, but we are hoping, obviously being in Boise right now, we are playing on the blue and orange. We are hoping to see a Boise State win here, especially after that loss to San Jose earlier tonight. We don't want them to be able to hold too much against us,
No, you never want them to win. I mean, every game's a series, best of 7, best of 3, best of 5. It's also a series. There's 3 different games playing. You don't want to let San Jose State win, and you want to have they're not teammates per se, League of Legends different than Rocket League, different players, but you want them to have your back. You want them to say, hey, we got you after that tough Game 7 overtime loss. We've got you. We're going to stomp the Spartans down, put them back in their place maybe a little bit.
I like the thinking on that. Yeah, they've all got each other's backs here, that's for sure. And we might not see as many smiles immediately on the faces of these players because, they're league players. And
There's
you
no
got to go in
happiness
with
in
a little
League of
bit of grit and
Legends.
salt. That's part of going into the game. It's part of, being to defend yourself against all of the toxicity there. But these players do love to have fun. And we'll see exactly what lineup, what roster we are going in with today. And it does look like we're sticking with that primary one that we see the most of here. Woojin in the top lane, Cobalt in the jungle, Red Hots in the mid lane, Can't Get Dopamine, and Dean in that bottom lane there. And Dean is the captain on the team. I don't think we've been seeing the Deanie this year. Have we seen much of the... No, he's not wearing it right now. That used to be a thing. Sorry, that used to be a thing. I guess you weren't here for that.
No, I wasn't here from that. I'm just going to smile and nod. I do have from the notes that we got that Woojin and Cobalt were not on the Mountain West Championship squad. The rest of the team was. So 3 of these 5 members have experienced defeat at the hand of San Jose State. But Cobalt, who's been one of the biggest carriers for Boise State out of the jungle, and Woojin, who's had so much experience on these flex top laners, are people that San Jose State hasn't really seen outside of potentially scrims or watching replays or watching broadcasts, because you should always watch the Boise State broadcast, so they might be up for something that they didn't see in March.
And thanks to those two players that Boise State now has in Woojin in the top lane and in Cobalt in the jungle, there's so much ridiculousness coming out of that. The Jannas and the Karmas in the top lane that we've been seeing, the Shen in the river, all of this play that we never even thought we would see from the squad that we saw at the Mountain West tournament.
I mean, comparing the two top laners, certainly Woojin has brought some tanky champions in the top lane. We saw Cho'Gath, we saw Ornn, which not Koba, who was the starter last year, also loved to play, but he's brought so much more versatility to this top lane matchup, and that might not be something that SJSU is prepared for.
I wouldn't be, that's for sure. No, I mean, having casted that series of games is completely different. Those are the days of sticking with, the Jarvan Sejuani, the Toppy Island tanker. I mean, we have so many more options now, and the name of the game for Boise State recently has been flex. That is how they take advantage of the game. Before you even load in, they want to win in pick bans, and they find ways to do so. Anybody that says you can't win in picks and bans, play up against this Boise State team, and they will tell you otherwise, because they flex so hard on the first couple of picks there that the other team generally thinks that they're doing phenomenally well in counters, and then they realize the entire squad is completely mixed up, let alone they're not even playing 5 lanes. So Boise State's going to come into this one with a few more surprises, but we can also expect the same thing there from San Jose. And actually, let's take a quick look at the roster there from Boise State, or not from Boise State, from San Jose there as well. And it looks like a few of these members I do recognize, but they might actually have more new members than Boise State does on the team. So they might have a bit more of an advantage in that sense. Less to research.
Speaking of research, when you're talking about picks and bans, Jolly, something I've seen time and time again this year is, I'm not sure how much information is available to these teams, but they let some of these comfort picks go through for Boise. I've never seen a team game 1 ban Pantheon, which blows my mind with what we've seen from Cobalt. We've seen some people let Pike through. We've seen some people let Thresh through for Dean. So it really want to see how much research San Jose State's done, and if they ban out those comfort picks, because it feels like so many times that team's like, oh, we won the draft. We banned out the really OP champs in league, and then Cobalt's like, I'm just going to lock in Pantheon. You clearly didn't see me go 8-1 the last 5 weeks in 6 different games. I'm just going to run it down your face.
I mean, there's been so much focus on the mid lane, actually. Red Hots has seen his champions banned out multiple times. We've seen Yasuo bans. We've seen Akali bans. We've seen him forced onto Syndra more times than I can count. And yet, he continues to bring in these champions that are still able to get through the lane, still able to build to his team strategy. And as a result, the team can afford to let those bans go through. And players with maybe smaller champion pools, as a result, can play more safely.
And that is one of those lanes, too. You're very comfortable last picking the mid lane. You're very comfortable counter picking the mid lane, because a lot of the composition before the game actually starts does rely on the pathing of the jungle and where they decide to keep the focus on in the lane. Obviously, that's something that you adjust as the game goes along, but when you're going in with that game plan, if you already have a counter pick in the mid lane, you're like, all right, cool, we can expect early roaming, we can expect pressure and priority, at least in CS, and that presence for damage on lanes in case you've got dragon pressure as well, because the lane is pushed. So a lot of opportunities for being able to counter that mid. Red Hots is more than okay with it, because he's pulled even the Pantheon, not just Cobalt, the Pantheon from Red Hots in the mid lane was also absurd, which led to just ridiculous early roaming and a very quick beatdown. But this is a team that we're going to have to not quite tiptoe around. We're going to have to be a little bit more careful, though. So I don't think we're going to see as crazy flex picks from Boise State. We're definitely going to see them, because we always do. It's inevitable. But nothing too insane.
You mean, you never know, though. I mean,
that's my call. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying I don't expect
against
it.
2 teams that haven't seen each other since March with different rosters. That's the time to bring out anything you want. Bring out something you've been trying to sneak through. Bring out anything, because nobody knows what to expect. Because
game 2?
Well, game 2, one team is already facing match point, so you know that one team doesn't want to be flexing, and the other team wants to just finish the series. That's why game 1, I'm not going to call it a throwaway game, but it's a game where you can at least mess with different things, Glovely.
Well, I'm thinking of messing with different things. We were having a discussion last week, or rather more recently, about Teemo. Because Teemo was flashed up in Champion Select, but it was pro draft. It was a little bit of a bug. Unfortunately, that was actually a Caitlyn, which makes a lot more logical sense. But then after the game, we had a discussion about Teemo. Do you think that we could potentially see something like that come out? Could we see one of those off-the-wall picks to catch Boise State off guard?
Definitely off the wall. I don't know if it's going to be that off the wall.
Don't hate on Teemo. He's like the most adorable champion in League of Legends.
He just said don't hate on Have you ever played League of Legends before? The game is hate Teemo.
Teemo's combat pattern is based around getting you to hate him so that you chase him through a cloud of mushrooms.
I mean, he makes Galio's taunt range look small because it's the global Teemo taunt. Everyone is aware of that, but I mean, we might see something off the wall.
This is not an argument that Teemo. We are not having it.
We are going to bring Teemo
about
into this game.
Teemo being good or not.
Yes.
Because no matter how good he is, he's always bad. We always hate the Teemo. And right off the bat, we're going to head into pro draft here. Going into bans. Boise State looks like usually they have the selection is the opposing team. So San Jose may have likely picked the red side here, putting Boise State there onto the blue side, which they are more than comfortable with. That's usually where they start out.
That's a trend I've been noticing, not really at Worlds, but when it's Boise State. It feels like we've seen a lot of first-pick red sides where we've been in a situation where it's like, wait, that team's red? Weren't they picking first? So it is kind of strange because this game has always favored blue side. You always pick blue side. Thank you for banning Pantheon, by the way, San Jose State. You listen to me as we see Olaf pick for Boise State. But it is weird that teams are starting to feel more comfortable on red side now, which is sort of a unique twist.
It happens every so often. You feel like you have sequences of patches where it depends on the pro play usually. Usually it depends on the pro play. But, there are sequences when players decide that there are certain advantages, and a lot of that just has to do with buffs to things like at the jungle, for instance, and where you start and the pathing from there on. But we are getting to the first picks. It looks like Boise State instantly locking in that Olaf. Not going to say where he's going to go because, I've hurt myself in the past with that.
I would have to say it's the jungle. I'll take the fall for that one. I would think.
No. We're going to see something different.
So we have seen Cobalt play the Olaf in the jungle before, and it's been absolutely terrifying. We've seen team fights that looked like Boise State was going to lose. Then suddenly there's a scream, Ragnarok activates, and Olaf is plowing through three members of the opposing team. But it's first pick from Boise State. They're not going to be that obvious, are they? They've never been that obvious. It's entirely possible. Gangplank going to be picked up for San Jose. The Spartan's going to favor that pirate top laner and his ability to affect the map globally with his ultimate, the Cannon Barrage.
These 10th anniversary skins just give me a chuckle every time. I hope they never go away.
I really love the Malphite one. That one's my favorite. I saw it and just could not stop laughing.
I think I like the Mundo one. I think that one's I like that art style. Something about the jagged edges is pretty cool. The blues and the purples. We're clearly being gamers. We're fans of the blue lights and the purple lights. Apparently, that's where we see everywhere.
Misfortune actually going to be picked up from Boise State. I don't think we've seen them play this one before, so that's a very different bot lane coming from Boise State.
We were talking about these sort of off-the-wall champions, and I mean, if this is true, sometimes pro draft has messed with us a little bit. Misfortune, we haven't seen it for Boise State. It's not something that right now in the AD carry role is traditionally viewed as powerful, especially going up against the Xayah. And then the Leona coming out, not a lot of escape either on Misfortune besides that passive that just makes you move faster.
I was actually going to say Leona would be a good pickup to go with the Misfortune there, but that would be a little bit too much tank, a little bit too much melee, I think, on the side there of Boise State. I think we're going to see something a little bit... I can't say like more Dean because his favorite champion is Thresh, but aside from the Thresh, most of the other champions are incredibly aggressive. There's no Pike ban out there, which could be very helpful. But I think the Ornn ultimate along with the MF ultimate will be a really, really good combo that they'll be looking forward to later on when it comes to team fights, things like that. Xayah is just so powerful in general. She can really do well with any support. Leona's not necessarily one that I would pick immediately. I mean, obviously, if you have the Xayah Rakan available, I just think Rakan is so incredibly powerful that if you've got that option there, you might as well go with it. But Jarvan is going to be locked in. Always a good jungle. There's something about the game with Jarvan. He's just always balanced. He's always accessible. He's always... he's an easy jungler to get into immediately if you're starting. And he's generally part of the meta like for pro play. So good to see that, and it tends to hurt Boise State for sure. The Cataclysm from him, if they precisely time those guys, Boise State doesn't have anywhere to go with the MF. She has no escape.
Yeah, that's true. We are going to see the Thresh come out there from Boise State. Interesting that San Jose State banned Blitzcrank, another hero that we haven't seen Boise State pull out all that often, if at all, this season. So it is going to be interesting here. Now we're going to see the Rise. Boise State had some problems against some opponent Rises, and I do like him. He is very strong. Always seems to get strong around Worlds there, Riot. I'm not quite sure what your intention is there, but it's a little bit of a sneaky suspicion. So for Boise State, they are going to add some range. And then the Azir coming out from the Spartans there. So now that we've got the pro draft teams that we hope are all right, I think I can safely say that Olaf's going in the jungle.
Which, this is really surprising that Boise State really didn't pick. I mean, some of these picks, yes, can be flexed if it's really needed to, but you don't usually go in with these as flex picks. Boise State, not known to do that, so they are going into this with the intent to not necessarily do incredibly well. I don't want to say, like they're going into this expecting to lose the early game or anything like that. That's certainly not the case, but they're taking careful steps so that they do potentially have some way to come back in the later game. Their Rise is going to be very beneficial, and we've seen just how good Dean is on that Thresh. And now we're going to see if all of these were actually locked in correctly, because every so often we do get, with Pro Draft, some mix-ups, at least of the image that is selected, but I think on their end, the name of the champion is correct, so they at least know what they're doing, their picks and bans on here. We have not seen much. I think we've seen Ornn with Woojin one or two times recently, but he likes the more, not that Ornn's not aggressive, but the more aggressive champions here. So we'll see how that works out. There's quite a bit of tank on Boise State's side as well.
Yes, there is, and it really could come down to, like you mentioned, Jolly, how those Cataclysms lands. Can they cut off Cobalt on that Olaf from basically charging through the team? I know Ragnarok stocks every CC, but it doesn't let you climb over small mountains, so he does have to sort of wait for that to go through. The Blitzcrank ban, at least it looks like it was legit an interesting choice there by San Jose State. But yeah, Boise State running with a very, very tanky team and basically let Rise scale into the late game.
It might just be Blitzcrank is definitely one of those champions that people sometimes your bottom lane is just like, I ban Blitz every time. I just never want to play him. I just always have a bad experience playing against that champion. So he is one that is very potential for the tiltometer, if you will. The rest of the bans, though, do make a lot of sense. The Lux, I'm assuming that is against Dean, as he has been playing it. Still, even though it's out of the meta, he still brings it into the bottom lane there for Boise State. We've seen a bit of the Ashe. So the rest of it does make sense.
So I think the purpose behind the Blitzcrank ban is because Blitzcrank recently had a buff to the range on his rocket grab. It gives him the longest grab range.
Recently? That was like a month ago.
Somewhat recently, but he's got the longest grab range of all of the hook champions, the Nautilus, the Pike, the Thresh, all champions that Dean likes to play and has proven to be really powerful on. So the idea was perhaps to take off what they saw as the most powerful option.
But they gave him his favorite.
Yeah, that being said, they gave Dean his favorite champion, and we've seen it be used in combination with this Olaf in particular to be able to allow the Olaf to engage on fights that he might otherwise not be able to reach.
And he is that heavy engage as well. He can queue in, he can jump onto it, he can throw his ultimate down, he can flay them into the walls if that is even necessary at that point, or send them away from his team if he needs to. I like the utility on that with Thresh. He can either be incredibly aggressive, but he's also a very, very defensive one, not only with his tanky health amount, but also with his ability to, instead of flay, he has a choice on his flay. He can use it to engage, or he can use it to disengage. Same thing with his ultimate. He can use it to prevent enemies from getting the back line. He can use it to prevent enemies from getting away from your back line. So lots of options with Thresh, and I think that's one of the reasons that Dean consistently goes back to him. And he is also pretty much always viable. He goes with a lot of great ADCs, and usually at least ones that are in the meta there. And I'm glad that chat was also upset that Rakan wasn't picked. It's not just me, like that. There was such an opportunity there. There was such an this lovers duo lane it's going to be like so last year when Senna comes out, because you're going to have Lucian and Senna. Nobody's going to play Zyrakan. So, play while you can.
I mean, you still probably should, because they are just that good. But
no, Senna comes out, they're getting nerfed.
They're getting nerfed right into the ground. But now that we know the pro draft didn't lie to us, Glovely, what do you see here in this Game 1 matchup?
My first immediate thought on the side of San Jose is that their entire team has, well, you may as well say that this ain't Falco, because this is a wombo combo composition. You have the ability to lock people down using Jarvan the Fourth, Cataclysm, Leona's Solar Eclipse, lock them down, and then you just throw so much damage on top of them in an AoE. Xayah, Gangplank, Azir, all of them have high damage AoE ultimate abilities that if you're locked down in that position, you're going to be taking so much damage. If you get baited into a team fight around a major objective like the Baron or the Dragon, which we've seen Boise State loves to play around, you're going to get punished for that if you get caught out.
And not only that, but there's not a ton of escape on the side of Boise State. In the bottom lane, yes, you do have the Thresh with the Lantern, but MF herself doesn't really have any escape. She's got that slight speed boost, but really you want the attack speed on that. That's generally more used to engage. It's not considered an escape. And then, you've got at least some disengage from Ornn and Ryze, but you don't have heavy disengaged champions at all here. If you are going to have to disengage, you'd have to use the Ornn Horn to disengage. That always feels awful when you can't use it to get a wombo combo, because it looks like that's what Boise State was trying to set up for, is their own wombo combo. Even, getting the Ryze ult in, throwing in the Olaf with his Unstoppable, and then getting some sort of lockdown so MF can ult all of them there. And San Jose may have picked a great composition to just prevent them from doing that.
I do think that overall Boise State has a weaker team fight composition, certainly. They don't have that wombo combo potential, but what they do have is a very strong pick potential with some of the champions they've got. Olaf and Ryze, Thresh is really great at picking out a single target and forcing them to basically get deleted, because as soon as you're caught by one of those champions, you're gone.
So early roam from Boise State is probably what we're going to be seeing a lot of, and that Ryze, once he hits level 6, will likely be aggressive in other lanes on top of it here. We'll see the last pick on the team, though, for the Spartans was that Azir. So he picked that one knowing that he was going up against the Ryze, and does a really good job of preventing him from locking you down and keeping him back. As Azir, you've got so much disengage and so much long distance poke, and Ryze really does need to get up pretty close to you to be able to actually get his runic prisons down and to get his combos down and to make his passive really worthwhile. So I mean, we usually do the pregame predictions. We usually do it's usually Jem who's like, all right, who are you picking? Or Chizu, all right, who are you picking? And, I don't want to be that guy, but all right, who are you picking?
I mean, I think this really is dependent on how much Boise State can get ahead before 6.
Don't give me a crap answer, Fish.
The Azir, I like the disengage, because, well, we talked about how aggressive Boise State is. It is perfect, and so I mean, I don't want to say maybe it's trying to get a caster's curse in, but I have to pick San Jose State here, because I think the Azir can disengage anything Olaf wants to do, which is what we've seen Boise State do time and time again. Pop the Ragnarok, and I'm coming for your back line. No, you're not. The soldiers are going to send you right back to the rest of your team. So I think I've got to go with San Jose State here, Glovely.
I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to say that Boise State drafted a much better overall team. Ooh. I think that in the early game, they've got a lot of power with the Olaf, with the Thresh, their ability to affect the map, and I think if they use that to get ahead, it doesn't matter if you have this huge wombo combo in the end game. You're going to be so far behind that Boise State can just run you over anyway. And if you lose a single member of that team before the team fight breaks out, your wombo combo loses so much power.
My only concern here with that, Glovely, is there's a reason Miss Fortune's not played. She doesn't have the same power as Xayah or a Caitlyn, so my concern could be we might see why MF's not played if you get some of that fall off late into the game. That could be a concern for Boise State, where you're basically playing with not a full power AD carry.
Well, I mean, if Miss Fortune does fall off, you also have that late game Ryze. Ryze is going to just build up more and more power. And we've seen just how powerful he is. Like we say, Riot tends to nudge, nudge, wink, wink, buff him slightly around Worlds.
It's also Red Hots. So you have to just throw that factor in there, that it is Red Hots, and whether or not he falls behind, he finds advantages in whatever situation he is in, and he actually makes some really risky plays that do tend to work out in the end, and he's also really good at coming down and saving allies and interfering with attempted ganks or interfering with just some roam from the enemy team as well. We'll have to see who strikes first, but once again, I'll mention Boise State didn't draft a ridiculous team. That is the norm. And so I think they're really going into this one expecting San Jose to put up a very solid fight.
Indeed, I think the early part of this game, the telling part, is going to be how the junglers want to handle it. We do see the San Jose Spartans jungler. He wanted to start red buff, so that makes me think he has something in mind here, either to go bot lane early, maybe try and get that level 2 gank, maybe on the mid lane, or as it seems like as we're seeing on the map, he actually wants to go for the invade onto Cobalt, maybe take a sneaky route around to bot lane. With Misfortune, she will push a little bit faster with her Q doubling up onto the minion.
And that Olaf is going to break down around his Krugs, and it looks like it is exactly what you were talking about there. A flash is going to be burned, but first blood granted over to just who you wanted on the Leona.
If there's anything the Spartans have to be upset about, it's that Leona got the kill. And really,
Wait, you mistimed your W. Oh, gosh.
And really can't get Dopamine. There was no ward in that bush, I don't think. And if there was, he was the one who rotated back quicker. Dean unfortunately got caught. That could have easily been a double kill for the Spartans there. A great job playing very aggressive early, taking advantage of the fact that Cobalt wanted to farm a little bit more.
Jarvan's one of those junglers who likes to gank at level 2. You get your flag, you get your drag, and as soon as they're both up, you can go in for a gank. There's only a few other champions that can do this, and there are a lot of champions that we see Boise State play. We see things like Lee Sin, we see Pantheons capable of it, we see Xin Zhao. Unfortunately, in this case, they just didn't respect that level 2 gank, and as a result, got caught out.
They didn't expend any summoner spells, though, so that is one other thing to throw into consideration. However, on the side of San Jose, as we get a little bit of an aggressive play in the top lane, nothing really going to come of it. In the bottom lane, there were 2 abilities burned just on that Leona. She didn't get the elimination for it, so she doesn't feel horrible, but also the flash in from Jarvan. And a flash now coming out from Woojin. He took just too much damage there from that top laner, who is definitely the top laner from the Mountain West Championship, because it is a very uncomfortable summoner name.
It's one of those names that sometimes you just want to go over there. Woojin respecting the Q there coming out. Red Hot's not able to back, though. They will see Campbell out, take a turret shot for that. And this is something we've been seeing in some other tournaments this year. We do see the hook onto Mew from Dean there, but nothing will come of it. Leona is so tanky, it's so hard to get a pick.
The Jarvan just recalled from Olaf's jungle. That Jarvan was sitting in the jungle, basically cleaning up everything that he could there. He just now backed. And there was a potential good situation for Boise State to maybe take advantage of something with the Azir having taken all of those tower shots and being very, very low. But Olaf not really knowing where that opposing jungler was. I mean, he was also recalled. But on top of that, couldn't really make an aggressive play in response just because of that.
And in the top lane here, we do see Seal trying to rotate down for a gank there, but it looks like for now we are going to see Mew go on to can't get Dopamine with the Zenith play. Cobalt is there. The play is going to keep him in. So that might be a kill for Boise State. Here comes Cobalt for the finishing move. Leona is just so tanky, but that's not enough. Meanwhile, we do have a gank in the top lane. Woojin, though, Ornn, just so naturally beefy, just able to basically just walk away from 2 members. So a great counter gank there by Boise State, knowing where Seal was. I think a ward had spotted him out, and they're going to take perfect advantage of this, and they're going to rotate over to the Infernal Drake.
And of all the Drakes for this team composition to get early on, an Infernal is going to help them so much. Every single lane really has a lot to benefit from that early on. And even though they don't have priority in the majority of these lanes, you know, something like a Mountain Drake might help them with that in keeping pressure on lanes. But this is the best option, because the best kind of pressure is an empty lane right after you eliminate your opponent.
Exactly. If there's anything that adds damage, is we're going to see Woojin here going to jump right onto Toe Sucker here. We've seen this a lot in some other tournaments this year for Boise. Woojin plays the Ornn against a very aggressive top laner and basically just slowly stalls him out. Feels like he's losing in the early game. Eventually, the other top laner gets way too aggressive, goes down, doesn't have enough mana. So this is something to keep an eye on where it might feel like Woojin's losing early. He did have to expend that flash much earlier than he probably wanted to, but he's never really losing the lane. He's basically almost baiting the enemy into his lane.
And if Woojin does end up losing top lane on this Ornn, like, he's got so much utility, and he's going to be so tanky that even if he falls behind on the gangplank, against the gangplank, it's not going to be that big of a deal for him. If anything, we should be worried about the fact that this gangplank has the ability to scale up into the late game and be a huge damage threat. Looking at the builds here, already very early, just basic items that are being prepared to be set up. So we have Ryze as his tier now, starting to stack that up. Miss Fortune has opted for a BF sword and has one of her long swords, probably going to build that into an oh my goodness, fight happening in the mid lane.
It looked like Red Hots wanted to set up a gank there. Cobalt going to try and follow it up, but Seal is there as well. No ult for either jungler. They're going to duel it out. Cobalt does have the level advantage, but unfortunately Red Hots had no mana. He was already backing. Camp Ellen out did have enough mana to sort of sustain there. They're going to see a hit come out from Dean. He isn't quite able to get it. So it felt like there Red Hots was trying to bait a gank from Cobalt, but unfortunately just took a lot of damage in the process.
So I believe what Miss Fortune is building there is most likely going to be an Essence Reaver. The ability to just spam your abilities, get so much wave clear out of that champion, much like the Xayah on the opposite side, which might be why they picked the Miss Fortune into this matchup.
That is a possibility, and they are now finding the pressure that they were lacking earlier on, and that is thanks to a fantastic play and the first elimination not going over to the tanky support as well. I'm sure they're pretty happy about that one. It is not enough pressure to prevent San Jose from doing their jobs, though. They're maintaining CS, they are buying lots of vision, they are clearing vision as well. So once again, we are seeing a very even matchup of just two really solid teams.
Yes, we are, but we have to say from now, Boise State has to feel like they're at least in the lead. They are in the gold lead by about 400, which isn't much more than a few gold pieces on each character, but they do have that dragon there. As we are going to see Cobalt clear out a ward, but for now it really feels like where the junglers are going is going to be determining of this game. Seal got the gank early, Cobalt matched it, and from then we haven't seen many ganks as Cobalt's sort of been farming while Seal's been trying to make picks. He just hasn't got one.
And Cobalt is an incredibly aggressive jungler, so I'm actually really surprised being on the Olaf. He's not a missed hook, followed by a missed Zenith there. Can't get dopamine, has access to a lantern, but he's not going to take it this time.
It really felt like the Spartans thought Mew was going to hit that Zenith play because we immediately saw Camp Out teleport in without any sort of engage. Boise State smartly falls back. The Spartans not going to get anything off of that one. We'll have to see if Red Hots can take advantage of that. His teleport is on cooldown. He had to back a little early on Ryze. You always want to get that tier as soon as possible, start stacking it up. So he can't take advantage of it now, but you do have to know that cooldown is much longer for Camp Out.
And you did just get, exactly, because you did just get the teleport out because of the pressure now that we are seeing from Red Hots in that lane. So even maybe being in a disadvantageous lane thanks to the rest of the team and really where the aggression is focusing, he has had some good priority there. And that's where I was a little bit worried. A great hook is going to hit the support here. A WQ and then the Zenith in onto Mew, followed by the Solar Flare there, still taking a lot of damage. The Gangplank is going to follow it up with his ultimate. The ultimate coming out from Chinchin, and the recall did not get somebody because of the flash out, but they managed to pick up a double kill thanks to that Jarvan coming in. The Cataclysm was held off. The flash out and then the Unstoppable means that the jungler on the side of San Jose is going to go down, as is the ADC there. Just one more to clean it up. The triple kill over to Cobalt. Oh my goodness.
We were talking about this early in the game. You think you've won a team fight against Boise State, then what should happen? The Call of Ragnarok comes out from behind you, and Cobalt just plows through an entire team. Triple kill on that Olaf. Such a huge threat here in this early game.
And still assists going over to the Misfortune as well. 1-1-2 means that that bottom lane is feeling good. We're going to take another look at that fight. This is just the end of it. Cobalt knowing as well that he had the red buff for the entirety of that fight there and was able to do the burn damage necessary to ensure that he was not going to get eliminated while trying to take down that tank. And you know, that is definitely a dampener on the spirits there for San Jose, who had such a great gank. They eliminated exactly who they wanted to. They started to do the peel back. They got the Cataclysm down onto Cobalt, who was very low. It seemed like a good fight. And then he started dealing damage after the Ragnarok. And my goodness, he already does so much. That's something that San Jose now really needs to keep an eye out for.
And that was just a great job by Cobalt. Some players make the mistake of when he went in there, even my eyes were like, oh, this is a 1v3 of going in, committing resources, and then flashing out and just running away. But it's a good job of Cobalt by sticking in there, sticking to his guns if he knew he could 1v3, and just committing to it. That's sometimes not hesitating can be the difference. He did just that, and I think that is going to keep Boise State in this game and allow them to set up a second Dragon.
The teams are already positioning for it. Boise State looks like they're going to scare them off of the Dragon, so that's going to be an uncontested Cloud Drake, possibly. It looks like they have the jungler on the side there. Jarvan not quite willing to go in. Looks like he's going to back off. And that Air Dragon is going to give them a lot more ability to continue this roaming, to continue this pressure that they're putting across the map.
And they are speedy champions as it is. Maybe not so much of the disengage I was talking about earlier, but that extra speed is going to provide a bit that they might be lacking here. Can't get Dopamine, always loves access to additional speed being on the Misfortune. Same with Red Hots for getting into position to get those ultimates down. And then Woojin, I'm sure, feels a lot more comfortable as well, having that being a relatively slow champion in the top lane. So lots of roam to come here. We have not seen a couple ultimates come out. We did see that Gangplanks, but no response from Woojin as it was across the map, and really no response needed there.
Red Hots and Cobalt pushing Seal back just a little bit here. Feels like Boise State trying to set up for this Rift Herald here. Also looks like they're going to engage in a little bit of a lane swap there, as we do see Woojin walking down into the top lane here. Meanwhile, the Boise State bot lane going to rotate up. Assumingly they want to go for this Rift Herald. That is exactly what they want to do. And we see there on just above the Rift Herald, it does look like Seal's backing. He probably doesn't know that, or if he does, doesn't think he can get there. We also don't have a teleport out from camp out, so it looks like another objective going to go over to Boise State. They love getting these objectives as they spawn and just taking advantage of the other team not being ready. There's no even wards there for San Jose State to know what's going down.
They were taken down by Boise State, and San Jose probably should have recognized the reason those are being taken down is that there is an objective that is going to be eliminated, or at least focused on. San Jose had nobody up in that area, to the point where Can't Get Dopamine was like, yeah, I'll help you guys. Actually, I can just farm and push this top lane because you can take it.
We are going to see a hook onto Mew. We're going to see the Ragnarok come out as well. Can't Get Dopamine, though, unfortunately, was isolated all by himself and was unable to duel 21 Chim Chim. It was a great job there by San Jose State. I think as well Mew recognized that and immediately went over with the Zenith Blade and got the stun off. But unfortunately, Cobalt and Dean jumped onto Leona, and Can't Get Dopamine could not quite 1v1 Misfortune, maybe showing one of the reasons why she's not the more picked heroes here in the bot lane, because Xayah just does so much damage.
And the recall as well provides the disengage and engage that Misfortune does not have there. So that's why she not only does she do so much damage, she's just such a well-rounded champion. She has some poke abilities. She can follow that up even with her passive for feathers. And that's one of those things like a Syndra, you know? You have to keep an eye on the board. You have to keep an eye on how many feathers are out, where they're positioned, and it adjusts your pathing. And a champion that adjusts pathing, that's pretty OP in my opinion.
Yes, we are going to see once again a support fight here. Cobalt's there as well, so is Can't Get Dopamine. Mew is going to get hooked in the play. The Zenith play to try and get away. The stun onto Can't Get Dopamine. That's not going to be enough. Can't Get Dopamine will pick up his second kill of the game. They will take down Mew, and that's going to be enough to summon Shelly as Boise State wants to rush down for first tower.
You can't cut off this Misfortune. Yes, she's probably going to lose in any duel up against this Xayah, but that's not where Misfortune shines. Her ability to reset her passive on multiple different targets causes her to excel in these team fight scenarios, and that's exactly where we see this Misfortune really shining.
And, you know, once she gets a BT, things will be good, right?
Oh,
She'll be fun. She just has to get a Bloodthirster. She's got a ridiculous amount of attack speed. We know how good Can't Get Dopamine is at CS. I don't even have to look at it to know that he probably has an advantage here right now. If not, he's at least level or maintained himself up against this Xayah. Xayah is one that can clear waves really fast, though. Deadly Plumage alone is an ability that's going to send out things, and then just a free recall, essentially, to clear out waves means that we have to expect a lot of pressure. And if she is going to go solo in a lane, it immediately needs to be taken care of.
So We are going to see a lane swap here, but Lovely, now that we're reaching the mid-game, what are you seeing from the items down there?
What I'm seeing is it looks like Can't Get Dopamine is actually going for the Infinity Edge build based on the items that he's currently got in his inventory.
Just the pickaxe.
Only needs the Cloak of Agility. So not going to go for that Bloodthirster.
He
going
will
to go
eventually.
a
That's
lot
a third
more
item.
damage.
It's a third item.
Third item.
Yeah.
Yeah, third or fourth item.
IE is, I mean, it is a good choice. You usually don't do Essence Reaver immediately into IE. You usually want to get a little bit more utility, whether it's like attack speed or something other than just the pure damage.
You know,
but the lifeline is, I really like oh no, that's Phantom Dancer, huh?
Yeah. In this scenario, I do agree with the Infinity Edge, in particular because it's going to turn into a Molten Edge, because Woojin is currently level 11, so by the time you finally have enough gold to complete that item, you're going to have it upgraded almost immediately, get those extra bonus stats. That's
No,
true.
you're absolutely
But
right.
which
And
is
the
more
crit
valuable.
the crit damage is going to be insane from Can't Get Dopamine too. That's really their main source of damage here when it comes to AD. Cobalt, yeah, being in the position of 3-0 and whatever means that he's also going to deal a very good amount. But Can't Get Dopamine is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and if there's any sort of CC laying down on multiple members, that's going to mean we're going to see an immediately ultimate from Can't Get Dopamine, and they're going to hope for as much burn as possible onto San Jose as we get an engage in the gangplank ult.
We're going to see another Ragnarok come out immediately. Mew is going to go down. The teleport coming out from Woojin as well, but the Spartans want to disengage here. Unfortunately, 21 Chim Chim doing a lot of damage onto Woojin. Here comes the rest of the team going to hop onto Seal. The slow from those spammable axes for Cobalt might be enough. Here comes the Ram, going to try and get a knockup. Will get just that. Actually, no, I think there's a dodge by 21 Chim Chim. Here comes Can't Get Dopamine, all doing so much damage, taking up that entire wave. Another kill for Boise State. Now San Jose State might want to disengage with down 2 members.
It's great if you have a huge team fight together, but as we see, Boise State picks one off early in the fight, and as a result, the whole team composition just falls apart.
And the couple of failed ganks really don't help as well from that jungle. He had a really good start of a gank, and then as soon as he got turned on by Cobalt, they're giving the triple kill, that early triple kill over there. We're looking at a quick replay of that fight. The flash away from the Jarvan, the ultimate coming through from Woojin to knock up the backline. It was ulted out there from 21 Chin Chin, but the follow-up there from Can't Get Dopamine on the ultimate was beautifully timed, and it forced the rest of San Jose away from the fight.
For San Jose, you do have to feel confident that 21 Chim Chim played that perfectly when it came to positioning here. He never put himself in a spot where Cobalt or anyone else for Boise State could get there. Woojin actually teleported on top of him, and by the time we got to Woojin, he was already half-life and running away. So if there is something that San Jose State is, we're going to see a hook onto camp out, but Dean just messing around. There's no one there to follow that one up. He's not going to take the next part of that.
Am I going to do it?
He's like,
am I going to click it again? Am I
No.
going to go? it is, that's part of the mind games. That is part of the joy of playing Thresh, of having that 2-part ability that if you are hooked, you can be jumped on, or you might just be let go. You never know what's in the fog of war on the other side of that river there. Some damage now going on to Boise State's tower. As we can see, though, we are about almost 5 minutes past those plates going down. Boise State having all 3 dragons, having a pretty solid gold advantage now at this point as well, and really finding their stride in the game here. No pun intended, as we've been talking a lot about the movement speed for these champions.
They do have the Cloud Drake that'll speed him up just a little bit here, so Boise State going to take down the mid turret there, and I think just the bot turret remain there on the first tier towers for San Jose State. Yes, it is very low, but Dean wants to engage onto 21 Chim Chim. Cobalt is there as well. The ult and the dash from you going to get the stun on the Can't Get Dopamine, but Dean will get the shutdown there. Now we see Woojin coming in. Seal's going to jump in there. The Cataclysm onto Red Hot, so that's going to be able to take him down as Mew falls. The ultimate from Can't Get Dopamine picks up 2. Camp out is going to push Cobalt into the tower. That was a great job there. So Boise State will lose 2. San Jose State loses 4.
Dean almost saving him as well. He threw the lantern out, but it looked like Cobalt just happened to go the opposite direction right as that lantern dropped. Still a successful play from Boise State, baiting out not just a bunch of ultimates, but almost every summoner spell from San Jose State. They did expend a few themselves, but came out a little positive.
You know, it really says something about how much pressure Boise State has on this game when you consider that that fight was fought a tower deep. Like, not only that, but it was 2 towers deep. Cobalt died on the opposite side of the inside tower.
Yep, thanks to that Azir ult, but that also meant that Boise State was able to get the pressure past that first tower, and that one already being as low as it was a really solid move. So Boise State is playing this all right, taking advantage of every little thing they can find, every little mistake that San Jose may be making here, and that is few and far between. San Jose has still been playing this very well, considering how many objectives have gone in favor of Boise State.
The problem for San Jose State, and it was a pick that we all liked in the draft, was that Leona has just felt slow and clunky right now. She's been caught out 5 times now, and almost every time she just has no escape at all. So it feels like, well, that was a great pick into a misfortune, and the idea was there to lock misfortune down as Cobalt.
I didn't like it.
I mean, well, you know,
so you want somebody a little bit more aggressive. I wanted the Rakan, obviously.
Well, yeah, I mean, it just it's just skipping on Rakan, but she feels so clunky in this matchup right here.
She does, and it's one of those things where she doesn't have, you know, any movement speed or mobility. The lockdown is, yes, helpful, but 21 Chinchin has her own lockdown. You've got the recall if you can get the feathers out, and with how quickly you can get them out with the deadly plumage and, you know, the rest of her team backing her up. I was looking for somebody a little bit more aggressive, and I actually mentioned that Leona goes really well with the misfortune. And that would have been a good matchup. So maybe a little bit of a mismatch or something that has worked in the past for this team.
Cannon Barrage going to come out as well. Mew going to flash onto the back line there. The Cataclysm going to come out onto Can't Dopamine, who will ult. Mew is going to go down. Jarvan as well. Here comes Camp out. San Jose State is basically pulling themselves into the Boise State lineup. We're going to see Toesucker go down as well. Stopwatch not going to save you. It's an ace for Boise State.
I was going to say that with the way that the Leona's Rail Morph is going to be used, so we're going to go immediately to the Baron. But I think the problem with this Leona is not necessarily the fact that Leona is who she is.
You're right.
But because you're charging into a situation where Boise State's like, you want to be in our faces? Okay.
That's what we want too.
Like we have Ragnarok. We've seen twice Leona's ultimate has been dropped on Olaf, and he just Ragnaroks and continues the fight anyway, completely negating the use of that ult. Boise State going to pick up the Baron here, but you don't want to dive onto the opposing team when they're so far ahead.
Right, and it's not as though, you know, the gold lead is abysmal at this point. We've seen at 15 minutes Boise State have a 10K gold lead or something of that nature. We're going to take a quick look at the replay here. The ultimates lining up perfectly there from Woojin as well as Dean on the back line. Can't Get Dopamine did get ulted there, so he went down, but Toesucker was immediately turned on. And the fact that San Jose was split up there meant that Boise State took full advantage of what they had jumping back in the game. But, you know, I feel as well as though the solar flares have been a little off-timed. They've been on aggressive plays, which it's such a great disengage ability, and then you can re-engage with your Zenith Blade and your hard stun on the Q. It just seems a little too aggressive to me right now.
You see Woojin and 21 Chip dueling in the bot lane there. Kenny Dopamine going to steal the kill, but Woojin did all of that damage. 21 Chip thought he was a little more powerful than he was. The Baron buffed 100. Ornn not going to take a lot of damage anymore, unfortunately, from Uzziah. You will have to fall back there. The Azir turret going to come up and try and slow down this Boise State push. It is going to self-destruct, though. The Baron on 4 members of Boise State. Kinky Dopamine actually had 1 second left on the spawn timer. Thought you could have waited just a little bit there, but I understand why you don't want to hesitate with Baron. But for Boise State, they're going to get at least 2 towers out of this. And Woojin, most of this game, by the way, has been split pushing, and it's been so effective because now no one on this team can duel him.
Nobody can, no, and he's done a really good job of playing these tanky champions as well as these really aggressive mana heavy or even, sorceress champions, essentially. Boise State perfectly splitting this because they know that nobody wants to go and focus on that solo Ornn, plus they have the additional Baron buff on these minions, so they need to stay in their base at this point. Boise State gonna already have the Rise ultimate up again, and this is just gonna allow them to constantly push lanes. They also have the 2 teleports on their team up and available right now, so if necessary, Woojin can get the assistance of Red Hots.
We are going to see we're going to go with the 4-1 there to keep the minions in the middle lane. All Baron buffed up. It looks like for now, almost all engaged there from San Jose State, but the Spartans are going to fall back, realizing that just keeping that inhibitor in live is more important than trying to force a fight onto Boise State. They've had no luck with that so far here, but we are going to see the engage now. Mew is going to jump onto Red Hot. He's going to take a lot of damage immediately. Kanky Dopamine is going to ult onto the back line. The Cataclysm going to come off, but it's not enough. Red Hot picks up the double kill. Cobalt gets his own and adds a third. Another ace for Boise State.
And that will be the game. I cannot expect anything to come in response to that. Woojin's just like, all right, we got this. We got a cannon minion that's going to be outside tower range.
My one complaint with Baron is that cannon minion will never get in tower range.
But that's the whole point. I mean, if it's going to do damage from outside of tower range, it's not going to be able to. It can't protect you. That's too OP.
Except when you're trying to siege, it's so annoying to just sit there and watch it.
You're doing damage from outside tower range. Don't complain, Fish.
No complaints here as Boise State takes down the Nexus and takes game 1 to go up to match point in this best of 3.
Very, very clean play. Boise State, while, Fish and I may have felt that their composition might have been a little underwhelming, they showed that it doesn't matter how underwhelming it is as long as you know how to play it and have that idea in mind for any sort of combinations. And they found the picks they needed. They shut down anybody that needed focusing, and San Jose unfortunately lost that first match, but this is a best of 3, folks, so we're getting at least one more game of League of Legends, and even more San Jose coming here tonight as we play Overwatch after this best of 3 here. But round 1, Boise State really taking the advantage on that one. What does San Jose need to do to stop that overwhelming pressure that Boise State had, specifically on objectives too?
The thing that San Jose did poorly in the previous game had nothing to do with their draft. It had nothing to do with their goals and their strategy. They played very well. The problem was that as soon as they got an elimination, they didn't get anything off of it. Yes, they got the first blood. That's fantastic. But it went on to their Leona. They didn't go get a dragon off of it. They didn't even invade into the jungle. They got nothing. And that just sort of continued on as the game continued. On the other hand, Boise State gets an elimination, takes a tower, takes a dragon, takes your base, takes your jungle, takes so much pressure on the map as a result.
One, thank you, Glovely, for not humble bragging there. That you picked Boise State, I picked San Jose State. Felt like Jolly was maybe leaning towards San Jose State a little bit in this
I
draft.
said Fish and I were,
Exactly,
I was
yeah,
thinking,
so,
at least based on the draft,
yes.
yeah. And that's why I immediately followed it up with, while Boise State tries to win in the draft, if they don't win in the draft, they find ways to win with what they have. And they found many, many ways.
Yep. I will say for San Jose State, something I've noticed, even from all different teams, stop trying to gank top lane. I mean, Woojin has been so effective on this Ornn in so many different matchups where, he's so low, let's just get an easy kill. No, it's Ornn. He's not going to go down. He makes sure he doesn't give away in the early game. If you're going to gank a top, you've got to play a hyper carry. The one time I've seen for Boise State this Ornn lose, it was to a Riven who got ridiculously fed and can do whatever she wants. You've got to play a hyper carry top lane San Jose if you want to face off against Ornn.
On top of that, even if you do manage to shut this Ornn down, all of this pressure that you've put on him, you're just putting behind a tank. He still has so much utility that he carries on into the later game. If I'm going to be a jungler, I want to focus my efforts on either mid or bot. And while they had some of that earlier in the game, ultimately it just fell off. And as a result, they lost that dragon pressure so early on.
And I think a big part of, really just going through all of this is the jungler got shut down hard in terms of even successful ganks. We saw that really good gank in the bottom lane. He came down, he fed his ADC a couple of eliminations. He's all right. He's like, all right, let's get a little bit of push on the tower. Oh, don't worry, guys, it's an Olaf. Let me cataclysm onto him. I got this. Don't worry about it. Gray screen. You don't expect that much damage. He got shut down really hard, really early, and he could not recover after that. He was 0-2 and 2. Even though he'd had the early invade in the jungle on the enemy side, at that point in the game, it didn't matter because none of the ganks immediately following that were successful. The only reason you make bold invasions like that is to immediately gain something off of it. And one buff isn't going to get you anywhere if you don't do anything with it there. So good play, really, from Boise State, and some good points there. I think you're right, and very aggressive into that Ornn. We're going to take a look at a couple of replays, and this is the one that we were just talking about, the flash out, the unstoppable to follow up that Cataclysm. Down goes the Jarvan, down goes the Xayah, and soon to follow goes down that Leona. Feeling pretty good, Cobalt. That would put him at 3-0-1 at that point in the game. And yeah, 0-3 and 4 is what we see the Jarvan at here. This is much later on. A seemingly good play here, but the ultimates from Boise State's too overwhelming here, both in terms of CC and the damage from Kega Dopamine.
Yeah, that fight was weird there where, as we talked about it, San Jose State basically said, we're going to take the fight to Boise State, and Boise State said, Okay, that's fine. And none of them jumped onto Can't Get Doping. He got an entirely free ult here.
Same here.
That's the problem with Leona is the only way Leona is good for your team is if you can engage right onto Red Hots, who didn't even die. He picks up the double kill in the Cataclysm.
It wasn't even Red Hots. It was the fact that they jumped onto Red Hots
and he just gets
and
away.
then Can't Get Dopamine ulted and immediately burned everybody down to nothing. And Can't Get Dopamine the whole time is like, hey, yeah, I'm the ADC guys. Like, Red Hots is scary because he has the overwhelming presence that you expect from a fed mid laner, whether or not he's fed. He just plays very confidently. And so people naturally play a little bit frightened. You know, if he's confident, there's got to be something to back up that confidence, right? So going into this next one, as we start with Pro Draft here, we are looking at San Jose starting on blue side here. So they did pick blue for the secondary game, and we're looking at the exact same band so far here. And yep, they're going to round it out. The first phase is exactly the same as last game.
Be interesting to see what San Jose State want. They're actually going to take the Olaf away from Cobalt and Boise State. That has been a very contested pick if Pantheon is banned out like he is. I'll be interested to see how we're going to see Seal play that one. If he's going to play it as aggressively, getting into Cobalt's jungle like we saw on the Jarvan 4, might be interesting to see how he wants to play Olaf versus Cobalt, how he played it.
So Boise State still has some aggressive junglers on the board. We could still see a Jarvan the 4th. We could still see Lee Sin. Orin going to get locked in for their top lane. They feel really comfortable with that top lane pick for Woojin. Just very safe, very much able to sit in that lane and just build up himself, build up the rest of his team, especially when he hits level 13 and grants them all additional item buffs.
I want to see a hyper carry come out here from San Jose State.
Yeah,
to
in top
counter
lane
that
to oppose
Orin.
it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That we've seen it work in the past. We have seen other options not work. We know that there is a relative solution to this. It is a safe pick, though, for early on, much safer than trying to do. And look at this. Boise State's like, oh, okay, you think you can do well with my Olaf? Well, let me take that Jarvan that didn't go so well for you, and I'll show you how to play it. Boise State putting another aggressive jungler there onto Cobalt, who's one of the most aggressive junglers I have seen in the Collegiate League in general this year so far. So we'll see exactly what San Jose decides to pick up, and the Akali is what they are going with. They want some tricky plays. They want to be able to outplay Boise State, but also get themselves out if they experience kind of what they did last game and Rise as the selection there for the top lane.
San Jose State has gone full Boise State on us. They took the Olaf, they took the Akali, they took the Rise. That means Akali or Rise is going to flex top lane, something you usually don't see. So the Spartans have almost said, all right, Boise State, we've seen everything you want to do. We're going to do it better. Red Hots is going to get his Yasuo, though. That means the bot lanes are both left to be picked and banned out. And really anything's open for Boise State after we saw that Misfortune play. San Jose State, maybe go Zaya Rakan if you want to do that. I think that's more powerful. But I don't know if – I'm assuming Rise, that is my preference to go top lane. He is the more hyper carry that we've seen currently. Akali we know can pop off, but not in the ways that old Akali could. And the Misfortune band coming out, that is hilarious. But I don't know if Rise is a hyper carry enough for San Jose State because he takes so long and he's not as, Riven-y where he can 5v1 you.
He does have a lot of potential later game, though, and in particular with invading lanes, as Boise State likes to do, and as we saw San Jose trying to do with their composition. Boise State just really didn't allow them to there. The Zaya Respect ban, though, was played very, very well there by San Jose. Ezreal as a follow-up ban, so they're scared of that ADC. She was, whoever was playing that ADC doing a fantastic job here. I think it was
21 Chim Chim.
That was right. Yes. 21 Chim Chim doing a really, really good job on avoiding things. We saw so much fancy footing and some really good ultimates to escape. I mean, chains of CC. It was back-to-back that she was dodging things. The Blitzcrank, San Jose's final ban. Again, I really think just something that they don't want to see. Yasuo has been locked in there, so Boise State knows that Akali is the pick. Red Hots has another favorite. Those are his two. The Yasuo was left open, and the Kai'Sa in the bottom lane just shows more aggression, more global ability, or at least mobile ability and early gank potential. But I'm liking the Caitlyn, and there is a Morgana open on the board right now.
Yeah, that feels like a misplay there if it is Caitlin Morgana by Boise State, banning out Ezreal. That's another one of those not as powerful ADCs, but we're instead going to see what looks like a Soraka out there. But really for me, this is for San Jose State. Stop letting whoever in the bot lane is scared of Blitzcrank throw your draft away. Why are you letting all of Dean's heroes be available to him by banning out a Blitzcrank that we've never seen him play? I mean, yes, Thresh and Blitzcrank, they're translative. You can basically do the exact same thing, but don't ban out Blitzcrank if you've never seen it. He's not that scary.
16 bans go through and him still pick up like an Ivern and solo bottom lane, or pick up. He does anything. He literally will take anything in that lane. He'll solo it with Vel'Koz down below. We have seen. He has these rotations. When he first started on, Vel'Koz was the one people banned out. That's not one you would expect, I'm sure, because you haven't really seen much of Dean on Vel'Koz. So as this comes on, each month, he's got a different priority ban from the enemy team. He just plays so much, it's impossible to ban out Dean. And if you know that you don't like Blitzcrank, I don't fault him for that. Nautilus is going to be the support there for Boise State, so they've got so much aggression here and a lot of engage. I'm still really liking San Jose's composition here. I know last game I said I thought San Jose would win. I said that I thought San Jose's composition overall was a little bit better. I think Boise State has done a better job here in kind of evening that out. And I really don't think this composition necessarily goes heavily in favor of somebody, but I'm not sure about the Soraka. That's my only qualm. I would have preferred a Soraka Luden's Echo top lane. Like that's where I'm at.
It's still a possibility. I don't think so. I mean, if they want to flex like Boise State does, they would pull it out. I mean, I can see the Soraka. It's, again, trying to pick something that goes against Boise State's aggressive nature. Boise State jumps in. All right, we can heal everyone up on the team. Try and cancel out.
The AoE silence, I think, is really big.
You could drop the AoE silence right in the Cataclysm as well if we do see Cobalt unfortunately trap a member with him, or there's someone else with him like the Yasuo. That could shut it down.
But the Morgana was open.
That's true. The Morgana was, though, it felt like...
All right, so... I think this is the point. This is the point where we talk to our resident analyst. After Fish and I argue for the first 30 seconds to 2 minutes.
Usually wrong.
And then we're like, all right, fine, we're just not going to agree. Glovely, what do you think with both of these?
So looking at the way Boise State has drafted their composition, they have so many knockups, and that's why when we locked in Red Hot's Yasuo, I was in full support of it. Looking at their team between the Ornn, the Jarvan, and the Nautilus, they all have knockups that they can use to enable this champion to create huge wombo combos. There's actually a very scary one that you can set up by setting down the Cataclysm, locking everybody inside of it, knock them up with the Ornn charge, and then suddenly the whole team is up in the air for Yasuo to just start wailing on him.
I mean, if you don't have one of those, you can at least throw in the ultimate from the Nautilus on the back line and pop a few up that way. And that is if Red Hots doesn't land his Whirlwind, which when does that happen? Like, that almost never happens. It is always cool to see. I know, being, I guess, a Boise State caster, I probably should say it's cool to see when Red Hots gets somebody put up against him that is better than him, especially with Assassins, because it rarely happens. And so I love to see when somebody can counter that mid lane, because we have seen him fall behind and still recover. He says he's the best Akali. At least the last season it was Akali. This season it might be Yasuo. I don't know, something between the two of them. But if Camp Out can really make something work with this Akali and really get some tricky plays in and get the advantage, Akali is one of those that can be devastating to a whole team.
Yeah, the one thing, though, that about playing Akali against Red Hots is if anyone understands that champion better than you, it could possibly be Red Hots, who knows how to play around it, because one of the things about playing a champion is every way that it's countered. So that could be the one thing that goes against Camp Out. I still am just hesitant to say that Ryze is the hyper carry you want against Ornn. Ornn no longer for Woojin. You really don't have to worry about being ganked unless Seal is going to come up there, but that's not the hyper carry I wanted to see. Bring out something that can just 1v5, because Ryze takes so long to come online, and even then he's not always 1v5 capable, despite the fact that Riot likes to shove him down our throats.
So then, Glovely, I'll ask you, where do you think Boise State will put early pressure? We can assume it's probably not going to be the top lane, because that Ornn does so well on his own. But do you think they're going to have to focus that mid, or do you think it's going to be kind of the same as usual in the bot?
Well, while you could try and go top and try to delay the Ryze as much as possible, that's sort of just an inevitability. It's not quite to the degree of a Nasus level 8 game, but it's just something that you have to expect will eventually come up and be a threat. Instead, I think Boise State might try and focus on their bot lane. Kaisa is a fantastic hyper carry. They have the Nautilus for the CC, which also combos with Kaisa's passive. Try and get that Kaisa ahead early so she can get to her 2-item power spike and maybe carry the game from there.
Now, what do you think about the Soraka? Because we didn't really get your input on that one. I gave mine. We heard what Fish had to say, but how are you feeling about that support pick on San Jose's side?
So I'm glad that they picked the Soraka before the Nautilus came up, because if they had picked it after the Nautilus came up, I would be like, why?
Yeah,
There's so few things that Soraka can offer you against the Nautilus. I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick. If your goal is to survive lane, I think it's a great pick for keeping yourself alive through tough matchups, especially if you intend to play back. And that could open up possibilities for jungle ganks. But unfortunately, the Soraka doesn't offer a lot of ability to get ahead. So while Caitlyn may be powerful in the early game and she may be powerful in the late game, there's going to be this period in the mid game where Caitlyn's power just falls off the face of the earth. And if she doesn't have a good early game, Kaisa hits her big power spike at 2 items in that mid game. So Boise State has a real opportunity there.
Yeah, you're right, actually. There is that point where Caitlyn, you're either, hitting relatively fast but not as much crit, or you're hitting really hard but not really that quickly. And so Kaisa gets that advantage as the game goes on. She's going to be adaptively building both of those, and that is actually a very good point. And, of course, I love it because there are things that Glovely says that it's like, that makes so much sense, but had you not pointed it out, I really wouldn't have considered it. So that's why I love having you on desk. Just really, the analysis alone is helpful in expanding my tiny mind in regards to these things. So this next match is game point for Boise State.
Yep.
If San Jose does win that, what do you think that means in terms of these picks, considering Boise State got counterpicked a couple times, or not counterpicked, but the Olaf taken away from them, certain things taken away from them. If San Jose does it better, what do you think Boise State's going to do about that?
I think it really depends on how San Jose State wins. If it's the Rise that pops off, then it's, okay, well, is Ornn a problem? Because, yeah, he's tanky, but they've clearly found the answer.
Yeah, but how are you going to get over the butt hurtness of having the Olaf picked against you and winning? We're getting really technical here.
Yeah, I would honestly not be surprised in Game 3 we're just going to see a swap. We're going to see Olaf again for Boise State, Jarvan again for San Jose State. These seem to be like the players that they want to do. I think really where the butthurst comes in, how do the routes start? Are we going to see Cobalt do the exact same thing? Red buff, right down into the jungle, right for that level 2 gank,
right?
While we're seeing Seal farm Krugs? That would be next level. I want to see if Seal, knowing, okay, this is what I did on Jarvan, if maybe he predicts an invade, something like that, that could be really where it could be tilting if Boise State runs the exact same thing and we see Seal pick up a triple kill in the bot lane with Ragnarok. That could be really
They are on blue side too, so they really are trying to mimic that aggressiveness as quickly as possible and as well as possible, and they're doing a pretty good job of it there. I really don't see Ornn having any trouble in that top lane because you talked about how we've seen Woojin specifically up against counterpicks, hard counterpicks, and he does an amazing job of getting this close to dying. But if that opposing top laner is going to eliminate him, they're going to take that tower shot to eliminate themselves. So he does make some really good plays based on aggressive ganks, ends up getting a kill in response. So he is phenomenal at finding ways of keeping himself up in that island and preventing himself from having to maybe do some early roam or do the lane swaps. They want to force the lane swaps. And the pressure that he provides as well in those lanes, as we were seeing 4 in the top lane, 4 in the mid lane, whatever, the Ornn in the bottom lane. What do you think then San Jose is going to do to address that? Because maybe Boise State might not be focusing that top lane, but does that mean San Jose has to?
What I would do is I would take my bot lane early game and back them off, and they have the Soraka to enable them to do that, to let themselves get pushed in. Because if you're pushed in early, it's so much harder for that level 2 gank to come in from Jarvan. It forces him to go somewhere else, and that means he has to go on to an Akali who has an easier escape route. It means he has to go into a Rise who maybe not going to be the biggest impact in the early game anyway. So in that situation, just back off. Let Boise State try and run around early game. Don't give them anything, but don't let them take anything either. Don't leave yourself open to those ganks.
Right. Definitely some strategies to potentially take advantage of. And if they were listening to us before, they have taken a little bit of our advice in these instances. You can always assume that, we make this all public for a reason. It's got the 3-minute delay, so at least they can't immediately do anything about it. But San Jose, good luck to those guys in bringing this out to a Game 3, and obviously good luck to the Broncos in taking one of these games for themselves, as San Jose did beat Boise State earlier tonight in Rocket League. It was 7 games. It was absolutely phenomenal. It's worth going back and watching those games because these are some of the closest matches I have ever seen in the history of Broncos esports. And Boise State now feels a little hurt that they got that taken away from them in overtime on Game 7, their specialty. So they're looking for revenge.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cole.
So that is a long sword start on Akali. That's going to help Akali build very quickly into later game. But more importantly, it forces Akali's adaptive force bonuses to be AD. Although right now, maybe Caitlyn getting caught out.
Oh, unfortunately.
was that a hook?
The rock, I think, clipped the hook for Dean.
It couldn't have been an auto because it would have connected.
Yeah.
That is a rough one. And Dean, being the captain of the team, probably hanging his head a little bit, and especially with it being a hook champion, his primary being Thresh. He did so well on it last time. That definitely hurts. But, they can just come back. It's just a Q, right? It wasn't a flash. They could have had first blood off of that, though. That's the unfortunate side.
Yeah, you could have maybe argued for flashing for that to get the root, maybe not a follow-up damage. We did see
Because
Cobalt.
of the passive?
Yeah, because of the passive. Then you can hit the hook, but I don't know if there's
That's
enough
risky.
damage there.
That's if you can guarantee that you're not only
no
going
one
to
else
get
was
that,
there.
but also that you're going to
That's
be able
a
to get the
game one
elimination.
play. That's what I was talking. That's a game one play when you're
exactly.
still feeling.
That's when you're really showing off, and you're like, all right,
Yes.
how much slack can I take from these guys, and use it against them? And Red Hots is finding, I guess as much of a challenge as you can when it comes to an Akali. She's going to have the healing over you, and Yasuo already popped his pots there, but Red Hots, same instance as Wujin really in that mid lane. He does so well, even if he's up against a hard matchup, unless he does really well in his own lane and then ends up just pressuring too hard and giving a few eliminations there. He does well of peeling himself back and knowing really when to make those aggressive response plays. Plus Cobalt, just so good at engaging when he really needs to help turn bad plays into even slightly less bad plays.
Yeah, interesting to note that we saw Seal run the exact same path that Cobalt did on Olaf, the red buff down to the Krugs, getting those early levels to try and get Ragnarok, while we're seeing Cobalt go for the more standard blue, do the wolves, then do red, and he is going to back because he's a little low. So he is not going to capitalize on that very powerful level 2 that we talked about last game that we saw Seal take advantage of here. Meanwhile, the Boise State bot lane is taking a lot of poke damage here. And looking forward into this game, something that is in my mind now questioning it is, if we do see Wujin split push, who answers it for San Jose State? They don't have a great answer because you never want to pull an Akali off. And pulling Rise off is a lot of power you lose. But usually you punish split pusher by engaging. They don't have the engage because they have a Soraka.
At that point in the game, you would hope that if it gets to that point in the game, you're so far back. When it comes to Ornn doing the split pushing like that, and if he's not crazy far ahead, you can send 2 people to go to him. You don't have to send 1. It's not like it has to be a 1v1. You can split that up. The problem with it last game was he was very far ahead, but the rest of the team grouping as 4 members is what really killed them. They had to keep the pressure on them. Already a deep engage. They're a flash away from Chin Chin. The Ignite coming down there, and Cobalt is trying to disengage here. A really good move on keeping Chin Chin alive there, and that's where the Soraka works, I guess, huh?
That is exactly the exact same gank we saw Seal do 2 levels later, but unfortunately Leona has more lockdown than Nautilus does, just by a little bit, so Dean wasn't able to lock down the support like we saw there. So Boise State, lucky to get away there. I do think Cobalt took a tower shot, so Boise State will have to unfortunately regroup and sort of lose that early advantage that Jarvan has, because Seal is just power farming his own jungle right now.
And we have not seen him invade anywhere else. We haven't seen him pop his head out anywhere, even to put a little bit of pressure into a lane. So that is at least something that Boise State can take solace in, is that it's not being played quite as aggressively as it was when it was in Cobalt's hands. But that just means that when it does come out, expect it to be pretty stacked.
Wujin's been doing a great job in this top lane, and now it looks like we're going to get a gank here.
Comes Cobalt, the flag and drag gets flashed away though by Toe Sucker. We're going to go right back down to the mid lane. Red Hot jumping on to camp out there. Can't quite get the whirlwind there, still looking for it. Doesn't get it. He is going to have to fall back. Does that very quickly, one of Yasuo's specialties. When there are minions around, he might be the hardest champion in the game to stick on because he can dash so many times.
Oh, yeah. And it is a very good distance. It is very quick. And even somebody like an Akali, you know, another assassin, it's very difficult to catch up with that. Granted, you know, you give up that speed for something like this, the disengage and the re-engage, but unfortunately it's not going to be able to be committed there by Camp Out. He does, he gets it, the ignite, the dash back in, going right over the head there of Cobalt as he goes back under the tower, taking almost no damage. What a move there from Camp Out. Ultimate expended, but well worth it.
Jarvan came in to try and get a gank off of, but unfortunately, when Akali throws down that smoke screen, it's so hard to do anything about it. It's so hard to find her. And as a result, she's able to just walk around. Jarvan not able to do anything. Maybe could have tried to flag and drag through it, and maybe if lucky, catch someone out. But just not there, not able to do anything, and you just capitalized on it very well.
Yeah, a very good one. No flash needed either, so Camp Out does still have the flash. It is a gankable lane, but still very capable of being able to escape from something like that. And here now we can see you were talking about, you know, keeping the lane pushed. They have decided to push the lane themselves. The flag and drag just going to hit the wall, but 21 Chim Chim has placed themselves in the worst possible position in between four members there of Boise State. So a response to the first blood means they're going to even up the eliminations, but gold is definitely in favor of San Jose right now.
Yeah, San Jose did pick up that dragon knowing that Cobalt had to hold the mid lane there while Red Hots got back after dying. So that's where that main gold advantage comes from. But 21 Chim Chim, that's an unfortunate misplay for him. He wanted to go help out Seal. Seal had the ability to get away. There was no one really there for Boise State to slow him down. And 21 Chim Chim just walks right into that. So that's very unfortunate because it felt like San Jose State was dominating it. And in this mid lane, right before that gank happened, I wanted to say, whoever hits 6 first is going to get first blood. Camp Out did that and then immediately got first blood.
And that's where you wonder, too, in a situation like that, if there maybe was a little bit of miscommunication as well. The Ornhorn is going to come out. Woojin is unstunned and is able to get the pop-up onto the Rise, who's very low, but he is going to stay alive. Camp Out going to go behind tower and deal quite a good amount of damage to Cobalt there. Seal with that axe going to just prevent him from backing a little bit longer. That was a lot of damage, though, already coming out there from Seal. Before, though, you know, with the engagement, what you were talking about earlier, how much of that maybe can you credit to the miscommunication, to Boise State just doing a better job of letting each other know who they're focusing, things of that nature, and maybe Red Hots might be in a bad situation. Dean, however, is there, and Red Hots is just doing so much damage. The ult's actually going to be burned there. The Ragnarok from Seal makes himself unstoppable. He's going to follow it up with the flash, so not just an ultimate expended from your chase, but a flash on top of it.
Yeah, it felt like Red Hots was saving that whirlwind until the Ragnarok fell. He had the flash to get back into range, to extend it. Couldn't quite get it there. A great job there by Seal. Realizing that, not staying too long. San Jose State this time has been disengaging almost perfectly, and Camp Out on this Akali has been playing so aggressive, giving Boise State a kind of a taste of what most teams face when Red Hots is on that Akali, because he's been so aggressive. We've seen him in that jungle. He is pushing that level advantage so hard right now.
And that's why I was saying it's kind of cool sometimes to see, you know, if you're really good at something and you haven't really been put in your place, it's sometimes good to have that happen, especially before the end of all of these championships that we're partaking in, you know, the CSL, any NACE championships, things of that nature. This is something you want to experience, something that might, this maybe isn't always the counter for you. I feel like Red Hots was very confident going into this matchup, and maybe it's not going quite as well as he wanted.
Well, as we are going to see, once that Shroud comes down to so hard, Dean trying to set up a gank there. Here comes the ultimate, but Akali is going to dash away and flash, but Red Hots wants to take advantage that he's going to ult on. Kanky Dopamine comes there as well. Gonna get the killer instinct to get the kill there. Great tower management as well. Red Hots is very low. Seal not going to be able to take advantage of that. And Undertow might not take him out, and of course he does have the wind wall as well, but Soraka doing as much poke damage as a Soraka can, but a great job there by Boise State.
And that's going to even up the gold almost perfectly there, as we can see. Really, it was perfect at one point, and of course, right as I say it, it decides to change. Casters, you know, that's just what they do to me, right? That's just what the game. That's just what the game does to me. Couple ultimates expended on that one, though. The flash was finally taken out of Camp Out, but that's going to put Yasuo at 1-1-1. Not, you know, putting him in his place at all, but an advantage now heavily heavily in comparison in that bottom lane for Boise State. They can keep a lot of pressure here. We have already seen so much roam from Dean, and that is only necessary, that is only capable or able, you are only able to do this, words. You're only able to do that really when your ADC trusts enough that they are able to keep themselves alive against that. And with the matchup being Caitlyn and Soraka, that's something that as a Kaisa you should be able to get yourself out of. So it actually kind of gives this opportunity for Boise State to say, yeah, Dean, I really don't need you down here. Go ahead, help out the mid lane.
Gank going to come on here. The Cataclysm is going to hit camp out. He is in his shroud. Cobalt took 4 tower shots, and that's actually going to take him down. Game is going to be paused there as well, but unfortunately...
Really? That was lag, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
If
I die, it was lag and all chat coming across
play,
the screen. I was just about to ask you the items, Glovely, but unfortunately none of us can see them right now. So what have been your takeaways so far here, 12 minutes in?
So far, I think Boise State has made great use of the Nautilus. One thing that Nautilus offers to your team that you don't necessarily get out of Leona, who would otherwise be a very similar pick, is the fact that you cannot dodge the depth charge. You could dodge everything else in Leona's kit, but if Nautilus sets depth charge on you, you are going to get knocked up. It's just a matter of when.
Same with the passive, as soon as you see that auto basically get past the point of cancellation, or once it is confirmed, you're like, well, I am going to be stunned. I'm going to be hard CC'd. And we can already see an aggressive move up here in the top lane. The Ignite coming down, the depth charge going to be followed up there. 21 Chin Chin going to flash away from this. Soul wants to respond here. He's going to burn the Ragnarok on the engage. Can't get Dopamine, the focus of this one. The W coming out. Can't get Dopamine, does not have the ultimate up and available right now, though it was used. The flash away there in the bottom lane. Woojin able to, that top laner able to juke out. Woojin trying to avoid it. Saying, we're university, guys. We're university. Cobalt now having to take down some of this aggressive vision that we're seeing. But some really good plays from everybody across the board. Camp out finding advantages. The top lane there for Boise State finding advantages. These are just aggressive teams, and it is always great to see 2 aggressive teams face head on because your voice is gonna be gone at the end of the day, and you're gonna see some really great plays.
Unfortunately for Boise State, we've talked so much about their communication. That last fight was the point where San Jose State actually communicated better than Boise State. We didn't see a single member from the Broncos rotate up top lane. They were stuck in what became a 2v4, only unfortunately losing 1 member. That could have been much worse, but that just felt like San Jose State moving so much better as a team that time. Now that we have the items back on screen, Glovely, why don't you tell us about the builds?
Well, the most important thing we see here is that Manamune has now finally been completed for Kaisa. That's going to be a big power spike. We actually didn't see the tier until after this item was completed, so there are no stacks on that going into it. That's going to take a little time before it really starts becoming a powerful item, but that's one of the downsides to when you're playing an AD carry who uses the Manamune, because you need to get that pickaxe first to be effective at all.
Yeah, I mean, it is a difficult struggle. And it also depends on your lane opponents, and this was definitely a situation where the Caitlyn, you really can't risk getting poked down by her. You want to be able to deal some retaliation damage as opposed to just being able to fire off abilities nonstop. And now that you've got that, hopefully the damage is already backing you up. We're going to see a little bit of a push play here from the bottom laners sitting in that top lane. I think they were hoping for I don't even know, the Rise to come up there. He's sitting in the bottom lane, though, so they can see that very clearly. There are still plates up for the next about 30 seconds. They've got 25 seconds now here on the plates. So Rise taking advantage of that, and a bit of a misplay maybe from Boise State in not being sure that somebody was coming up to that lane.
Maybe thought they were trying to pick up Mew. Soraka looked the closest there. Campout is going to try and engage on Red Hots. The Akali with the Gunblade, the real big power spike for an Akali. The quicker you can get that item, the quicker you'll deal damage. Red Hots getting a taste of his own medicine, but he is winning the CS game. But Seal doing a great job. That's his 2nd dragon secured, and we haven't even seen a fight over it. It hasn't even been on our screen. We just see it flash across. The dragon has gone over to the blue team there, so a great job doing what Boise State did to them last game on the Olaf.
And what actually set that off is the incredibly smart move of sending that top laner down into the bottom lane, and that is part of the reason too we had that little bit of a misplay maybe in the top laners in the top lane. A flash out from Cobalt. The unstoppability means you can't be stopped, but a Cataclysm is a wall in front of you that can certainly stop you. And now 21 Chim Chim, because of that play, has pressure here in this top lane. No plates to be gained, but she got what she could from this. 2 dragons, now pressure in every single lane here from San Jose. 21 Chim Chim, though, cannot 1v1, can't get dopamine. In come the two supports. The ultimate's coming out from both of them. Can't get dopamine, has the healing necessary. And now we can see Woojin does teleport in. Dean was trying to peel off the back line, but there was no real back line. Everybody wanted that ADC for supper. So both ADCs going down. Can't be too upset, but an 0-3-1 Caitlyn who doesn't quite have a finished item certainly does not feel good.
So can't get dopamine moved down towards the blue side, maybe trying to anticipate a flash from Boise State, or from SJSU. Unfortunately, moved into the bushes and just, as a result, wasn't able to get caught up.
We're going to see a call. The Forge God come out here, going to Red Hots, is going to jump onto Seal, who did get knocked up there. A great job here. The rest of Boise State responding immediately. The ace in the hole going to be canceled there, but Boise State is going to clean up. 3 members of San Jose State, Toesucker getting away, but we are going to see Woojin flash right after him. He just needs to get the charge. That's going to get the knockup. That'll take him down, and Boise State should get the Rift Herald.
And well, I mean, Dean trying to just keep it from resetting that entire time, and they were able. Okay, and then of course, yeah, that's always unfortunate. The reset coming through. Yep, it really is. I'm sorry, team. We're going to see a replay of this one. The ultimate coming out from the Yasuo to start that one out. He does have double buffs on the back line. Cobalt tried to jump in, but was not able to hit anybody with the flag and drag. Lucky for him, the camp out flash directly in front of him. Easy pickings. Dean there, we can see that's when he decides to turn off. Oh, Ace of the Hole is going to come out just to try to stop these guys from getting the Rift Tail. It's a little too late, but Woojin will go down.
Boise State is able to pick up that Rift Tear. Woojin did pick it up. A great response there by San Jose State. All of that factoring back to the fact that Rift Herald did reset because I believe it had 1 bar left and someone pulled aggro off of Dean, which is why it reset, unfortunately, there for Boise State, which did cost them a kill. But they still get the Rift Herald. That's the one objective, though. For the most part, we've seen San Jose State dominate the objectives. Felt like they had that one. A great response by Boise State to force that fight in the replay we just saw.
Boise State still has several advantages in certain senses, though. You can see when it comes to matching up the CS, it's relatively similar in the bottom lane because you can see, the Relic Shield. Oh, a good Cataclysm from Cobalt, who no flash on him, but he does have the double buffs that were given over, I believe, from Camp Out on the elimination in the fight a little bit earlier. Boise State seeing that they need to take advantage of the little that they have. San Jose still does have the gold advantage, but considering that Boise State is a little bit behind in certain aspects for CS and whatnot, they are doing a really good job of preventing San Jose from getting a huge enough advantage to really actually make like an item advantage in a sense. Dean now, we're going to see a backside gank here.
Depth charge onto Toesucker. Cobalt trying to flag and drag in. Unfortunately, though, not only does that mean that Rise is going to get away, but San Jose State is going to take a mid-turret uncontested right now. 3 members pushing that. They might even get a lot of chip damage on that second one. A great job there by Mew preventing the recalls from Boise State. Have to see a back teleport there from Woojin. That actually might be a second turret going down on a failed gank. A great job there by San Jose State rotating over. But they might be walking right into a fight. The call of Forge God does come out. Seal, though, it is stuck. It is a 3v3. Dean is coming up here. Can't get dopamine, is getting tunneled down with the Ragnarok there, teleporting around the best he can. The Soraka heal going to come out. The exact reason they picked that. Red Hot does get the knockup. That's finally going to spell death for Seal. 21 Chim Chim very low, going to go down to the Ignite. Now we're going to see Camp Out try and get away. He might want to turn that around as Boise State is split here. We're going to see the charge on Woojin, get the knockup of the Mew. That might be enough to take him down. Another clunky champion for Mew going to go down, so Boise State takes 3. I don't think Toesucker's going to go down, so a 3 kill for Boise State.
And out comes Shelly. She's going to get 1 charge up on this and should immediately be followed up by another charge. The only member that is currently up in the lane right now is that top. Oh, no, the Akali is already back as she went down pretty early on in that fight. Shelly's going to get that second charge off. Boise State going to take that second tower. So more than okay with that play. Camp Out going to jump in, try to get that ult off as Can't Get Dopamine is so low on the back line, but the disengage from the rest of Boise State means they have to adjust their focus over to Shelly here, and all of Boise State gets out with a very scant amount of health. We do see some pings coming out from San Jose saying maybe they're going for Dragon. Luckily for us as Boise State, members, I guess here, they're not quite that dumb to make a play like that because that would be very risky. I mean, that would be incredibly risky here. So San Jose will get something off of it, but Boise State really making that play happen.
Look at the mechanics here from Can't Get Dopamine. Just getting tunneled down by the Ragnarok on Seal. We're able to get away, burned his Flash and his Killer Instinct there. 21 Chim Chim going to go down to the Ignite. You would have liked to see them finish off the Akali. I'm not quite sure why they peeled off. I don't know if they thought they could get Mew in the mid lane there. You had sort of the 2 CC champions. I think shutting down an Akali is vastly important to shutting down a Soraka, but it's still a great job by Boise State.
I think for that instance, you're either going on a chase or you're going to somebody that you can probably catch. You know, an Akali, she's an assassin. You know, you're not supposed to chase assassins, I think is the idea, because they hopefully are going to be able to get some sort of play off of you from Bush, some sort of vision play. And so they recognize that. I think the main thing that really put that fight in Boise State's favor, though, was the very quick split off. We had Cobalt and Can't Get Dopamine down towards that bottom side. And as soon as somebody else started to try to engage after the Ragnarok was already burned to get to Can't Get Dopamine, 2 members of Boise State, Woojin and Dean, I think it was, split 2 members up towards the top. We saw the Caitlyn get soloed out, so they split her off. That's where they're finding advantage in placements on these fights. And that's something that we've seen since the very first round here today, is just Boise State's placement in all of these fights is so good. We're seeing good stuff too from 21 Chim Chim, just not as consistently.
And it looked like we are going to see Campout jump onto all 3 members of Boise State. The ace in the hole going to come out as well, and Can't Get Dopamine just gets eliminated. Here comes Woojin in on the teleport, though. You're going to see another member falls. We're going to see Cobalt go down here. This time Call the Forge God might not be enough. I think Woojin just teleported right into his death. We're going to see Dean fall as well. Woojin going to see if he can try and flash away. He will not. He gets rooted, and Campout was there.
That's
going to turn into a free Baron for San Jose State.
FREE. That is the freest of Barons for San Jose. Such a good move. Boise State was not expecting them to hit them that hard, that quickly. We had the heavy engages, a little bit late of a teleport coming in there from Woojin as well. Call the Forge Guard so close to actually hitting those 2 champions that were chasing after Dean, maybe keeping him alive, but even then, what does that really gain you when they get a free Baron? And now San Jose has plenty of vision as well in that mid lane, as they were already doing a clear sweep. They've been focusing on that heavily because the Fog of War has really been hurting Boise State. And so, phenomenal job from San Jose of finding little advantages and taking them all. That was absolutely beautiful and totally unexpected.
We're hitting that point in the game where Akali's got 2 items, working on a 3rd item, has so much burst damage that she's able to get out. And there's no way that you can get her off the back line if you don't have the focus to do so. You have crowd control, but all that crowd control is focused on going forward into fights.
That's what we're going to see Cobalt here try and jump onto Toesucker. Cataclysm's going to come out. He's got follow-up from the rest of his team. The depth charge will interrupt any ability for him to get away, so Rise will go down. Does feel a little bit bad committing 2 ultimates to that. And by the way, we haven't mentioned San Jose State has 3 Cloud Drakes. They are hauling right now.
Yes, they are. But, you know, I think it feels okay burning the 2 ultimates because you take the Baron buff off of that Rise. You know, that's 1 champion down that at least doesn't have it. You take whatever you can get when you give up pretty much an ace and a free Baron. Boise State cannot feel good about that one because they had a pretty heavy advantage. Now San Jose has several K in the lead for those gold stats. Campout's getting really comfortable on this Akali, and we can see her go in with a very aggressive play, just hanging around 4 members, just seeing, you know, if there's a potential to engage there, and that's confident play. You don't see an Akali stick around in the Shroud like that when 4 members or 4 opposing members are up in your face. She knows she can get away. She knows she has the outplay ability.
Widget's been having a really hard time this night, landing the Call of the Forge God. We've seen multiple times the Call of the Forge God either getting denied or just wandering off and hitting the wrong target.
Flash from Dean, going to get a hook onto 21 Chim Chim. The depth charge is going to come out as well. Here comes the Soraka. We're going to see Dean get the kill, and now Can't Get Dopamine is very low. Mew will go down as well. Seal got baited in, but here's Campout if he wants to make a play. Now is the time. Unfortunately, does get knocked up inside the Shroud. That might be enough. There's just so much tankability on this Boise State team. They will slowly whittle it down. As you said, Jolly, Toesucker never got there, so Boise State picks up 4 kills.
It looked like he was going to make a really bold move there because the last thing you want is to trickle into the fight, a fight that you're already losing or you've already lost members to. Boise State, they recognize where their power is. They're sticking together as a team. And once again, they're going for the split ups. They find a couple champions that are left on their own, and this is what works for them even when they had the pressure in that last round. 4 members sticking together, no matter how powerful they were or how much of a gold lead advantage they have, there are still chances, because we saw SJSU do this exactly, there are still chances that they'll find you out, that they'll get a really good catch. You have to always expect it. And now this is going to be a big focus here, and not even a point of contention actually, as Boise State picks up what could be a really pivotal dragon here, the Mountain Drake. That means that these towers that are holding them back from reaching the base should be much easier to slice through.
We're at that point in the game where everyone's starting to hit their power spikes. Rise has just finished a Frozen Heart. We see Kaisa has picked up both of her key items and is currently building into, I believe, Nasher's Tooth.
Yeah, of course. Nasher's Tooth, definitely a good pickup. That's a stopwatch there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a stopwatch there.
That's a stopwatch there that was also picked up by there, dropping that longsword. It's about that time in the game when you get to get rid of those starting items, if they were in fact solo starting items. So Boise State has the elimination advantage. Does not have a gold advantage at the moment, but considering 5 eliminations in favor of Boise State, that's a good job by San Jose of keeping a lockdown on these objectives. And sincerely, it was that one fight that allowed them to continue on in this game. Not only that, but allowed them to now kind of put some fear into Boise State.
I do like that GA from Seal, because he has been so aggressive diving onto Can't Get Dopamine, who has been putting himself in sometimes a little bit of curious position, separating himself, basically going on the San Jose State side of the fight, which can happen with Kaisa when you're jumping around with that killer instinct. You also have to realize for Boise State, that Akali is very close to a Rabadon's, and I think you have to save depth charge for Akali now. Even though you want to initiate fights with depth charge, that's your only hard CC on Akali. That is so scary. I've seen a couple times where it felt like Camp Out, if he had an ultimate, could have just got a pentakill on Boise State.
On the other hand, looking at the other carry, Chim Chim,
We're going to see Woojin get caught out. He's so tanky, but unfortunately that's not going to matter. A great bush play there by San Jose State. They are probably going to turn that into a turret, but they should allow you to continue, Glover.
What I was trying to say is that this Caitlyn has opted into the Essence Reaver. Essence Reaver is not a very common item on Caitlyn because she doesn't tend to use a lot of her spells. Typically by this point you'd see some sort of crit item. You'd see something like a rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, there we go.
Is the most common item.
It
or
really
even
is.
A static shiv would be generally considered better item because of the crit chance, because of the attack
even a
speed.
Renons. I mean, give me something else other than, anything. That's what I was talking about with the Essence Reaver and the Infinity Edge. Yes, it offers you a ton of crit and a ton of damage. But, I mean, in this instance, she could have attack speed instead, in place of one of those. And I'm assuming she started with the Essence Reaver, because or was it the IE?
It started with the IE.
It started, so that's even
There's
weirder.
a crit item.
That's even weirder, actually, that the Essence Reaver was the second item to be built there. Because some of these ADCs, it is pretty standard going the Essence Reaver first, and then, following it up with a little bit of attack speed, and then a little bit more crit on top of that. San Jose, though, is looking to make a cheeky little play here. Toe Sucker is going to get the flash across the wall here. Can't Get Dopamine is the one that is found out. Call of the Forge God coming in from Woojin. Does not pop up anybody there. The Ragnarok prevented that. Now a Cataclysm on the back line here. SJSU is finding every advantage they can get. Down goes Cobalt to 21, Chim Chim. And the rest of San Jose has found their advantage. They're going to put some pressure here onto this mid lane. We see some pings coming out around the Baron pit here. Woojin has to recall. He does have teleport, but he does not have flash, and they do not have Cobalt with that smite. So this is an opportunity San Jose is more than okay with taking.
Boise State's team might be incredibly tanky, but as soon as they lose their damaging members, as soon as Red Hots or as soon as Can't Get Dopamine gets caught out, then you don't have any more damage coming out. Jarvan provides some, but he's really just there to be another tank, another initiator to just soak up damage. And Boise State is having such a hard time keeping their carries alive with this Akali now 5-3-3.
And it really doesn't matter, unfortunately, Glovey, how many tanks Boise State has, because Seal has basically just said, I'm going to charge Can't Get Dopamine. He did that. That's exactly why he has that GA, because the first couple times he charged him, he wasn't able to finish the kill. That time it didn't matter. He didn't even have to pop the GA, but Can't Get Dopamine's a no chance. So Boise State has to find a way to slow down an Olaf. The problem is Ragnarok's going to be up for almost every single fight. It is so hard to stop an Olaf, especially one that has a GA, because the rule of thumb, never deal with a low health Olaf. He's just going to be low health all the time because he's diving onto Can't Get Dopamine.
And Boise State needs to, start to think about how how they're gonna field the butt hurtness of the of this Olaf going really well. Maybe not quite as well as it went for Cobalt, but they definitely were shutting down Jarvan. I was honestly more surprised by Cobalt picking up Jarvan because he's not aggressive enough. As weird as it is to say, I don't think he offers as much pure damage that Cobalt usually likes to run with, because he makes such aggressive engages that when he commits himself with something like a Cataclysm where you can't get yourself out of it, you are also stuck in there. You have to have the damage to follow it up. And now Call the Forge Guard comes out, and an easy net is going to allow Camp Out to avoid that one.
No, Boise State wants to keep going there. Cobalt used the Cataclysm here, and now Camp Out's on the back line. The depth chart is going to go right on top of him. Seal pops the Ragnarok and is just chasing down Kanki Dopamine. The Soraka ult's going to come down as 3 members of Boise State fall, and it feels like Dean and Cobalt could be next. As Seal says, I have a GA. I don't care what that tower does to me. He is chasing Dean so deep. Ace in the hole going to come out as well. Camp Out wants to finish the fight, but the flag and drag means Boise State loses 4 members.
We are likely going to see the end of the game off of this one. No need to go for another inhibitor. They know that the timers on the respawns are high enough now, and the damage that is being put out here from Camp Out is just insane. Down goes tower number 1 and 2, and the Nexus soon to follow there. San Jose is going to bring this out to game 3, and oh my gosh, they just played everything so well there.
At this point, I think both teams need to focus on that Olaf because it's been such a huge impact in both games. The ability to throw down the Ragnarok and completely ignore everything the other team is throwing at you. Unless you've got like an Anivia who can wall off the Olaf completely from your team, you don't really have any tools that can allow you to stop an Olaf. Maybe if you try a Tahm Kench and just consume your teammate before the Olaf can finish them off, you might be able to keep them alive, or even a Kale, but Kale was banned away and has been banned away in all of these games.
I mean, I would have even liked to have seen, honestly, maybe in hindsight it might have been a good choice, or I might, kind of sound dumb saying it, but Kindred may have been one of those options to give them that opportunity with the ultimate Lamb's Respite, and then also being able to provide more of that damage I was looking for from Cobalt. So maybe we'll see next game, maybe we won't. We don't necessarily know, but we do know that we will be back very, very shortly, so stay tuned. We'll be back with Game 3 in the Gridiron Rivals against San Jose State University.
Boise State Esports is brought to you by Game Pants Arenas and Equipment, Omen by HP, and Archon Clothing, makers of official licensed Boise State Esports apparel.
welcome back to the Gridiron Rivals series here at the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We are in downtown Boise right now, and we are in a Game 3 today against San Jose State. Boise State took round number 1. San Jose dominantly took round number 2 there, and Boise State needs to decide what they have to do against the San Jose State team to prevent them from taking over that third game. So, joining me here on desk, I have the wonderful Michael Fisher. I've got Glovely here with me. And, I'll just toss that to you guys. What do you think Boise State needs to do here? They are on priority for pick, so they can pick the blue side. What's your advice for them this time?
Get Olaf.
Yeah,
I mean, if San Jose State lets it go through, get Olaf, because he's been the key. I mean, the team that's had Olaf has won both games. Olaf has been so instrumental, popping that Ragnarok and basically chasing down whoever he wants on either side. So if San Jose State lets it through, they ban the same 3 every single time. Lux, Ash, Pantheon, grab Olaf.
And I'll assume for San Jose's side, you're probably going to go along those same lines, huh?
I mean, definitely, if you're not going to grab Olaf, and it's really hard to do when you're second pick, and that Olaf is such a huge priority.
You
Already
have
we're
to
seeing
ban it.
we're seeing almost the exact same
They
bans.
have to ban
Zoe,
it.
Kale, Akali, Lux, Ash. Is it going to be Pantheon
Yeah,
or is it going to be Olaf?
you leave
Yeah,
it-
I mean,
They've
they
blocked the
okay,
Olaf.
I was gonna-
Pantheon's now up for
that
Boise
would've been-
State.
I don't like to say that would have been a silly move if they had let Olaf through. I would have
pick
let Lux
Pantheon.
or Ash through
Yeah.
before them. And first pick Pantheon, that is the obvious choice. I would have let Ash through. I mean, or honestly, either of those could have been dropped.
Yeah.
I would say Pantheon and Olaf are the high priority. Pantheon needed to be the one that was done there because Pantheon has yet to roll over the face of anybody, and we've seen that both Cobalt and Steel can run rampant on that Olaf. So it was a good decision to ban that. Still not so certain about the first 2 there. Ezreal is going to be the first pick up there from San Jose, and that is a flexible pick for sure. Recently, we've only seen him in that bottom lane, but that is something usually you don't pick first if you are running into the bottom lane. You kind of want it to be one of those flex picks.
I really want to get into the head of San Jose State and figure out what this Lux Ash is that they're so scared of. It feels like the Spartans are scared not of any single player, but they're just scared of certain champions. We've
Like
seen
this
Lux every game. We've seen
Blitz.
Ash every game. And we've seen Blitzcrank every game. It feels like this bot lane has a say in what's banned, where it feels like they do kind of let some stronger picks go through. They will pick up the Sejuani this time, so we're going to see 2 completely new junglers from both sides. Not a bad choice, especially against Pantheon. You have the ability to CC him when he's coming in.
I mean, if you can't, that's
If
the
you
thing.
can.
All right, that's the thing. Is Sejuani is played a lot. Sejuani is one of those you are going to expect to whiff 50% of your ults.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those you can see it coming. You can expect some sort of, if you get a flash out of it or something like that, that's good. But so many times we've seen it thrown over a wall or just thrown a little bit too early, a little bit too late. It is really difficult to get that to hit precisely because it's not a massive AoE. It is a good size, but it's slower than a lot of the AoEs. And so in response to that, we've got a Scion pickup, which I love. Along with the Pantheon, you're just going to have Pain Trains running all over the place. And Jinx is going to be the selection there, which is a good option as that Ezreal is going in the bottom lane. They're going to opt for that Soraka again, which really did come in handy towards the end of the game and provided enough sustain for the early part there for that bottom lane. So San Jose, once again, just like in Rocket League, they are adapting to Boise State so very well.
I also think that this Soraka Ezreal bot lane is really important because Ezreal has a really tough time in the early game. He really needs to scale up and get his first item, be it a Muramana or a Trinity Force, in order to really be effective on the field.
I mean, I clowned on the Soraka pick last game. As we see another Blitzcrank ban come out from San Jose State. They need to just stop that. But Soraka was so huge. There were so many fights where she immediately ulted, and everyone on San Jose State was back at full life. So as troll as it seems, as weird as it seems in this meta, it was a fantastic pick from you. Maybe not a great player on an engaged champ like we saw like Leona, but playing that Soraka was so important. There were a couple times Boise State dove a Soraka, which is just wasting so many resources for a support that basically has one ability, and it's your R.
And I really like the utility of the AoE the AoE silence that I was talking about, because the fact, if it was just an AoE silence, that's one thing. The fact that it is an AoE silence that the team then needs to navigate around and avoid, otherwise you're getting a hard lockdown, that's something that is really essential when it comes to positioning. And Boise State was taking advantage of a lot of positioning, and that was one of the things that San Jose had the advantage of in that sense. They were forcing Boise State out of certain areas, and so they were able to take advantage of those. Kled as the pickup in that top lane. Always love seeing a Kled, and hey, that's just going to add to runs down the lane. These ultimates, I love how they're going with themes almost. You know, they're picking champions very similar to each other, as though they know they're on a very even playing field right now, and they can kind of just decide what they want to do. The Lulu has been played recently by Dean in that bottom lane. I love it. I love the polymorph. I love the ultimate as well. And we can expect that ultimate to so easily go onto the Scion of the Pantheon, who will be the heavy engages later on in the game. Pretty scary setup from Boise State. Now, SJSU, like I said, I love the Kled. That Soraka worked very, very well. And for the Ezreal, it is going to be helpful here. The Sejuani is the only one that, and this is just a personal thing, because I know Sejuani is a great jungle. She's consistently, her and Jarvan are two of those that are just consistently good. They have kits that no matter what your team is, they'll be helpful. But she's a risk. And Syndra going in the mid lane offers them a little bit more of a hard burn when you have some champions locked down. So if they can get the lockdown here, they'll be able to blow through them, but it's getting the lockdown to stick that is really going to be the challenge for San Jose.
It really feels like San Jose is dedicating one pick every game to what can we pick that will stop Boise State from being aggressive? And I think this game, it is the Sejuani. I mean, I know how we were talking about you using that ult offensively, but it's also a great defensive tool as well. If Cobalt's diving into you on Pantheon and he's not ulted behind you, boom, hit him with the Glacial Prison. He's now frozen now. That brings out the wild growth from Dean there, and that's all his cooldowns are gone. So I can see Sejuani almost being picked as a let's deter Boise State from being aggressive as opposed to being its own sort of aggressive pick itself.
Definitely has the utility for that, because Boise State, has a really good engage. And even though it was the second pick, it ends up working out for them on multiple levels, as you said, because they are focusing on those really heavy engages. Now, my favorite part of all of this is passing it over to the expert on these things, on these matchups. Glovely, what are you seeing on this one, and tell us where we're wrong.
I think Boise State has a fantastic team fight composition going on. Between the Scion, the Jinx, the Ryze, the Lulu, they have a lot of tools that they can use to keep themselves alive during the course of that game and to just plow through multiple members. That Jinx especially is a terrifying hyper carry, and when you stack on the help picks that you get from the Lulu, dealing additional damage on every single auto attack, that is a scary champion, especially when you bunch up. That being said, on the other side, SJSU has a lot of great tools for engagement with the Sejuani and the Kled. They can keep themselves alive for long portions of the fight because of the barriers that you're getting, the crowd control that you have to disengage, just the ability to avoid getting jumped on top of. So they've really picked a very safe composition.
And with the Scion here, we've seen it the one time I've seen Scion this year. We saw it with the cheeky level 1 Scion. I'm curious if Boise State wants to try it. They had Scion sit bot lane, immediately knock up the AD carry who was unsuspecting. Want to see, one, if they try it, and two, if San Jose State knows it's coming, because that's something where Boise State could get ahead early. And as Glovely said, Jinx is a hyper carry. The earlier you can get more kills on her, the better.
And it has certainly been a point of contention in that bottom lane, generally actually going in favor. Well, the first game, Boise State took the early favor, but this last game, that was the one lane where really San Jose was consistently doing relatively well. Some really good ace in the holes coming out of 21 Chin Chin, who honestly I'm the one most excited to see on this Ezreal, because he has been playing really, really well against this bottom lane is huge. Dean is, again, our master challenger player, you know? So for somebody to go up into these aggressive picks with other aggressive picks and coming out ahead in certain instances, even if it's not in the laning phase, that's huge. And I love seeing it here. The Ezreal, one of those that can either go really well or it can go really wrong if you get shut down and locked down early. But not huge focus from Boise State on locking down that Ezreal. We can see there's not a ton of, the specific individual hard CC. There is some hard CC, but really it's, whoever's directly in front of you. So that Ezreal has a lot of potential, I think, to pop off if Boise State can't get the lockdown. If that does happen, how do you think Boise State is going to have to respond?
Let Cobalt go off on Pantheon?
Yeah.
I mean, that's been the key. Every time he's played Pantheon, he just has dominated the game. He's been everywhere with that ultimate. So really, I think if he can get ahead, if he can get ulting early, maybe even make the argument he doesn't gank and just tries to get to 6 as quick as possible. That's been the turning point every time he's gone through. San Jose State had to get rid of Olaf. Questionably left the Pantheon go through, and that could be the game changer.
I do also actually like Sion and the fact that, yeah, he can also do the same exact thing that Orton was doing in the previous games in pressuring a single lane. He can sustain himself. He can force another champion. If he decides to go to the bottom lane, he's going to force that top laner to rotate down with him. So I think that Sion is actually going to prove pretty pivotal here for Boise State. The Kled, though, just another one where if it can fire off, San Jose did such a good job of picking champions that have a really good chance, and if they do end up going off, they can really shut down the enemy team here. It's just those first moves and that early aggression, where it comes and where it's successful, that I think will lead into the rest of the game.
The one thing I worry about for Boise State's composition is that so much of their team is focused on the late game. All 3 of their lanes, Sion, Rise, Jinx, they all need time in order to get to that hyper carry status, which means they're putting a lot of burden on their jungle. If this Pantheon doesn't translate the team into the late game, if he isn't a threat early on, if he is in fact negated by this Sejuani, then Boise State's going to have a really hard time going into game.
And we've also seen, too, just how much a jungler who is behind can lead to further failed team fights from your own team, especially because you expect the jungler to be one of the primary modes of engage there. Absolutely. Pantheon is going to be, hopefully, their number 1 method of engagement. But as you said, he can get shut down, and we have yet to see a Pantheon get shut down early. So far in all the games, whether it's been the jungle or the mid lane or whatever it is, Pantheon has not been stopped. So we haven't even seen when the possibility of taking advantage of him is really. We know early game is the best option, but I mean, he's going to have to be a hard focus. And I think San Jose, I wish we had seen the Pantheon ban instead of the Ashe, because I really would have been curious as to what Boise State would have gone for then. As soon as they got the Pantheon, they're like, perfect, we can form a comp around it. But had it been something else, they would have had to make a completely different team. San Jose might have had a different advantage.
If this Pantheon pops off, I think the bans have to be the fault of San Jose. Lux and Ashe just seem like questionable bans. It feels like this bot lane for the Spartans is really controlling the bans, which sometimes can be good. They definitely are scared of Blitzcrank, which, again, another questionable one. But, yeah, letting Pantheon go through just in exchange for Olaf, questionable there. And another thing here is you look at all the summoners, there is not a single Ignite that I can see, so we're not going to see anyone die running away. We do see a barrier from Can't Get Dopamine on the Jinx, something you like to maybe do on a hyper carry there, because the last thing you want to do is get dove on by Kled or Sejuani. So no one's going to die randomly. You've got to get the kill to kill them. You can't just let the Ignite walk away, hey, what, Panic Ignite, we're good.
I'm interested in the fact that that Dean is actually going with the heal instead of an exhaust for that team composition. Yes, they've got some good CC with the traps. They've got some good CC with the zapper and things like that. But the heal will at least allow them to escape from some things. But going to what this event is, at least what we are doing here today, you've heard me say Gridiron Rivals many times. We try to do this every single week. We are going to be playing up against San Jose State University tomorrow on the blue turf. So today we're playing on the blue turf that we have here in this arena. We play them against all 3 games, and tomorrow's game should be just as exciting as these, so stay tuned in for that. If San Jose manages to take Boise State in the next couple of games, that's our chance to redeem ourselves, right? Though we have seen some patterns in the past of Boise State. If they do really well, football, if they have amazing comebacks in Overwatch or League, amazing comebacks show up in the games. So I expect to see a couple good comebacks here from Boise State, or some dominant plays, because we also expect to see that tomorrow.
You got to be careful what you say, Jolly. We had a caster a couple weeks ago who was touting the fact that how Boise State football had never lost when the esports team won, and then
I'm not. I'm not.
So you got to be very careful with your words here on the caster desk.
It's true, and I'm not going to point any names, but I do know who they are.
I didn't say their name. I did not want to throw them under the bus.
And I know, because this is something that we talk about all the time, the caster's curse. that's one that, I mean, I'll just point out the fact that there is generally some parallel that can be made between the two. It's definitely not any sort of prediction, because, I don't do football. I'm casting video games. Look how white I am. I don't. You think football's my game? No. If I can cast a sport, it's hockey because it's inside and it's cold.
That last statement just irritated me. I clearly wish it was, a little warmer outside.
So Boise State, I'm just gonna say, we're gonna do well. I just expect it. That's what you come being a Boisean. Boisean? I should probably know that.
Nope. Leave that word alone.
You have to. It's like Boston is known for. You can't talk down one of the sports fans. Boise, same exact way. Granted, our primary sport aside from esports now is football, so we've got the one. And I mean, I'm going to root for them every time. When it comes to this kind of stuff, I love the San Jose esports team. I love the program over there. I love the program director. I'm not even sure if he's still at the school or still the program director, but really everybody in that crew. I can't be too biased towards Boise State because I really do like all of these players and this team in general. Football, I don't know. We'll beat you in football. How about that?
With some sick burn, Jolly. Way to go there.
Yeah,
but
that's
getting
how we do it.
to the match at hand, which is League of Legends, the Game 3, the second tiebreaker we've seen tonight in the Gridiron Rivals series.
Which, how often does that happen?
Not very often. I know it's usually your job, Jolly, but I'm going to take it this time. Glovely, who do you see winning this Game 3?
So I think if Boise State takes the early game, I think they take the entire game because at that point they have the scaling that they need to just completely overwhelm San Jose. No problem. If they don't take the early game, on the other hand, San Jose has a really solid composition. They can scale up their numbers. Sejuani can get very tanky. They can eliminate key targets with the Syndra. They have a lot of tools in order to put Boise State on the back foot.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do that here. So, I mean, I don't know if I heard a definitive answer in that. Was there a definitive answer in that, Glovely, or were you just kind of
I'm afraid of the
question?
Caster's Curse, and we're in Game 3.
All right, so yeah, that is a very good point, actually, there, Glovely. So you know what? We're not going to say any more predictions about what is going to go on either tonight or tomorrow, because I think we've already talked ourselves into a big enough hole here. Boise State already getting eyes there on SJSU. They did put down a ward. Dean got a couple of hits off on it, so at least Boise State is aware that it is on their side, and they also know that San Jose came down through their blue side, so likely will be starting blue. And actually some pigs coming out know that Sejuani did a recall and will be starting on that red.
Boise State, for now, doesn't want to go with any cheeky Woojin bot lane plays there. Perhaps the reason why Seal went to that red buff, so that Woojin cannot get in position there. Little do they know, he is not there. He is just going to go up into his lane. As normal, Cobalt going to start with that blue buff here. Interesting to see what Seal wants to do. Sejuani is not Jarvan 4. It's not a hero that is known for going level 2 and then ganking, but this is the same path he took on Jarvan 4 when he got that early level 2 gank. So I want to see, is he just going for a farming route, or is he trying to be a little more aggressive starting on the opposite side of Cobalt?
We will have to see, or, we can talk to them afterwards, because I'm not very good at figuring out whether or not that was actually what they were going for. Boise State making a lot of reactive plays, doing a really good job in that. And sometimes, they just line up for themselves there. One of the things that San Jose did have advantage of that rarely happens was CS in a lot of lanes, and Boise State is generally so on top of that, something that Boise State is going to have to focus on keeping an eye on, because a lot of ganks lead to a lot of missed CS, or a lot of gained CS, and so these plays, every play has to have some sort of benefit off of it. We were seeing a couple plays coming from San Jose last game that they weren't really just picking much up off of, but then they ended up winning. So there's just so much back and forth when it comes to teams that are this even. It's just great to see them on the Rift together, and it's great to see this kind of back and forth with a team that is, thought pretty highly of.
For now, neither jungler wants to do anything too crazy here, just content to farm it up and let the lanes poke each other out. Red Hot took a lot of damage in that mid lane here. It does seem like Cobalt maybe trying to put some pressure onto Camp out here. Don't see a ward there. It does look like we are going to see Cobalt try and make a play here with just the red buff. You have the cleanse there from Camp Out. Doesn't get the stun. Immediately uses the cleanse, so he's going to get rooted. Has to flash that one away as well. So they are going to get the cleanse and the flash out from that Syndra. A great job there by Cobalt, realizing my mid laner's backed up. I'm immediately going to go for the game.
I swore that stun from Syndra hit. It looked like it went through him, and there was nothing. There was nothing that Pantheon had used on the way in. He's got his smite and stuff there. Glovely, you've got something to say. Tell me.
Well, for those of you playing League of Legends at home, sometimes that hitbox seems like it's off, even though you landed it perfectly on the champion. You're not sure what it is. The things that you need to remember is that your champion's hitbox is located at their feet. So some champions are bigger or taller, or have things that make them look bigger than they actually are. So if you aim at their feet, you're far more likely to land a hit.
Hey, look at that. I'm liking that. We should get a little panel of, tips from Glovely. Because that is something that is certainly helpful, and something a lot of people, I'm sure, are not aware of. At least something to maybe point you in the right direction, because it's not going to guarantee you anything, but that can be very, very helpful here. Red Hots, as always, trying to find that early advantage. Not a ton of pressure there. Now a flash in. There we go. Red Hots gets stunned down just one too many times. Soul takes a few tower hits there, but manages to secure first blood for his mid lane. And that was with no summoner spells up on that Syndra. One expended there on Soul. So a great start of this aggressive play from San Jose.
It was a great counter to gank there by the Spartans on that Sejuani. Unfortunately, if there is a complaint, it's that Sejuani got the kill, and that's not always what you want. You want your Syndra to be able to pick up as much AP as quick as possible.
Better than Leona.
I mean, yeah, it isn't Leona. That's definitely for sure. And this bot lane, this Soraka has been incredible. I think Mew, I don't have the access to the damage charts, but I think actually might be doing more damage than Dean, which is just incredible to say. He has been playing such an aggressive, what's coined maybe as the Battle Raka phase there. The rework changed all of that ability, but this has been incredible by Mew on that Soraka, just so much more impactful than he was in Game 1.
For sure, and it is great to see how well he did, considering we weren't entirely confident in it. It always feels good to show somebody up and that, yeah, I picked it for a reason. And so far it seems like San Jose has picked everything for a reason. There have not been any bad decisions being made in the composition selection here from these teams. Again, just so incredibly even here. These plays can go anywhere. I would say that whoever gets the first advantage can push it home like Boise State did in the first round, but we just saw them take the advantage early on. Cobalt is going to jump in, flash down. Camp Out, you might have gotten that first blood assist, but you're going to get an elimination in the first one on your team.
Good job there by Cobalt, letting Red Hots pick up that kill. No cleanse or flash for Sejuani, or for Syndra, I should say, means that she might as well dead as soon as Cobalt walks into that lane. So the earlier Boise can keep that on cooldown, the better. The one thing to point out here is Woojin did get a little bit back, is that is the one lane where things aren't necessarily even in terms of CS. He is down 9 with the waves being even, but of course it's so hard on the Scion against an aggressive champion like a Kled to be able to farm as well. So he's doing what he does best, which is just holding on, not dying, getting back to lane, and eventually scaling up to the point where Kled can't do anything to him.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken as well, Camp Out, just an all-around great player. He may be a Grandmaster player as well. So definitely even in terms of that. Woojin throws down the ultimate, but actually misses Soul. Cobalt just takes too much damage there. Goes down to the Kled, and 2 members of Boise State now are trying to deal as much damage as possible, but focus isn't quite there. Woojin is now going to be the third target. A couple flashes come out after Woojin, and that's going to be a double kill over to that Sejuani, who now has 3 eliminations for herself. That's going to give them access to this scuttle and access to pressure in lane.
Yeah, that really just started, unfortunately, from Woojin whiffing on that Scion ultimate. Wasn't able to turn it into anybody. Had to cancel it, or I believe at least turn it into a wall so he could start attacking Sejuani there. That was the real difference in that fight. Losing that knockup, that damage from Scion was so huge. Boise State not able to answer. Red Hots had to come down as well. So San Jose State getting off to an early lead, which is not the spot Boise State wants to be in when it's match point.
Not at all. However, as I was saying before that other fight broke out, they had a disadvantage, or San Jose was in a disadvantage at the beginning of the last game. They managed to take it. 21 Chim Chim now is able to use the shift as well as his flash there to escape. New also had to use flash and heal to stay alive and can't get dopamine using an aggressive one there. And Dean actually ended up using a flash as well, so a lot of summoner spells down because of these aggressive plays, but fortunately for both teams, they're on both sides. Now Red Hots is the next one. Soul is going to just dash right over that. Campout is going to use the flash, the stun, the ultimate from Soul has not yet missed, and that's going to be another confirmed kill for San Jose.
Red Hots walked right into that one there, face check that bush. A great job by Soul playing in a very aggressive Sejuani. Take another kill, though, unfortunately. Would have liked to see him kind of realize Red Hots was dead in the water. Take that. Well, Dean is going to get engaged on, though. Keiki Dopamine wants to turn this around. The teleport coming out from both sides here. Dean is very low. Here comes Woojin. Here comes Cobalt, but Toesucker is there as well. Mew is going to go down very quickly, but Cobalt is taking a lot of damage from this Kled, and I'm not sure the rest of his team can save him. No, they cannot. Kled will get that kill. Now Keiki Dopamine has to fall back. Dean has already back to base because he was so low. So unfortunately, it's going to be a 1-for-1 for Boise State.
And San Jose is finding advantages everywhere they can, now getting a few plates on that mid tower as well, since Campout had the pressure thanks to the gank earlier on there. And now the pressure is on for Boise State of where do you take your advantages. We saw a missed ultimate from Woojin earlier on. We've seen a few whiffed abilities here. And now San Jose is able to snag this dragon without any sort of fight necessary. That's going to be an Ocean Drake for this team, which will certainly be helpful in continuing this pressure that they've kept.
I want to point out just how big of a deal this Soraka is. Currently on Boise State, Can't Get Dopamine has built an Executioner's Calling as his first item. That puts him so far behind in his build just for that healing reduction because the Soraka has had such an impact on the lane with the ability to keep this Ezreal alive.
He did end up just now snagging a BF sword, so he's got that damage he would have wanted earlier on. A phenomenal stun there from Campout means that Cobalt is not going to be able to have a successful gank whatsoever there. No damage even put down onto Campout. Once again, more plates. Oh my goodness, the damage from the ultimate already coming out of 21 Chim Chim is going to chunk Dean down to half health. He just recalled too.
Soul's going to jump right here on the Cobalt, playing a very aggressive Sejuani. Red Hot's there to try and help as well. Soul might be in over, but he's going to get the stun on the Cobalt. He still hasn't missed that game. Toesucker will take the kill as he Kled ulted down so he can sort of run right down the lane. But an amazing job here by Soul. When we saw the Sejuani come out, we questioned it. We didn't think it could be very aggressive, but he's been the aggressor, not the Pantheon, which is something you would not expect when you see those two champions.
And let's consider the ability of the two top laners in order to be able to get into the fight. Unfortunately, Sion just doesn't have the ability to get there as quickly as Kled does through the jungle. He can't use his ultimate without crashing into a wall along the way. He just doesn't move that fast. Kled, on the other hand, Autopath is able to get there incredibly quickly, leaving Sion in the dust and just creating this really quick 3v2 situation for Boise State.
And I did really like the pickup on the Kled, and I'm assuming it was specifically to respond to Cobalt and Woojin in using their ultimates, another follow-up. But absolutely, the auto-pathing on that means you can just select where you want to ult, and you don't have to continue to worry about it. Whereas with the Sion, you better keep an eye on yourself the entire time and know that you've got enough time to turn, because it is very, very tight. So San Jose is keeping pressure in every single lane. Only 2 eliminations on their team. One of them on the Soraka, the other one on the Syndra. But Sejuani is 4-0-2. Kled is 3-0-2. There are some pretty high bounties on the heads of a few of those Spartans members. They're really making the best of everything here. That Pantheon may have gotten through, but they weren't scared of it. I guess there was a reason they didn't ban it out.
That's incredible that they decided not to ban Olaf and Pantheon, just traded it, as we're going to see Kaneki Dopamine trying to put as much damage on Mew as he wants to. Red Hots and Cobalt are going to join the fight as the tower dive commences. Going to get the Wild Growth. It doesn't matter, though. A double kill for Boise State.
Cobalt going to pick one of those up, and a great play there for Boise State. It was an aggressive one under tower, but they knew that with 4 members, they should be able to take down 2. And lucky for them, they all survived through it. That's going to be several plates picked up as we take another quick look at that one. Can't get Dopamine with a lot of really good damage. He takes 1 tower shot, but it was worth it because he got that Soraka to less than half health. Now he was able to take 1, 2 more tower shots. Get excited meant that he took no more, and a very successful fight. That's going to lead a second charge, though, here coming from Shelly. Almost access to the inhibitor turret, but full access to this jungle.
Yeah, good job there by San Jose State responding, picking up the Rift Herald while that tower dive went, and Boise State unable to get the first tower. Shelly able to pick that up. That's just more bonus gold. Going over to the Spartans there. Let's say if there's any complaint about that last fight for Boise State, Dean did pick up one of the kills, so that is a support getting a kill, and your Jinx is still 0-0-3 on that hyper carry, something you don't necessarily want to see for Boise State, but you're always happy to get the 2 kills. But for Boise State, they've got to find a way to protect themselves from Sol on this Sejuani. He has been perfect with his ultimates. We're only 13 minutes in, and that's the case. Globally, what are you seeing from the items?
From the items, at this point, Jinx has not completed her first item. It looks like she's going to build her Infinity Edge first. Very common for a Jinx, probably build that into a Ruinon's Hurricane. On the other side, Ezreal has finished up his Muramana. He's currently got a Sheen, probably going to build that into either the disengagement tool that is the Frozen Fist or the Iceborne Gauntlet that is, or he's going to build it into a Trinity Force, which is, I think, more likely based on the fact that he's got a Ruby Crystal in his inventory. That's going to be a big item power spike for him.
Yeah, he did start the tier after the Sheen, though, so that isn't going to be as powerful as early. He didn't start tier, which you see a lot of Ezreals do, but it's still going to do a lot of damage. Once we get to that, the blue build that was so characterized several seasons ago and is still very popular on Ezreal as Werthats and Cobalt going to take down a ward and then get out before they get an engage on, because they have to still realize San Jose State is up nearly 5,000 gold.
And we've also got Can't Get Dopamine in the position of having to build an Infinity Edge around having already got that piece of the Executioner's Calling. Not only did it take up some gold, but it takes up a slot in your inventory. A great stun there from Campout brings Red Hots down to almost a quarter health there. They do have a little bushmate sitting there in the river, that top laner, and Sol with Mew now making their way down into this bottom lane. And actually they're going to stop along the way for the Dragon before they get that engage, because they have priority in manpower here. Can anything be covered from Boise State, though? Not even a push in that mid lane. Unfortunately for the Broncos, they can't take advantage off of any of the advantages that SJSU has found.
We did see a Jinx Rocket come out from Can't Get Dopamine a little too early there. The splash damage off one of the champions for San Jose State. Not enough, so they will hand that Infernal Drake over. And after the first game, San Jose State has been so clutch with all of these Dragons. I don't know if they've lost a single one, and if they have, it's only been won in games 2 and 3. And that really has been the difference. I mean, that's part of the reason that this gold lead is as big as it is right now.
And at 15 and a half minutes in, you don't want more than a 1 or 2K gold lead, because items early on do affect things a lot more, or at least partial items. Oh my goodness, Red Hots manages to flash away from the Glacial Prison, and a flash coming out. Oh no, the Sejuani did not use a flash on that, so still has it up and available, but nothing made of that one. Cobalt came to back up Red Hots there in the mid lane. Did you have something there, Lovely?
Yeah, it feels to me like Boise State has been playing this game like they play their usual early game, which is great when you have champions who have good early game status. But in this situation, their champions are very much late game oriented, and as a result, you have to play to that. You have to respect that your champions are not as powerful in these early game fights. You have to scale up.
And already several advantages going over to San Jose means you immediately have to adjust and play a little bit safer. Boise State's usually pretty good at understanding just how far they can push and not getting caught out in those instances. And now we can see Dean and Cobalt finding 2 members here. The ultimate coming out there from the Lulu gets the pop-up as it is landed onto Cobalt, who is now a big Pantheon, but that was not nearly enough to get anybody burned down for a chase. And that just means San Jose is going to back off a little bit. A lot of recalls, and Boise State can't take anything off this. They're just going to try to get a little bit of pressure in response back on the lanes.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for the Broncos there. You had 700 gold of bounties trapped by 4 members of your team, You even expended the wild growth, and that wasn't enough to even put a dent that made it worth chasing. That has to feel unfortunate. That felt like that could be what gets Boise State back in this game, getting both those kills, getting both those bounties, but unfortunately, San Jose State just disengages perfectly. We already see Sol building more tank items than really anyone has room for, so he is not going to take a lot of damage. That bounty is probably only going to fall if Boise State gets an ace, but Boise State not being able to capitalize on really trapping two members in their own jungle, that was just so unfortunate.
And there is a CS advantage for San Jose in almost every single lane there. I think Sion is the only one that has an advantage, and that is because we can see another aggressive play from this Kled. He has been in every lane. The ultimate coming out, though, from Red Hots does end up saving his life. He's going to have to recall after that one, and San Jose finds some more pressure from that play in the top lane. That is going to be one tower down for Boise State. They're going to be 3 total for SJSU that they have taken. That's one in every lane, so they've got to choose for the pickings here on where they want to pressure.
Yeah, San Jose State has been in control of this game almost the entire time. It doesn't really feel like there's much Boise State can do, and that is the one unfortunate thing of picking Sion in the top lane is that's what Boise State's comp is built around, but you lose the ability to carry out of the top lane. Sion's never going to get a pentakill unless he lucks into it or really even turn a fight, win a 1v1 until very late in the game while we've seen Kled do just that. So unfortunately now for Boise State, as Glovely's mentioned, they've played like they usually do, but they're playing so many late game champions that right now they can't afford to play like that.
And having given over as many eliminations and objectives as they have. I think the objectives is the biggest thing. Boise State doesn't normally let those go away, or they find some sort of advantage. They haven't found any advantage off of their misplays, and SJSU has instead taken those misplays and said, all right, perfect, we're going to take that, and that, thank you very much. Now we've got pressure in your jungle, now we've cleared out your vision, now we've put down our own vision, and now we have pressure in every aspect. And there is one of the first missed ultimates that we've seen. Dean taking so much damage from this Ezreal. She's going to have to wild growth herself and flash over the wall there. Pantheon does find the Sejuani, and that's one of those big bounties you were talking about. That top laner on the Kled is the other one, and he is low, but he is not low enough to dive that hard. Cobalt did have to peel away from that one. Boise State finally finding a successful fight here. 21 Chim Chim is not quite done yet. Dean trying to scry around here. He does avoid that ultimate from the Ezreal, but my goodness, Camp Out throwing the ultimate out last second is going to take out the third member of Boise State as Woojin went down in the midst of all of that. Pressure being placed everywhere perfectly. Even a missed ultimate from 21 Chim Chim meant that this team of Boise State had to separate, and that put them in the prime position for SJSU to engage.
Yeah, that Ocean Drake doing wonders there for SJSU to sort of recover their little bit of health. During the downside of that team fight, they're going to pick up a second Inferno without any sort of battle from Boise State. And I will say, it felt like a miscommunication for Boise State. Cobalt and Woojin both flashed over that wall. Can't Get Dopamine did not. He saved his flash until very late when he ended up dying. If he would have flashed over that wall, they could have kept the pressure up. Instead, he had to go around that wall. He lost maybe 5 seconds of auto-attacking when he was doing so much damage in that fight. So that miscommunication of either are we going or are we not going really cost Boise State, because I think Kanki Dopamine could have cleaned up if he commits early, but instead he tries to save it, defensively flashes. It was already after he had been ulted by Camp Out, so he basically just died for nothing.
And you've got to be in a safe position to be able to, make those plays, and I think that was part of it too. Is half the team was like, all right, we're aggressing the back line, and half the team was like, wait, what about our ADC that we have to protect? And so there was that split focus and aggression.
On the other hand, you have to say that Boise State went into a fight that they were way behind in gold on, and their champions haven't really gotten the chance to scale yet, and they still managed to come out with a couple eliminations overall, and even trade back and forth. And the 2 trades that they did get were bounties that they got onto their team. This Pantheon now finally getting some gold onto him.
Yeah, that Kled now is going to be the biggest focus here, because his bounty will only grow if they don't end up getting the shutdown on him. The other one to focus on is going to be keeping an eye on that Syndra and trying to lock her down as well. There's just so much mobility when it comes to these champions for San Jose that locking them down is a big enough challenge in itself.
That was a great shield there by Cobalt. That blocked the entire Syndra ultimate, and that kept him alive because he was going to die. Unfortunately, Boise State then was split up. We saw Seal try and push down. We saw Red Hot all by himself after one away from 3 members. His Kanky Dopamine's going to put some damage onto 21 Chim Chim, but it feels like Boise State is so scattered. Here is Soul. He is going to immediately charge on, get the stun onto Dean. He will have to Wild Growth himself, which should be enough to keep him alive. Cobalt is immediately going to jump onto the back line, knowing that Syndra ult is down, but he's still taking so much damage, and now we see Toadsucker already in the back line. 21 Chim Chim's going to get the first kill of the fight, and San Jose State is just going to keep running it down mid. Kanky Dopamine's going to fall as well. Now the Spartans will disengage as Red Hots is there, but they're going to take 2 Broncos with them.
SJSU once again just so cleanly playing these fights, and Boise State is getting a little tilted. I mean, I can't speak for them, but I would be if I were in their shoes, because they seem to have every advantage in that first game. They seem to be so far ahead and really doing a great job of outplaying San Jose, and now the exact same thing is happening to them, really just getting outplayed in these instances. A good response from Boise State to that gank. There was, the flash ultimate coming from that Sejuani. You had the Pantheon going and ultimate in, almost get taken down there, and was able to shield himself a little bit. But, I mean, still just a bad call by Boise State. They were in a dangerous place. Something like that shouldn't happen. If you don't have vision on your top side of your jungle whatsoever and you don't have eyes on the jungler, assume they're in an aggressive position.
Yeah, for Boise State, a team that's so used to taking advantage of those Cobalt ults and turning fights around, even with Campout's ultimate down. Cobalt jumped in, and it was at half-life before I could even see him again. He took so much damage in that front line. He's not as tanky as you would hope yet in the game because he couldn't get as far ahead as he traditionally does. Soul's been doing a great job ganking. He's even 40 CS up as a Sejuani versus a Pantheon, which is insane unless the Pantheon's ganking. But Soul's been in more kills, so it's just an incredible play by the jungle of San Jose State with the Olaf ban, switching to something we haven't seen this series and really playing it to perfection.
Really cleaning things up for the past couple of rounds. And these are all, we're looking at several Grandmaster Challenger players on both of these teams here. So we've been talking about how even these matches have been tonight. There is proof behind that. In Boise State, I think they got a little ahead of themselves with how well that first round went for them. And I really don't think they expected this much of potential outplays here from San Jose State. Woojin gets rooted down and is taking quite a bit of damage just from this poke here. Plus those Baron minions aren't going to help anything on Boise State's side.
No, the Spartans are able to just siege at will. The only thing holding them back is the minion waves. As we discussed earlier, Jolly, that Baron boosted cannon minion refuses to go in tower range. And sure, he's doing damage, but you'd love to get the armor reduction on the turret and the ability to siege it. So San Jose State has to wait for that wave, but in the meantime, they are more than content.
It. What are you talking about?
He's chunking it down
that's
very
busted,
slowly.
Man. When they changed that, I would rather have somebody hitting from outside of tower range than, one extra potential to hit it myself, and that's going to be a dead tower anyway with help from that cannon, who is now able to sit back and safely hit this inhibitor. Cobalt is going to get jumped on there. Woojin taking quite a bit of damage. Toadsucker going to use that ultimate. Woojin does go down. The passive is going to hit that backline on the Soraka, and now the fight is under tower. Soul takes a kill under tower, and now Boise State is on the run from San Jose, who have claimed that this game is theirs already. They are pushing for the win at this 25 minutes in. Boise State will likely not be able to do anything here as 2 members are the only ones left. Down goes the tower. San Jose pulling it out, doing everything they could, taking every objective away from Boise State, and they are going to take the series in Game 3.
What an incredible job by San Jose State. Like you mentioned, Charlie, it felt like in that first game this might be a little bit of a mismatch. Boise State took it right to them, but a couple of amazing swaps by San Jose State, mainly that Soraka. They played it in Game 2 and Game 3 to perfection. A great job there by the Spartans, taking it to Boise State. And, of course, we love seeing Game 3s because it means these teams, as you said, are just so evenly matched.
And hopefully they will be a future scrim partner. We talked about that with Rocket League. Yeah, it is likely we're going to see that just as evenly matched here and just as much of a rivalry that we want to crack back at, because that means that Boise State so far has lost game, final game in Rocket League in overtime, has lost in final game in League of Legends, but we still have one more. We've got a best of 5 of Overwatch here coming up soon. Boise State has much of an opportunity, but my goodness, if their Overwatch team is as good as their Rocket League team and their League of Legends team, Boise State's going to have to be a little scared.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, Boise State has to be concerned, but at the same time, they got to be playing for pride now. You never want to get swept in these Gridiron Series. I don't think I've seen the opposing team sweep a Gridiron Series, so Boise State can't allow that to happen.
Oh, no. We'll see it come out here in the next game as Overwatch will be coming up here shortly. Thank you, Fish and Glovely, for helping me analyze those exciting games of League of Legends. Lots of highlights to come from those guys. Don't go anywhere, though. We are going to continue this Gridiron Rivals series with San Jose very shortly with some Overwatch.